When you're growing or expanding your business, no matter which industry you're operating in, you inevitably face more and more challenges that affect your project delivery timeframe. With an ever-increasing number of units, there's a point where communication with partners and colleagues gets out of sync, causing higher risks of human error. You lose precious time and confidence in project delivery. All of these issues are predictable and can be addressed with technology. Meet LeverX, a global system integrator trusted by Fortune 500 companies. A full-cycle IT provider with 20 years of experience. LeverX provides solutions that leverage investments in digital transformation projects and mitigate the human factor, helping you facilitate data workflows throughout the organization. Where conventional approaches may take years, LeverX completes projects in a few months, saving you time and money. Join thousands of satisfied clients and bring your business even greater success. Innovate today to lead tomorrow with LeverX.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for the great video. If you can please take your seats. We're about to get underway. 2 incredible days of content, inspiration, and action. My name is Ted Souder. I'm going to be your MC for the next 2 days, so hopefully we'll be able to keep on time and be respectful of everyone and everyone's time frames. So, couple pieces of housekeeping. One, this is the main stage, our blue stage. We have 2 stages on either side, the yellow stage, the green stage. We'll have other workshops, speakers, breakouts happening there. We have the food out in the lobby that you saw. We have restrooms down the hallways on either sides. And so feel free to attend the sessions that you seem to be most connecting with. But what I do know that you're going to connect with is the power of the message that the LeverX team has put together for this event. LeverEdge 2024 not only proves to be inspiring with great ideas, great networking, but also great opportunities for action. So I recommend take notes, think about ways to take an idea, to take a new project, make a new friend, so that when you go back to the office on Monday, you can start having an impact. And I'm really lucky that I get to travel around the world, attending events like this, speaking to business and government leaders. And if there's one thing that's crystal clear, it's that we are embarking on a new age where geopolitics, economics, technology, and new forms of leadership are all converging into one. And that businesses, governments, nonprofits, et cetera, need to change the way they think, need to adopt new tools and platforms, and need to lead in new ways so that they can be successful in the future. And that's what we're going to be talking about for the next couple of days. So I hope you're ready. This is going to be really, really fun. We've got 134 people on the live stream. Hello to all of you around the world. We have a global audience, and this is a really, really special event. And interestingly enough, one thing that I do find is that smart organizations and smart cities around the world recognize that having events like this actually do matter. They have an impact on the local economy. They have an impact on the businesses that host. So thank you for coming. It's my great honor to introduce Dr. Victor Lozinski, who is the co-founder and chairman of the board of LeverX, and he's going to kick us off with some words. Victor.
So, ladies and gentlemen, you know, Miami is a magic city, city of surprises. The biggest surprise for me this morning that not all of almost 500 people here, you know. So probably they're still trying to understand what is a Miami nightlife is about. Yeah? Ladies and gentlemen, actually one more remark. I think that having microphone and something that's here, it's very kind of boosting self-esteem. I think that for teenagers or for schools, like maybe like seniors in the school, it's very good to have this kind of stuff helping to understand the importance of yourself. Yeah? So I have the same feeling now that I'm talking not just to a couple of people, but maybe also to many people online. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor and privilege to welcome each of you to LEVEREDGE 2024, to our annual conference. Why do we do this event? Why LEVEREDGE? Why Miami? Let me try to explain a little bit, talk about that. As many of you know, we relocated LeverX headquarters from Silicon Valley to Miami back in January 2023. When we come here, we realize Miami is a very vibrant community, and the first what we wanted to do to understand how we can contribute to this community. We at LeverX have this slogan or tagline, LeverX, the most local global system integrator. The most local global system integrator. We in the service business, we basically service provider in IT space, in technology space. In our industry, this is a term for this kind of companies. This is a system integrators. Why is a global system integrator? Because we proactively doing, as a LeverX, business in 3 continents. So we have a global reach. Why is a local global system integrator? Local for us has 2 meanings. The first one, we always trying to be local to our customers. Local, our business is local. Of course, we have so-called delivery center and competence center where we have a critical mass of expertise. But we always have customer-facing organizations that in the same time zone, the same language, the same culture. But this is one definition of local. Second definition of local, that we always trying to work with the local community, contribute to the local community when we open a new location, when we come to the new country, when we come to the new region. So when we come to Miami, we realize this is a very dynamic environment, very vibrant. And it is an aspiration to build tech hub, technology hub in Miami. And we strongly believe, we at LeverX strongly believe, that hosting enterprise-focused technology events in Miami, it is a key portion or key components of establishing this region as emerging tech hub. Of course, as a LeverX, when we come to the new location, we could also plant the trees to contribute to the local community. And it is also required, it's also necessary. But probably the most effective way is to do what we do the best. And we consider ourselves as an expert in the technology, expert in software engineering, expert in business applications. And this is what we wanted to contribute to the local community, hosting such kind of events. Back in 2019, and then in 2022, before pandemic and after pandemic, we also hosted so-called SAP PLM Forum by LeverX. This was basically here in Miami. This was basically nothing else as a conferences, customer user conference or customer conference, customer meetings. So, and we realized it was actually good. It's the same as what a lot of companies across the United States, maybe around the world, also do in Miami. Miami is known for a great place to do some conferences. Off-site meeting for the management team, user conference for whatever. sales organization, kickoff meeting, and so on. But we wanted to do something after we moved here, also something what for the community would be to involve the local community, to make sense for not just for the organization itself, but also for communities where this organization is kind of headquartered. So, and this is the reason we in 2023, last year, started this established event or held event with the name LeverX Innovation Forum. And then we realized it was pretty successful. So we realized that probably would be good if we will remove the name LeverX from the conference name and just saying LeverEdge 2024. Kind of stressing the point that it's not only for people and attendees who are associated with LeverX, it is also for the local community, for the people who wanted to learn, who wanted to understand the trends in the technology. Here you are, we here at LeverEdge 2024. We excited to do our, to host this conference in the next 2 days. We look forward to the great 2 days. And of course, we wanted it's become a regular forum for people, annual forum, for people to come here to exchange ideas, to share their experience, to discuss, maybe sometime not agree on something. But everything, technology, changing so fast, and we strongly believe that this kind of event is required here in Miami. You see, I have so many pages here, so I think I kind of need to sort them out. One item I wanted to mention is that when we come here, we realize that Miami is special. I haven't seen a single person who told me, you know what, I don't want to come to Miami. No, everything else but not Miami. But I met a lot of people who told me, I would love to attend your event. I would love to come to Miami. But unfortunately, my manager, my boss, thinks that I will have fun there. I agree, 100%. It's a terrible story to have fun, particularly in Miami in the technical conference. It's great. But it's not, it's terrible, of course. So the bottom line is, Miami is special. When we made a decision to move to Miami, we knew that Miami is on the East Coast. Miami is on the East Coast. We knew that the weather in Miami is great 8 months a year. 8 months a year, and the 4 months is not for everyone. Of course, I didn't experience what I experienced this summer, but in general. So, and we knew that Florida is pro-business. But what we didn't know, how welcoming Miami community is, how supportive local business development organizations and elected officials are for newcomers, for building this vibrant community. So, ladies and gentlemen, I strongly believe that it doesn't happen by itself. Nothing happened by itself. Everything starts with the leadership. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce a person, someone who knows what it takes to build community where people and businesses flourish. The one and only one, the mayor of Miami-Dade County, Daniella, Levine, Cava.
Wow. Amazing. This is actually our first time meeting, but I see we're soulmates. Definitely, we embrace the fact that this wonderful company is now located here with their headquarters. You're actually the poster company for what we say, that people discovered us in the pandemic, the paradise that we know we have here, and moved here, and maybe came for a little vacation because you could be here outdoors enjoying yourselves during the pandemic, and then stayed and moved your families and your businesses. So thank you so very, very much for that kind introduction and for being the kind of business that you are, which is so community-minded. Really, really appreciate the fact that LeverX is here. Let me ask a question first. How many of you actually live here? Okay, and keep your hands up, no? And how many wish you would live here? Oh, okay. That's pretty much everybody. We understand. And certainly fun is a big part of it. We get things done, we take care of business, but we also make sure that paradise, there's a reason that we live in paradise. So good morning, everyone. Thank you for including me today in your lineup. And not only is the company here, but your conference is here and doing great, great things across the globe. So it's not just a Miami-Dade or a United States phenomenon, but you're a global phenomenon with a great, great business program. And clearly you are showing the way for others that this is the place to be. But I also want to emphasize, we are the Wall Street of the South. It's clear to see why. I'm going to tell you all of the economics, but the fun part is really important, but also the civic engagement part. So the fact is that this company has already engaged fully in making this place better for those who live here, for those who work here, for people who visit here, and that kind of committed business, social engagement, business engagement is critically important to the special fabric and flavor of our community. And I am a social worker as well as a lawyer, and community engagement is my thing. So really music to my ears. Thank you so much for your leadership. As far as the economy goes, we are the 33rd largest economy in the world at almost $500 billion. That's significant, certainly larger than many states and many countries. And we are the top financial hub in domestic and international markets, and we were even named the #1 city in the US for foreign direct investment by the Financial Times Nikkei last year. As our region continues to grow in trade, technology, and innovation, we're attracting startups and major corporations like yours from around the world. And so we have promoted this business-friendly environment, and along with my brother mayor of the city of Miami, Francis Suarez, who famously put up a sign, but we are here working together to make sure that we work at the speed of business. We're also the most recovered economy in the United States, thanks to many of the things that we're talking about having been discovered. And unemployment is at a record low, 3.1%. It was actually below 2% at one point. It's the second lowest unemployment rate among large metro areas in the country, and it is lower than the state of Florida and the country. And employment has risen by 3%, which is 38,000 jobs, placing us second for percent increase among large US metros. So that was a recent increase showing that we're defying, again, the national odds. And we want to ensure that this growth is sustained. In order to build this robust innovation ecosystem, we need three things. We need talent, and we are competing for talent. We need capital, and we need vision. I'm working to ensure that all three are strong. First, we are preparing the workforce of the future, and we need to continue to attract world-class talent. And we just heard everyone wants to be here, so far so good. But we also have to train up, and that is also a part of it. We have a multilingual workforce and an entrepreneurial DNA that is hardwired here, a spirit that is distinct to this global community. It's a majority-minority area. Many of our businesses are small and immigrant-owned, and we're home also to powerhouse financial institutions and major corporations, particularly for Latin America and the Caribbean, but also worldwide. But we still are mostly a small business economy. That is the backbone of our economy, our small businesses, which are unique and innovative and growing. We rolled out a program. I'm mayor now for almost 4 years and was just reelected to a second term. Thank you very much, anyone who voted. I'm happy to serve. Thank you. Thank you very much. So we brought a small business development focus in a program called Strive 305, which you can learn more about at miamidade.gov/Strive 305. It's a comprehensive suite of programs that supports our small businesses to better market themselves, to grow, network, and access capital. And by the way, we want our big businesses to take advantage of our small businesses. That is truly how the ecosystem works, and we're doing many things to support that local businesses have access to the bigger companies as well as to county itself, which of course procures, we had a figure yesterday, basically $20 billion. Well, our budget, what was that $20 billion figure? I'm going to ask James Constam, our Director of Economic Development, to come back with a figure. What is our annual procurement? And we're joined by James Constam, our Director of Economic Development, and Francesca Orchesi de Casada-Covi, who's our Chief of Innovation and Economic Development. So let's just give them a hand. There they are. And I know they've been working really closely with LeverX. We're also supporting the latest technologies through resources such as the Innovation Center at FIU. So we have an ecosystem of programs that support our small businesses, and our Florida International University has one that has been recognized as the best in the country. So we're excited about that, our small business focus as well. And we have other resources that support our growing talent. We have Emerge, and I know you're a big supporter of Emerge, and the conference is coming up soon, the annual global conference. We have Endeavor, which is an incubator that bolsters development. And in partnership with Miami-Dade College, which is America's college, the largest enrollment in the country, we have now launched a scholarship program to make sure that everyone can obtain an associate's degree at least at zero cost. So we have hundreds of young people, not just young people, that are getting their college degrees for free because it is so important that they grow their talent and we grow the talent for our needs. So in terms of capital, our South Florida startup ecosystem has shown resilience with a $2.41 billion invested across 393 deals. That underscores that our region is positioned as a growing hub for innovation and entrepreneurship. And key financial institutions as well have moved here, like Citadel, Blackstone, and Founders Fund, so bringing their money, which means not only do we have the innovation, but we have the capital to support it. And all of these great moves have brought more talent and lots of excitement and more opportunity for our residents. And finally, we have the vision to sustain this growth and make sure it reaches every corner of our county. Everything we do is with the goal of becoming more future ready. That is our motto, future ready. We're using tech to solve our greatest challenges. South Florida boasts the only nationally designated tech hub focused on climate resilience. That is thanks to our U.S. Department of Commerce, the Economic Development Administration, that recognized us as one of 31 in the country, but the only one on climate tech, and awarded us an unprecedented $20 million to advance this tech hub and its projects, which include things like clean cement, and energy-efficient technologies. So very, very future-ready. We also launched something modeled on Israel's Innovation Authority called Miami-Dade Innovation Authority. It's in partnership with the private sector. It invites startups to work with us in the county to help us address some of our community's biggest challenges. We have so far given grant funding to tackle challenges in infrastructure, transit, housing, and more. And the projects have focused, well, those are the range of things that we're looking at, and we have already awarded 3 rounds, one to remove seaweed to productive purpose from our beaches, sargassum, improving our airport navigation, and our seaport for cargo logistics. Actually very timely, I would say, given the fact that we are now in a national strike. But all to say, if you want to expand to the Americas, from Canada, Chile, lo que sea, wherever you're from, you should look no further than Miami-Dade. We are the entry point to Latin America and the US. And as they say, the best thing about Miami is how close it is to the United States. Okay. Our county has become a key player in the global tech and innovation landscape, and as mayor, I want to make sure that we can continue to attract investment and that all of you can stay here. Come and stay. So in the future, I hope that Miami-Dade's tech ecosystem will continue to grow. We have challenges too with our success. Always there are challenges. Housing, the cost of housing is obviously extremely high. It is a national problem, but one that we are tackling aggressively in my administration, and also issues of climate, which again, we are tackling aggressively and are really a national and global leader in addressing issues of climate. So we need you not only to be here with your business, but to become active like LeverX is in investing back in our community to make sure that we all can continue to live and thrive here. So if you haven't yet, check it out. Join us here in Miami-Dade. And my economic development team, which I introduced to you, Jesse and James, they're happy to answer any questions and assist you with relocation. We run a concierge service to make sure that you have all of your needs met in Miami-Dade County. And so I hope that you'll have a fruitful visit and conference. I'm confident that right here in South Florida, you will find the connections and the capital that you will need to reach your goals and brighten our shared future. Thank you, everyone, for being here, and thank you for the invitation.
Thank you, Mayor. That was super inspiring, and I think during the break this afternoon, I'm going to go look at apartments in the neighborhood. So as I mentioned earlier, I'm able to go around and meet with government officials such as the mayor, and there's a really similar story that everybody is trying to double down on tech and innovation to be an accelerator of their local economy. And that makes all the sense in the world. But I'd love to add one thing to capital, to talent, and to leadership, and that is partnerships. Investing in the right partnerships. The great thing to know is that as you grow your business, as you move to Miami in the concierge service, that you don't have to do it alone. So I recommend going out to your local tech hubs, meeting with your partners, but finding those partners who can accelerate you into the future. And we have great partners like who can help you accelerate. And also the great partner in SAP, who is a constant theme throughout this event. We have wonderful leadership here from SAP. And so I want to introduce Florian Heretsch, who's the SVP, Head of Cross-Product Engineering and Experiences. A 22-year veteran of SAP is going to come up and talk about maximizing your business potential. So, Florian.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ted. And of course, a very big welcome also from my side. I'm really happy and also honored to be here on stage and to be invited today. And thanks a lot, of course, to Victor and the whole team for the great hospitality, but also the great opportunity to open up together here with this great people, the event. I hope you like the title. It's a little bit long. It's a typical SAP title, I would say. So we tried hard to find this long title, but I think if you go through it, I mean, it's really important that we understand what's about. And for us, it's really important that we can help our customers and also our partners to getting up the right value and also the right experience out of the sometimes expensive piece of software everybody is trying to implement. Before we start, I'd like to have 3 short questions. And now I see also the people in the room, that's good. Just that I'm getting to know you a little bit and that I know who I'm talking about. Who has been part already of an SAP implementation? Just hands up. Good, okay, a lot, that's good. So I can ask all of you, how long did it take? More than 3 months? Good, okay, got you. More than 6 months? Okay, also good, okay. That brings me to the last question now. How awesome was the experience for this whole implementation procedure? I take the silence. Okay, it's okay. It's okay. I want to show you today that we can do this also better. And you see this handsome guy here? It was 15 years ago. Because I was a consultant as well. So, as Ted already said, I've over 20 years at SAP. I was almost 10 years in SAP consulting. So I really was at the customer side, did the customer implementation, from engineering, development, project management, architecture, all the stuff, everything what the customer is paying for. And I can tell you, I mean, I can feel also this experience of the implementation. I'm leading now a unit called Cross-Product Engineering Experience, also a typical SAP name, I would say. What is it about? We are taking care of all the different cross topics which are not belonging to a certain line of business. So I'm working in product engineering, so really developing the products now at SAP, and everything what is not going into LOB, like mobile development, performance topics, telemetry, all these kind of things are going into my org. And it's really difficult sometimes to explain to the people what I'm doing. And I'm glad to be here because there is one word what you will hear today, at least from me, very often, it's the word experience. And everything what I'm doing in my normal day job is to create a proper experience to the engineers at SAP to create great software, a great experience for our customers and partners to implement solutions, to build the right solutions, and also a proper end-user experience for our customers, that they can really also enjoy our solutions. And you know, I mean, implementation times were very long at SAP. You needed, of course, a lot of consultants also to get into the projects, and it was bad for SAP, it was bad also for the customers. And I want to show you that it's not longer like that. And I have 2 topics for today I want to show you. And first thing is everything about implementation experience. That's how you at SAP, how you can extend or implement SAP solutions, and that we can do this better to create a proper implementation experience. And the second thing is, it's the end-user experience, because we have to think about who are the future end users who will use our SAP software, and what is the experience we need to provide to them. And of course, last but not least, there is no presentation, especially not from SAP, without AI. So we're also having some AI into that. First topic, implementation experience. And of course, I brought some SAP tools with me, that's the thing. SAP Central Business Configuration, for those who don't know it yet, it's the central tool to configure S/4HANA public cloud solutions. At the moment, you configure only S/4HANA public cloud. It is the tool to implement and to configure the solution. And going forward now, we are currently developing the solution that it's supporting all other cloud solutions and also the overall SAP portfolio. That means it will be the central tool to configure SAP solutions. If you look a little bit into the detail what it's about, so for those who do not know SAP Central Business Configuration, I call it now CBC, that's the abbreviation. There are 4 main things within CBC. The first thing is you have to scope your business processes. You need to think about what are the things you want to discover or what you want to achieve with your solution. So that's why you scope your solution. The second very important thing is the organizational structure. You need to define how your org structure looks like. And then, that's normally the consulting job of course as well, configure and adopt a solution to your needs, to your business requirements. And finally also having localization tools in place that we can also adopt to the localized requirements we're having normally in the different locations. Going shortly to this localization topic, I think that's something which makes SAP also very unique in here, because we're supporting already today 59 countries out of the box for S/4HANA Public Cloud, which you can have all the things in there called legal changes, updates on jurisdiction as a service. So all these kind of things are coming out of the box. And of course, if they are not enough, because there are a few more countries in the world, you can also use the tool to configure the additional 150 countries as well, and using, for example, the best practice content from the 59 countries as well. But let us maybe have a look also how this solution looks like, and also why I'm talking about the experience topic. The thing is, I want to make it as easy as possible to configure my business. And instead of checking all the different kind of documentation, I want to do it in a very simple way. And I'm using here Joule by just asking the system, or tell the system what I want to do. And in this case, I just want to extend my business and create a new sales division in India. The tool, Joule in this case, provides me, of course, the answer to say, okay, you want to create a new subsidiary. I can copy all the stuff from your existing location to the new location, that you don't have that much work. Please let's do that for me, that I don't have that much things to do. And from there then I start the so-called business transformation plan, and it creates now this new sales division for me. You see then I have all the business processes which are included, which are coming from the source location, and also the different business capabilities which are in there. It copied also my organizational model already, created a new sales division in India for me, and I don't have to take care about that. One very important thing, also one new thing in there is also that we want to use data insights, that it shows you directly that from all the different business configuration and business capabilities you're having in your existing location, they are not all of them are used. So it reminds you, maybe you have to think about what are the things you really need in your system at the end. And features as well. And on the right side now it shows me all the new solutions I need to extend my business to India. And I can start by, okay, let's implement this now for me. It's doing the whole copying configuration for me. You see there is one, it's a little bit small, but you can see it, I think, 21 of 123 configuration steps needs to be done only. That means instead of really going through all this over 100 configuration steps, this copying template mechanism helped me to only do the real necessary 21 steps at the end. So I could really, I'm able actually to do this configuration in just a few minutes. And if I'm thinking about if I would have this kind of functionality 15 years ago, when I used multiple weeks and months to configure the solutions, I think this is a really, really big step forward for the whole topic around how to scale, how to fasten up the whole implementation time, and also, of course, improving the implementation experience. So really within this small time, I have now 2 org units with all my business process and business capabilities, and only this 21 configuration activities. So it saves me almost 90% of my time thanks to the smart templates I'm using in here, and also, of course, some AI functionality as well. So, of course, the configuration will not take 5 minutes. In this example, of course, now yes, but at the end, it will definitely save a lot of time. So for those who really worked already on implementation project, I think this is something which can really help you. Not everything I showed you is already available. So Joule, for example, and Data Insights will coming until the end of the year, and having also other solutions implementing like Sales Cloud and others will come then for the next year. Then one very important thing about that is, and I mentioned at the beginning as well, instead of reading all the different kind of documentation and how to do something and going through all the configuration steps, I can just do it also in a kind of natural language. So our goal is that we from SAP more learning our customer's language, instead that the customer always have to learn all the different SAP terminology and SAP language. So we want to really understand the customer easier, that it's really easy. And that's of course something which, yeah, it's also a very big advantage for all the partners and implementation partners to scale the implementation. So this is how we really imagine the overall topic of implementation experience. One thing, implementation experience, okay, that is, but the thing is, if you have a good implementation experience, that doesn't mean that the end user experience already is the right thing. So end users expect a proper experience also from their solutions. And there are two topics I want to show you. And the first thing is, that's just an example picture for what we at SAP really want to achieve. One big strategy from us is to create a so-called suite-like experience for our solutions. And the suite-like experience is that with all the different kind of solutions and applications we have in SAP, you should not feel that you're jumping from this tool to the other tool and this tool, and it's a complete different experience. It needs to be a unified, a harmonized experience as well. That's why we want to have this suite-like experience. And one thing how we can achieve this is the topic around having a central entry point. Means that all the different functionality and tools you need for your daily work are coming together in this central entry point. Things like applications, KPIs, dashboards, charts, and so on. Everything is really in this. And one very important thing about this is that this hides all the complexity also from the different systems and tools you're having in your environment and landscape. So that's something which you always have at the SAP world, and that's something we want to try to hide this with this. But having this on the desktop, a central entry point is one thing. The question for me is also about who are then the future end users for us. And especially if you're thinking about this, you're also coming to kind of 4 major challenges you're having normally also in the, let's say, day-to-day world right now. So I think all the companies and enterprises are really facing these challenges. And I mean, the landscapes, technology, everything is really changing rapidly. And we just put out these kind of 4 things which are a constant thing right now. The first thing is customer experience. So the expectation from customers, they expect exceptional, personalized services. They want to have integrated interaction channels between the different applications and want to create a proper experience. The second is technology advancements. That means especially, of course, AI. You have to keep the pace on what's going on out of the market, especially on the AI topic, and you need to be competitive. The third one is, of course, operational efficiency. So it's everything about optimizing your process, reducing costs, and also enhancing the productivity. And the last thing is, of course, the competitive pressure. So that means you need to stay ahead before your competitors, and also you need to think about to keep your position at the market. As mentioned, these things are not new. What is changed, of course, 2 things. It's the one thing is the AI technology, which is really rapidly growing, and also the evolving nature of the workforce. What employees expect and employees
employers need to provide, they need to attract the talents. So they need to be ready what is really the things, how we can attract the right people, how we can attract the right users. So again, the question, who are our future end users? And I brought 2 future end users with me. You can see the names, it's Ida and Louis. They are 13 and 16. I'm not sure if everybody knows this screen. It's the screen time view of iOS. So with that you can, please don't make a picture because that's my kids, so they will not like that maybe. With screen time, I can monitor how much time they are spending and also which kind of applications they are using. What I wanted to show you with that, and probably I think you all have kids at home who are using most of the time their phone. They are using the phone for everything. And I think about your daily usage of the phone as well. It will be the same. That's the devices right now which are used the most. And if they are going out of college, going out of school, and being the new SAP end users, what would be their expectation? They would expect that everything is working and running smoothly on the phone as well, not only on a desktop. So this is kind of the next generation. That's why we need to create or provide this experience of the business software also to them. And on top of that, it's also very important that you always have to think about what are the different kind of personas where you want to provide this experience. So we need to empower all of them on their daily jobs to get all the kind of information really at the right time. And it also, again, needs to be seamlessly integrated on the devices. And for that, we're using something like called for us suite quality, so creating this suite experience. And one thing is, of course, that it's going between the different channels, no matter if you're working on a desktop or on a mobile phone, that it's really coming together in here. And then you have central functionality like workflows, KPIs, and these kind of things. They need to be unified. That's really also accessible through your device. And last but not least, a unified integration approach. And that's what I showed you before, that you hiding the complexity from our end users and provide a real easy-to-use, seamless user experience. And yeah, I mean, some of the users, of course, they want to like to work on a desktop, on a mobile phone, and you have these kind of different personas. You have the kind of the business users, the decision makers, knowledge workers, they're normally sitting in front of the desk. But also this changed a lot. I mean, they're starting maybe at home already with the phone, going then into the office or picking up their kids, whatever. So they need to switch between their devices and their channels as well, but always need to stay on top of the information. And on the other side, you're having then frontline workers who really rely on their phones or on devices, and they're having a different focus, of course. They need local data storage, data synchronization, but really reliable devices as well. So this is where we want to provide, of course, all the different kind of personas, the right experience with our solutions using our so-called suite qualities. And this is all reflected, also really built on the SAP infrastructure and the SAP BTP Business Technology Platform. And you remember the first picture when I showed you this central entry point. And when we want to provide, of course, these solutions also on our mobile phones, then we need, of course, a similar experience on the mobile phone. And for this, we have the SAP Mobile Start application, which is the entry native point to the SAP world. Sometimes I'm calling it the SAP GUI for mobile phones. Not yet there, but it's definitely the goal in there. And the app provides you with access to all the different kind of content. It can be native applications, web applications, content like workflows, KPIs, dashboards, unstructured content as well. And it really provides this content across all the different solutions you're having within your SAP landscape and all the different cloud solutions. And of course, it's heavily integrated into the operating system of iOS or Android as well, that you do not miss any important information with push notification and these kind of things. And what we also want to do is, of course, bringing together the world of today's end users and tomorrow's end users, because today you still, maybe some working on the iPad, some working still on the desktop. That means we need to create this experience across all the different channels. We're having this kind of entry points then on the different devices, and it shall provide you this seamless experience, no matter if you're starting on the desktop, going to the mobile phone, and the other way around. So that means we are providing this, for example, mobile start on the watch, on tablets, on phones, Vision Pro, it's always a nice eye catcher, of course, and even there it's working, and you can use it already there. So that means really creating and providing this unique experience across all the different form factors that you can work on your job. And mobile is, for me, one of the best things also to show AI. There is, of course, no keynote without AI in it, but normally I'm thinking that AI, the best AI use cases and the best AI solutions are the ones you even do not recognize at all. They just help you in your daily business life. And you saw Joule already in the central business configuration. Joule is our digital assistant at SAP, and we, of course, also provide now or integrate Joule in all our SAP applications now. And for me, this is also something where you, again, creating a new experience, because so far you're having a central entry point or a mobile app and you're jumping between applications and screens. But with Joule, the goal is you're asking the questions in a conversation, and it gives you the answer from the different systems. So you do not have to switch between the different applications or pages. You're just asking Joule what you want to do. And this is an example how it's integrated already in SAP Mobile Start. And no matter what kind of questions you're asking if Maya direct reports have goals assigned, so questions for the HR system, for SuccessFactors in this case. Or it can be questions for a shopping cart approval. What's the status of my shopping cart? So you do not switch between the different screens. You stay within this one conversation, and Joule understands all the different applications in your business and asks the right application. It has then really deep access to SAP functionality beyond the public APIs we have available. And it's also trained, of course, on the context of your business data, of your business process, so it can be really sensitive on your data. As mentioned, we will, of course, integrate Joule in all our applications, and even the next step is, because, again, future end users will probably not then open an app and then open a digital assistant, so we also need to integrate them deeply into the operating systems of the different providers. If it's Siri, if it's Google Assistant, and so on, that's where we want to bring it in to even create this experience here. So, not sure, I didn't count it how often I now named the word experience, so you see it's really important for me. It is about the implementation experience, it is about the end user experience, and this is a topic which is really, really close to our heart. And if I'm honest, I mean, this all would also be not possible without great customers and partners. And no matter if it's the whole ecosystem of SAP, that means we need infrastructure provider, we need operating system provider, but we also need, of course, partners, implementation partners like LeverX. And what you saw today, no matter if it was CBC or also SAP Mobile Start, in all of these projects also, Victor and the teams are included as well. So we have a really deep integration where LeverX is helping us with the delivery teams to develop these solutions, to creating these experience for our customers. So I'm really, really happy to have them on board, and it's really also much fun to work with them. So maybe, Victor, maybe you can come on up to stage and tell me why this is also so important for you, and if you enjoy the work with us as well. I hope so.
Yeah, thank you, Florian. No, I hate to work with SAP, you know it. So actually, I spent with SAP almost 8 years, 4 years in Germany, and then SAP transferred me for 3 years, 2+1, 2 years and 1 optional to the United States. It happened to be Silicon Valley, and as a result, from these 3 years, these 3 years turned out in 23. So I never left the United States. So I can say SAP is not only for me like business, it changed also my personal life. So it's a little bit more than just doing business and forget about SAP. This is everything what I achieve as a person, as a businessman, as a SAP consultant. So it is everything linked to SAP. And of course, not just to SAP as an organization. First of all, to 5 founders that in 1972, you should think about that, in Germany, in 1972, to leave IBM and start their own business. It's basically like today would be, Elon Musk, I want to fly it with you to Mars. Yeah? It's probably able to be equivalent. So, and they made this decision. And based on that, the great company basically was started. And today, it is not just a company. Probably, I don't know statistic, but I'm pretty sure that 80% on Fortune 5000 companies transaction.
Yep. 77, I think.
77.
I knew it from another keynote.
I'm on the positive side of the truth, always trying to exaggerate. So it's a little bit more than just a company. My DNA is SAP. So when I started LeverX in California, it was clear to me that there has to be something around SAP. So, and we became one of the strategic service suppliers for SAP and working on developing this exciting stuff, helping SAP. And of course, honestly, brutally honest, we're taking advantage of this relationship. When we go to customers, we're saying, we will help you, believe us, because we know what works and what doesn't work. We actually work why. We know why, because we help SAP a lot to develop this stuff. And it helps. It helps. Customers believe you, and we, of course, we know how important it is not to damage your image. And we know how important it is to do a great job. Because only one, you can screw up, that's it. You can start from 0 and minus 10 again. Or I'm wrong, yeah? What do you think? No, I'm not wrong. I know it for sure, because I also screw up in my life. Florian, thank you very much for coming here. Thank you once for your great presentation.
Thank you.
And all the best. Thank you.
So one thing that really stuck out in that presentation was how in the very beginning, Florian said that they're all about utilizing technology to create a better experience. I think that's important on a good day, but for a company of SAP's size and age to be laser focused on providing a better customer and user experience, I think that really says a lot. So congratulations on all the success. I did want to point out when the demo was typing into the generative AI Joule tool, it asked, please set up a new sales center. How many of you say please when you're typing into an AI tool? I do every time. I'm afraid like if I am not very thankful and saying please that it's going to give me a bad answer. So, quick housekeeping mention. We have an iPad giveaway. And so for those of you in the audience and in our online audience, now we have 259 people. When you're posting on LinkedIn about the conference and pictures and comments and things, use the hashtag LeverEdge2024. And at the end of the day today, we'll have a giveaway for the iPad, and also tomorrow at the end of the day, we'll have a giveaway for an iPad. So, next up, for another perspective on AI, we have Joshi Venugopal from Novartis. He's a general manager and head of Europe, and he's also had lots of other global experiences. Is going to give us his personal perspective on AI in the pharmaceutical industry, which I believe personally is one of the great industries to be impacted by leveraging AI. So, you should come on up.
Hello. Can you hear me? Okay, good. Wonderful. So thank you for inviting me for this session, and it's a real pleasure to be here. I'm going to talk about AI in pharmaceutical industry. And you know AI is a relatively nascent field, and human biology is extremely complex. So the use of AI in human biology and drug discovery. There is a lot of speculation, but time will tell what would be the reality. I'm coming from Europe, and I thought I'll start with the story of Madame Jean Calment, who was a very spirited lady who lived in the center of Paris. Madame Jean Calment did a deal with her lawyer when she was 90 years old. And that deal was unusual for that time. Reminiscent of the reverse mortgages that we know, the lawyer agreed to pay Madame a fixed amount every month till her death. In return, the lawyer could keep her very nice apartment in the center of Paris. So that was a deal. The lawyer, being a lawyer, did his due diligence. And he thought it's either a good deal or a very good deal. Because Jean Calment was 90 years old, well above the average life expectancy in Paris or France. And she was a chronic smoker, even at that age. To cut the long story short, she outlived the lawyer and the lawyer's son, and the lawyer's family ended up paying her more than twice the value of the apartment. She continued smoking till 117 years old, and she stopped not because of health issues, because her eyesight was getting diminished and she couldn't light the cigarettes. And she needed help, so she just gave it up. At her 120th birthday, when there was a small party, a few journalists came to her, and a young French journalist came to her and said, "Madam, we hope to see you next year too." And she looked up and said, "Why not? You seem to be in perfectly good health." She lived for another 2 years, and at the age of 122 years and 164 days, she still holds the world record for living the longest. Now, we know that this is an exception, not a rule. But does it have to be an exception, and can it be the rule? Jürgen, when we were talking during the breakfast, he was talking about a longevity expert who said that we can live till 120 years. And this is where that number roughly comes from. Now, if you look at the purpose of the pharmaceutical industry, it's obviously to prolong lives, but it's also to make sure that we age healthy. As you know, when we age beyond a certain point, the quality of life drops down, the disability associated with age goes up, and therefore the overall health quality in the later years are not optimal. So the goal is, of course, to help live longer, but also healthier, something I am sure everybody would agree. Now, I know this audience is more tech-centric, so I try to use an analogy to describe how human biology works. And let's take this construction site as an example. There will be a master blueprint for the construction, and there will be people, supervisors who makes copies of these blueprint, goes around to different parts of the construction site and help give instructions. And then there will be workers who really does the work, yeah? So 3 parts. So human biology works something like this. We have a master blueprint called as our genes or the DNA. Then, like the supervisors with the copy, we have something called as a RNA. RNA is copied from the gene on a regular basis. Sometimes it's sometimes turned on, sometimes it's turned off, and there are various levels of expression, but that's the way the body regulates it. And then the construction worker who really do the building are proteins. Yeah, so the DNA, RNA, proteins, that's the way human biology works. Now, if you look at all the drugs and the medicines in the world, more than 90%, probably more than 95% of all of them targets proteins. You look at Lipitor, it targets an enzyme, HMG-CoA synthase, it's a protein. You look at aspirin, it targets cyclooxygenase, it's a protein. You take insulin, it itself is a protein, right? You take, Diovan, it works on angiotensin receptor blocker, it's a protein. So vast majority of the drugs target protein. We were not able to target the genes or the RNA in the past, but the recent advances are changing it. So the druggable universe is significantly expanding than in the past. Even the proteins, not all the proteins are druggable. So even the druggable universe is limited, but now we have RNA and the DNA. Let me give you some examples of that. So first, I'm going to talk about something called as gene therapy. And gene therapy is basically when something goes wrong with the blueprint, can we address that? So I will talk about gene replacement therapy, where the blueprint is now working, the gene is not getting created, and we will give a gene into the body only once. Not like every day or every month, only once, and then the body continues to make that protein that is required. And last year, there was another new technology approved, which is called as gene editing. That means if there is something wrong with the sequence of the gene, you can just go and edit it and correct it, right? So that's another technology approved by FDA last year. Then I'll talk about cell therapy, where you take the cells from the body, you do genetic engineering and put it back, and that does some work. I'll give that examples. Let me go to these first two examples, and then I talk about the rest. Okay. So here, I'm going to talk about a disease condition called as spinal muscular atrophy. It's a rare genetic disease. The kids who get impacted by this disease are severely impacted. 60% of SMA patients have type 1 SMA, which is the most severe form. 90% of those patients die within 2 years, so very severe. So what happens? So let's say I decide to lift my hand. So my brain makes that decision. Brain communicates to my muscle through a neuron or nerve fibers, and then my muscle does the job. In patients with this condition, these neurons die very fast. When they're born, it's fine, but every day neurons start to die. And once the neurons die, neurons don't regenerate. So the kids who have this disease, they cannot breathe. Breathing requires muscle movements. They cannot walk. They cannot move their fingers sometimes. And they cannot even swallow, because swallow also requires muscle movements. And that's why a lot of these kids with severe forms die by the age of 2. Now, I'm going to show a video of Amelia, who has a less severe version called as the SMA type 2. That's why she survived. She's probably now 18 years old. And she is in the wheelchair. And you will see her sister who is running around. And I'll tell what's the difference between them after I show the video. So, Amelia has a very difficult life. Even though she's alive, she misses 50% of her schools. She has constant infections, and she has a lot of doctor visits, right? But look at her sister. She has exactly the same disease. She's running around like a normal kid. So So what happened was, because Amelia had this disease, the doctor suspected that Lena, her sister, would also have that disease. So as soon as Lena was born, they immediately diagnosed for this disease. And they gave this gene therapy that I talked about for the SMN1 gene. And that is why she is like a perfectly healthy kid. So it's a question between life and death, almost a perfect life versus something like death or disability. And this is the latest picture from the Great Ormond Street Hospital in London. Lena is a little bit of a celebrity there. She's one of the early patients who got this gene therapy, and her sister, while disabled, still is a patient at the hospital. So these are the miracles that are happening in the field of biology and drug discovery. Now, for these drugs to be effective, you need to act early. Remember, time passes, neurons die. Neurons do not regenerate, so you cannot reverse the disease. So it's very important you diagnose early on and treat. And most of the time, it's too early, that it's too late to diagnose. Amelia was diagnosed after 1 year. She was not moving well, went to the doctor. Doctor said, it'd be fine, you're very worrying too much. So the diagnosis often takes time. Now, in many parts of the world, every kid that is born is screened for this disease immediately. So in the United States, almost all kids, unless you opt out, will be subject to a newborn screening. 20 plus countries in Europe has this. So Latvia has this as an example. And the moment a baby is born, they screen it, and if they suspect, even before any symptoms, they give the gene therapy, because you cannot or should not wait for the symptoms to appear, okay? Let me tell you another story. This is a little bit older. This is a patient called as Emily Whitehead. Emily was diagnosed with a condition called as acute lymphoid leukemia, a blood cancer. As you can see, she is getting chemotherapy from that machine. It's her father on the back. You can see as a side effect of chemotherapy, she has lost her hair. She's very frail, and that's why she's using a walker. And after the chemotherapy use for 2 years, her disease relapsed. And the doctor said, you can go home and pray. There is nothing much more we can do. So the scientists in the hospital tried something radically new, which was never tried before. So they did this. They took the blood from Emily, and they took the T cells, which are the immune cells that attacks bacteria and viruses, and they re-engineered in the laboratory to teach how the T cells can selectively go and kill the cancer cells in Emily's body. So it's using Emily's immune defense and teaching that immune defense and say, okay, you know how to attack a bacteria. We are going to teach you how to attack the cancer cells that she has, because the cancer cells is a marker called a CD19 expressed in the surface. So they re-engineered that and re-injected to the patient. So what happened? They did this experiment, and Emily felt really ill. She underwent something called as a cytokine release syndrome. High fever, body was swelling, she has difficulty to breathe. And they put her in a coma, induced coma, and she was in ventilator for 14 days. And in clinical trials, when you have something bad like that, you start to write a grade 5 report. This is to tell the FDA, well, our first patient has died, and then the trial is immediately stopped, right? So the guy wrote the letter, but luckily he did not send it. The blood tests came back, and they saw there was a high level of a protein called as interleukin-6 in her body. And the doctors gave some medicines for interleukin-6, and then she recovered very well. And then, it's probably more than 10 years, she's fully cancer-free. it's complete remission. It's a cure of cancer in a case, and almost 80% of the patients in that trial had complete remission. So all the happenings after the therapy was a good thing. It was because the therapy was working. Because when the T cells went and attacked the cancer cells, it released a lot of cytokines as an immune response, and that's why she had this incident. But now we know how to manage it. Every time we do CAR-T, we give the anti-inflammatory drugs, etc., so it's become a standard protocol. Now, CAR-T is extremely beneficial in blood cancers. People have tried that in solid tumors. It has not worked well. And now there is a huge amount of interest in autoimmune disorders like lupus, like rheumatoid arthritis, etc. So there's a lot of work going on with CAR-Ts. But you know, it's a very complex thing. You need to take cells from the patient, send it to a lab, re-engineer, bring it back. So it's a very laborious process and also expensive because of that. So we talked about the other two. Then there is the RNA interference, siRNAs, antisense oligonucleotides. You probably also remember the COVID vaccine that came from Moderna, which was also at the level of RNA. Very briefly about the other two. You know, when patients have cancer, the standard treatment is radiation and chemotherapy. Yeah? Now, the antibody drug conjugates are trying to make it more targeted. Because when you get chemotherapy, I don't know if you know anybody who has gone through chemotherapy, it's a horrific experience. Yeah? You vomit a lot, you lose your hair. It's pretty tough. So antibody drug conjugates, they have the chemotherapy, but it's linked to an antibody who can recognize cancer cells. So it only goes to those cancer cells and try to destroy the cancer cells. So the healthy cells are, by and large, less impacted. The other one, radioligand therapy, is the same thing. You have the radioisotope linked to a ligand that also knows how to identify the cancer cells, so the radiation is targeted to the cancer cells. So the first gene therapy and the second gene therapy is in the Novartis portfolio. The first cell therapy that I showed you is in the Novartis portfolio. RNA interference, we are not the pioneers, but we have multiple. Same with antibody drug conjugates. We have multiple drugs, but not the pioneers. Radioligand, we are the pioneers. The first radioligand therapy was approved last year for prostate cancer, and that is a Novartis product. So we are at the forefront of these innovations. Now, that's all great, but we have a problem. You all know the Moore's law, and where the computing power becomes faster and less expensive over time, right? So that's fantastic. Over time, things get cheaper and better. In the pharmaceutical industry, we have the Vroom's law, which is the opposite. As time goes by, it becomes slower and more expensive to develop drugs. So while we have all these fascinating new technologies, the productivity, the R&D productivity is suboptimal in our industry. And it is in this context that I want to talk about AI and what it could do to the drug discovery and development. So this is the stages on how we develop drugs. First, we discover a target. What target in the body do you want to modulate? Then we make a medicine. We engineer in the lab, a lot of chemistry. We try to attack the target. And then preclinical, first we do the work in animals. And if the drug is pretty safe and effective, we try in healthy volunteers, which is called as a phase 1 trial. Then if it is good enough, we try in the phase 2 and phase 3. Phase 2 is try to identify the dose mostly, and then phase 3 are the very large clinical trials in patients. And if the data is good, we go to the regulators like FDA in the US. And as you can see, the cumulative cost would continue to go, and it reaches roughly $2 billion to produce one drug. Why $2 billion? It's because a lot of drugs fail, so you also need to pay for the failures. Yeah? 1 out of every drug that goes to phase 1 gets approval, 9 fails. That's why we are thinking about how can we predict better which drugs will succeed and which will not. And AI will have a profound influence on all of these. And I will argue that the early impact of AI would be on the clinical trials, and the later impact will be in the discovery phase. But the later impacts, I think, will be much more profound. Let me explain what I mean. So if I look at what can happen with AI in pharmaceutical industry, there are things that can happen faster, the low-hanging fruits, but their impact will be relatively modest. And there are things that will take time, but their impact would be much bigger. So for example, in clinical trial operations, when we do this trial, AI can better predict which sites may have more patients, because we want to be fast in getting the drug developed. Or it can help the doctors identify which patients may be best responsive for this drug, so recruit these kind of patients very fast. So those kind of things can happen. Then AI can also, looking at the clinical trial data, think which are the patients who will benefit the most. Remember, we have drugs approved for a lot of diseases, but not every patient benefits the same. So identifying which subpopulations of the patients are more likely to benefit and target the drug for those patients is something that can happen also relatively straightforward. The other two are much more impactful. Can you use AI to design a drug? And more importantly, can you use machine learning to identify new targets, proteins, genes, because we still don't know how many diseases works. So this is a chart for the United States, 15 to 50-year-olds, and this calculates the years lost in disability. So these are conditions that cause ill health in this age group. And you can see a large portion of this is neuropsychiatric disorders. If you increase the age group, of course, heart failure and all those things start to come in, but you can see a large chunk of that is neuromuscular psychiatric disorders. Even you could argue that alcohol and drugs have also linkage to neurology and brain. And this is an area we don't understand the science. We still don't understand what causes depression. How does schizophrenia happen? Through serendipity, we have discovered some drugs in the past, and we kind of use it, but they are suboptimal drugs. And this is the area that will probably benefit the most from machine learning-enabled target discovery. Now, I'm going to focus the rest of the talk on the drug designs. Remember, I told you it's mostly proteins that are used for drug targeting. And first thing we used to do is to identify the structure of a protein. Protein has a three-dimensional structure. It can be like this, like this, like this. Unless you don't know the structure, you cannot design a drug to go and block it, as an example. So you need to understand the structure of the protein. The way to do that was called X-ray crystallography. You make the proteins into crystals, you bombard with X-ray, you look at the patterns of which how this is scattered, and you form a map, and then based on that map, you speculate what will be the structure of the protein. Identifying structure of one protein was a PhD thesis. You spend 3.5 years doing just one protein. It's a Nobel Prize winning techniques. And it was a very time consuming. People do structures, put it in a database, then move to the next one. That's how the field used to work. And now, AI has learned to do it better and faster. The great example is Google DeepMind. They just need to know the sequence of the protein, which is very easy. They put it to the algorithms, and you get the structure of the protein. Very simple. Yeah? 3 years of work replaced probably by 30 minutes or 1 hour. This used to be the place that holds the conference, which was called as the Olympics of Protein Structure. This conference, called as a Critical Assessment of Structural Prediction, is a very nerdy conference, as you can imagine. Used to go and people tried to solve structures. For many years, the output was stagnant, and for the last 2 times, it started to leapfrog. Why? The AI was introduced. So you can see this was in the 2020 session. You could see the performance of the competitors. The number 1 was AlphaFold 2 team. Yeah? So the DeepMind team. Many of the people below also used AI, but they used different AI. The only person who didn't use AI came up 57th ranking. It is a very clear example of AI outcompeting human ingenuity, at least in this case. Now, DeepMind do not participate in this competition anymore, but everybody else uses DeepMind to do this prediction. So in the past, we designed drugs using something called as high throughput screening. Every pharmaceutical company has a big library of products. And once we know this is the target we want to hit, we will make sure we will try to get all these products one by one and see if it works or not. Now we are doing computer-aided drug designing. We are learning to iterate the molecules. But in the future, we are able to design drugs using generative chemistry. So in the past, we were limited by the compounds that we had in our proprietary library. In the future, AI, like companies like Isomorphic Labs, Recursion, they design molecules that doesn't even exist in the nature. They look at the protein and say, which is the molecule that can best bind and block it? But they also look at, would it create safety problems elsewhere? Would they be permeable into the cells? How would the pharmacokinetics, they can predict all of these things using generative chemistry. Designing molecules, and Mother Earth is a great chemist, and it has fantastic molecules already in store, but the future is about designing drugs unbiased by what is existing in the nature or in the libraries of pharmaceutical chemistry, and that is very, very impressive. And Novartis has collaborations with Isomorphic Labs as an example. Now, I want to remind you that when computer-aided drug design came, this was a cover of Fortune magazine in 1981. They said it's going to be the next industrial revolution. It helped, but it did not create a revolution. So we need to be mindful that, would it be a hope or a hype? We don't know. I have very good reasons to believe that AI is going to create significant impact, but time will only tell. These are the list of AI-designed molecules that are in clinical trials. None of them have reached phase 3. Maybe the first one is in phase 2, phase 3. The rest of them are in early stages of clinical trials. So we need to see what will go through and how many of them will make it. But there is movement there. So going back to the living longer and healthier, this is a chart showing the number of centenarians, people above 100 years, in the United States. So when I compare roughly to when I was born, so probably 10,000 centenarians, now it's almost 100,000. It's tenfold increase of centenarians in my lifetime. It's a very big increase. You don't see that increase because we are projecting the future, and that curve is even higher. And this is even supposed to go much higher. So there is already a very strong trend of people growing a lot living a lot longer. And this does not account into AI or any of the things that I have just said. It's just a secular trend and the projection of it based on some other factors. Madame Jean Calment, during her 100th birthday, somebody asked her, "Madame, what is the best thing about being a centenarian?" She said, "No peer pressure." But that will likely change thanks to the advances in medicine, but hopefully also enabled by the AI. I thank you for your time. Thank you.
So just a quick housekeeping note that we have the two other stages, the yellow stage and the green stage, are underway. So if there's content there that is of interest to you and applicable to your situation, then feel free to move over there. So I just want to point out, I thought that that session was incredibly inspiring. And thinking about how AI technology, large companies are focused on creating new solutions that are really life impacting, I think is amazing. And when we talk about AI today, so much of what we know and believe is what we see happening literally today. Oh, ChatGPT hallucinated and gave me some weird answer, or the picture, everybody had 6 fingers, or it's a bubble. So those things, I think we need to understand that, yes, that's real, but we need to think longer term, and we need to think about bigger opportunities in the future of where AI is going to be in 2, 5, 10, 15 years from today. That the technology is moving so quickly that technology only goes up, AI only goes up and to the right, that the new breakthroughs, the new opportunities, the new industries that are going to be created is really going to be breathtaking. So I want to just remind all of us that we need to think bigger. And we need to support our local entrepreneurs that are building new businesses and creating new jobs, utilizing AI and machine learning and other technologies, because they're going to be the next Novartis companies of the world. So as we get set up for our next session, this one's going to be particularly interesting, just because I have a connection to chambers of commerce, but careful. We're going to bring up 3 chamber leaders that have a true global perspective on not only what's happening in business around the world, but specifically how local companies, startups, nonprofits, et cetera, are utilizing artificial intelligence to create new opportunities. Thank you so much. So let's bring up Rene, who's the chairman of the board, president and CEO of the Swiss American Chamber of Commerce, Alfred Sanchez, who's the president and CEO of the Greater Miami Chamber of Commerce, and Vincent Sibilia, who's the director general of the Geneva Chamber of Commerce. And that's not Geneva, Illinois, that's Geneva, Switzerland, which I always get screwed up when I'm doing a search online for more information. So, thank you. Thank you for coming. So I have a particular love and interest of chambers of commerce in that for 10 years, I was vice chair of the Chicagoland Chamber of Commerce, one of the largest and oldest chambers in the United States. And through that experience, really understood the opportunity and the power of chambers in their local communities. And the nice thing is that there is a chamber or chamber-like organization in every city and town around the world. And historically, they're the most connected organization to business, government, education, nonprofit, finance, and more. So I think there's an incredible opportunity for chambers today and in the future to be the center of these new entrepreneurial ecosystems that we're building out, to be the centers of new investment opportunities. And so we're really lucky to have the three of you on stage today. So thank you. And now we're up to 250 people watching online. So we have a global audience for our global panel. So thank you. Let's start out just to level set for the three of you. And we can start here with Rene. That I'd love to get a sense, how are you personally or your organization utilizing AI to do things that you might not have been able to do a couple of years ago?
Well, thank you first. I'm very honored to be here this morning. And when I was asked to participate in the panel, I was extremely enthusiastic about just the next moment to regret what I said, because AI is not really what I'm coming from. But yeah, I mean, personally, the way I use AI, probably as everyone here too, is ChatGPT. That's probably my first contact with AI that I know of, right? And so I use ChatGPT for all sorts of purposes, particularly when I have a brain fog. You know, I ask ChatGPT for answers, and normally he gives me relatively good answers. And that, in combination with some writing assistance, that's how I use it on a day-to-day basis. But then, of course, something that we have to realize, we have been probably for years and years already confronted with AI without even knowing that we are confronted with AI. And I'll just give a couple of examples. Now, if you buy something online, then probably this online platform is AI-powered. If you book a hotel through a booking platform, probably this is AI-powered application. And or if you're an avid music listener and you have a subscription with Spotify, with Apple Music, then obviously you have to assume this is AI-powered. And I was in a conference just before this panel, and the speaker was a guy from Visa, the CEO of Latin America. And he told us that they use AI for the last 30 years, which I found extremely impressive, basically for fraud detection. So this is not just since ChatGPT is on the market that AI exists. It goes much further back, something that was kind of revealing this morning.
So I think that that's a really interesting point, because I often will ask business leaders, government leaders, et cetera, how long have you been utilizing AI? And some aren't using it at all, or they don't think they are. Some say a year, or since ChatGPT came out a year and a half ago. But what you're saying is totally true. AI has been in the background of our day-to-day lives for the last 20, 30, 40 years. And AI itself isn't new. AI has been around for 50, 60 years. So thanks for elevating that.
Absolutely.
Alfred, what about you?
Well, don't tell them, but I've been having a love affair with Siri and Alexa for several days. So I use ChatGPT as well. I have a funny story, because that way I started using it was I went to see Madeline Pumariega, who's the president of Miami-Dade College, to recruit her to be the next chair. And, I had worked an hour on my 10 points, and I was on point number 2. She took out her phone. She asked ChatGPT, why should I consider being the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce? And ChatGPT, in 4 seconds, gave her 10 points. And I was amazed. And she read through every one of them, and she had every single one of them but one. And that was what I sort of closed with, which is, and you get to work with me. And she did, and she took the job anyway. but I mean, for me, it's been great. I think all of our staff is using it. The chamber has really been leaning in the past couple of years. Right now, we have actually a company using AI to mine through our own database to create profiles of our members, what they like by industry. So what are they using of our products, and how do those products correlate with retention? So basically engagement. And then we're going to be using that as basically KPIs for our membership team to make sure that in each different industry, our members are using the services that they're telling us best keeps them engaged. That's one way. And then I think the other thing is we're working with an agentic systems company. And what we're doing is putting together agentic systems for us to go out. There are 120,000 businesses in Miami. 97.5% of them are small businesses under 100. We've got a lot of services and products that they could help, that they could use. For instance, we have an affordable healthcare product that's saving businesses 20, 30%, but they don't know about it. So we're using this agentic system to cull through that database and find those companies that best meet the profile, and then market to them until they come and ask for the product. So that's how we're using it. We're only just getting into it, right? I mean, it's all new to us, but we're trying to turn from an old 117-year-old organization to a chamber that's really responsive and living in today's 21st century.
So I talk to chamber leaders all over the world, and if there's one thing that so many are trying to navigate through is, after 117 years, how do they become relevant for the next 117 years? And people would always tell me, it's like, oh yeah, my dad was a member of the chamber, kind of thing. So what you're talking about is leveraging technology to create a better experience, to offer a higher level of service, and maybe even going through your data saying like, wow, we never realized that these 150 SMBs have a need for X, we can provide that.
Yeah, exactly right. And not only, I mean, a lot of the stuff that we're using it for, we don't have the manpower to do it otherwise, right? And it's really allowing us to do things that we just have never been able to do before.
Amazing, amazing. Vincent, what about from a European perspective?
Well, thank you. I'm delighted to be on stage. Thank you, Ted, for having me, and extend my gratitude to LeverX. Indeed, I've crossed the Atlantic Ocean to be here in the Sunshine State, the Wall Street of the South, as the mayor branded it. Again, the Geneva Chamber of Commerce has been advocating the business community and its interests for 160 years now. And in that respect, as you rightly highlighted, being a private institution, we need to embrace the entrepreneurial spirit, which is enshrined in our DNA. And we need to make sure that we are ahead of the curve and that innovation be truly parts of our genes. This is what we've humbly tried to achieve at the Geneva Chamber. And stepping back, maybe to provide you with some concepts. Geneva, Switzerland, in the heart of Europe, a landlocked country whose prosperity derives from its openness to the world and from innovation, which is truly key to our nation. Hence the reason why Switzerland appears #1 for consecutive years in terms of innovation. Because we have no commodities with the exception of water, our blue gold, and hence we need to bank on gray cells and the talent pool that we have in Switzerland. This is particularly true in Geneva, which is well known for the watchmaking industry or chocolate testing or financial services that we have in common with Miami. But it is possibly less known for innovation. And by the way, the World Wide Web was invented, the cradle of it was the CERN, the largest laboratory research in the world, based out of Geneva. If I'm saying this, of course, I'm totally biased, but because there is obviously an innovation culture that chambers not only have been following, and we've been in operation since 1865, but have been leading the curve, and we need to be trailblazers in that respect. And again, this is all about a business model, how we remain relevant to our members, because we're a member-centric organization. And at the end of the day, I have an eye on my P&L, and I need to make sure, and I'm speaking under the auspices of our treasurer, board member Olivier, who's in the room. We need to make sure that not only we can deliver to the benefit of our members, but that we remain relevant in what we achieve. Hence the reason why at the Chamber we invest heavily in innovation. And from an AI perspective, you can maybe tell from the fact that I'm the only one, with Alfred wearing a tie here, that I'm not absolutely a geek. But, and I must confess, I never use ChatGPT to produce any of my speech. I tend to believe that maybe my speech are less intelligent, but at least they're not artificial. So that's the way I process. But in terms of making use of AI to the benefit of our members, what we're about to launch at the Geneva Chamber is truly is a true marketplace, because at the end of the day, this is what we're relevant for. We're here to allow businesses and those who are not yet member of the Geneva Chamber of Commerce, please join to ensure that they can capture some market shares. To that extent, we are creating a marketplace that will leverage, that's the good term today, that will leverage artificial intelligence to make sure that the good connections can occur between the relevant type of services and goods of our members. So we leave it to AI to make sure that, again, we can grow our market, grow our community within the chamber, and remain, as we've always been, the force of business in Geneva and abroad. Thank you.
So I'm lucky that I get to spend a lot of time in Geneva. I'm actually part owner of a geopolitical think tank just up the road in Chamonix, France. And I know that in Geneva there is a huge amount of talent. Have you actively brought someone in to own your tech and innovation efforts, or who owns that at your chamber?
Excellent question, and again, to echo what has just been said, one of our constraints within chambers is the manpower. We have the talent pool, but the only way for us to remain agile and move forward is to really build on outside resources, and hence operate along the side of partnerships. Because at the end of the day, we're not here to compete with our own members. We are here to promote our members. So it's by making use of the capacities that we find within our members, assembling it, providing it as a service by the chamber to the benefit of the broader community. This is the way we operate.
Remember earlier I mentioned you don't have to do it alone. You can find partners.
And indeed, and together, as the say goes, we will go further, and this is really the logic that has been underlying any initiatives by the chamber since its inception.
I love that. Alfred, let's look outside the chamber.
Okay.
What sort of success stories have you seen in your community of businesses or organizations leveraging AI to really leapfrog into the future?
Well, listen, that's a great question. I don't think there have been enough of those, especially, like I said, in a community that's so prevalently small business. Those small businesses tend not to really know about AI, so we're really leaning into that to try to get to them, to understand what AI is, because everybody has this idea that AI is, iRobot, who's going to take over the world, and what's the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie? Terminator, right? I mean, so, and I think it's really about how do we get them educated and then have them understand, like we're using, right? Which we're trying to be the model for that. How you can use AI to give you the manpower that you would never be able to afford and scale you up to be able to afford it. So I think that's one of the things we're doing. But from a community general perspective, I think our county is really leaning into that. We have if you've been here for a while, you know that we have a bit of a traffic problem that seems to correlate with communities that people want to live in. So, you take the good with the bad, but we're trying to solve it. And the mayor and the chamber went to Israel. We went to Japan to look at artificial intelligence and how it can help us solve the traffic problems. We've brought in a company from Israel, Moby, to do our smart signals. So that hopefully will help to alleviate some of that. We met with companies in Japan to bring in things like battery cars that are, et cetera, et cetera. It's just, we're trying to revolutionize how we use technology and artificial intelligence to really solve part of the problem of transportation. But I think, again, for us, it's really about how do we help those small businesses leapfrog? The Royal Caribbeans, the Celebrity Cruises. And you have one of the my friend Lisa Lutoff used to be with Celebrity, is coming. They've been using it incredibly for decades in terms of passenger experience, et cetera. So now I think it's really, for us, it's really about pushing it down to the small businesses so they can scale up.
Rene, what are you seeing in your community?
Well, which community? The community here, covered by Alfred, or the community in Switzerland? Because obviously we are Swiss Americans, so we basically promote business on both sides.
Let's say Swiss.
So let's about Swiss, because I think it's an interesting case. to the extent that probably some of you know that there are two top-ranking federal institutes of technologies in Switzerland. One ETH in Zurich, and the other is the APFL in Lausanne. And they are really at the forefront of AI. ETH, or ETH, as it's called in Zurich, as part of the mission, they have created just not that long ago a central AI hub. And so what they do is they foster researchers, they train entrepreneurs, but also they create and nurture startups. To give a figure, in 2023, there were 21 startups that came out of this AI hub, central AI hub. And these, the last figure that I heard is 31 startups. Of them, there are 5 in the top 100 startups in Switzerland. And so what is good about this is these startups then intertwine with the Swiss ecosystem. And I'll give you an example. And this is an example I know because the Swiss American Chamber of Commerce, the chairmanship that I have, is just a side hustle. I work for a company that is involved in, engaged in travel retail. And Lindensprüngli, one of the chocolate manufacturers in Switzerland, is one of our suppliers. So what they do is they have taken one of those startups that come out of the AI hub in Switzerland to help them to improve operational excellence. And particularly what they did is they use the tools, the software tools that they have developed in order to standardize the quality of their product across all the factories that they have across the globe. And that is just one example. But there are other examples as well that also come out from this central AI hub. And this is a kind of, I would say, environment that also in the future is going to be creating a lot of such startups that help then the entire ecosystem in Switzerland. So the hospital, the University Hospital in Zurich is an example. I have here UBS, but they obviously have the financial capability and capacity to do it themselves, especially on fraud detection, on data security, on customer service. That's what they do. But also ABB is a good example of how they use very intensively AI for robotics, but also for predictive maintenance purposes in order to understand when they need to do maintenance on their product. So that is a couple of examples, but what important is there's a Federal Institute of Technology that basically nurture the startups that are going to shape the future of AI in Switzerland.
So that's one of the exciting opportunities around AI is that within your answer, you mentioned about 7 different industries. So that AI is applicable really everywhere. The one you didn't mention, and I'd be interested to get your take on this, are you seeing startups that are focusing on sustainability, broader climate initiatives, or even ethics?
Yeah, absolutely. We have just time constraints, so we could go on and on and on and on. But there are very good examples also in Switzerland of startups that have exactly that as their main mission is sustainability, ecological aspects, not that they look into it, improvement of air quality, improvement of water quality, etc., etc. So there are tons of examples that I could mention. Just because we don't have the time to go into more details, it's impossible for me to just further elaborate on that. But yes, there are tons of.
That's good to hear. Alfred?
So, I mean, I think it's a great point, especially in the startups area. Again, addressing some of the issues that we're having today. I talked about transportation. We partnered with Salim Ismail from Singularity, and we put together a competition, sort of a hack, to encourage AI solutions for for traffic, and they came up with Velocity. There's a company that came up with, we awarded them, and now they're still operating, which basically gives real-time rewards for using the transportation system, so that really pushes folks to use that system. And then the other thing is that the U.S. Department of Commerce named Miami the global tech hub for environmental issues. And so we've been really helping to scale up a lot of the AI companies in predictive analytics in terms of, you know, what are sea level rise going to look like, and then some of the solutions to that problem. So I think, you know, really embracing AI to solve the community problems has also sort of given rise to this entirely new industry here in Miami.
I think it's great that the U.S. government has been creating these like focused hubs, and we have one in Chicago, we've got climate here in Miami, so I think that's a great opportunity to fund even more startups, more research and development, et cetera. How many of you have been to the Swiss or French Alps? Oh, so a lot of you, which is great. Beautiful, beautiful place. What's interesting, and I think it ties the connection of the Alps into Miami and southern Florida, is the impact of climate change and the rate at which the glaciers are receding, permafrost is melting, there's been lots of rock slides. I was there a couple weeks ago, huge, horrible rock slide. Vincent, in your part of the world, what are you seeing from a climate perspective in that?
Thank you, Ted, and for alluding to this. I was in Chamonix myself just 3 days ago, and it's true that you can witness from yourself how glaciers are receding. And again, Switzerland that's neighboring France, but being a landlocked country in the heart of Europe and a very alpine one, we're being hit hard by climate change. So I guess it's on top of the agenda of all decision makers, and it should be so. We've just witnessed the floodings and the tragic damages caused by Hurricane Helene here in Florida. So again, AI is also there as a tool, because eventually this is what it is. It's an instrument. What's absolutely key with AI, and you've rightly mentioned the fact that it spreads through a very broad spectrum and really in all clusters, but is the user that we made of it. And there's an interesting conference taking place in Geneva, organized by one of the 80 international organizations that are headquartered in Geneva and make our city a very global village and a capital of global governance, because multilateralism in tackling these issues is absolutely key. So we need to have that common dialogue. That conference is branded AI for Good, and it's hosted by the International Telecommunication Union, and really looks at the very purpose behind the use of AI. And I think the debate lays there. And again, as a chamber, and I mentioned the fact that we need to work on our USP, make sure that we bring added value and return on investment to the benefit of our members, working on our differentiating factors. So what we need to focus on is how we can make use of AI to the benefit of business, also taking on board ethics, which to me are absolutely key, hence the AI for Good, which I mentioned. Let me quote 3 examples here within our community that reflects what AI can effectively produce as an outcome. Within the finance world, and this is something we have in common with Miami, AI is extensively being used by all players to detect and deter any frauds, but also to work on all anti-money laundering matters and make sure that KYC be properly conducted. And here there's a huge, as was pictured on the screen, there's been a leapfrog here in the use of resources and again the scope of information available. So that's one. In health-related factor, and we just had a very relevant example by Novartis, which is one of the leading Swiss firms, at how AI can truly be the game changer within the health industry. This is being used on a daily basis by all health operating players in Geneva. And finally, this is something which is well known to all of us, within the watchmaking industry, AI together with blockchain is being used in very concrete supply chain issues, and also, and that would make the link with sustainability in the broader term, because sustainability also goes with the social component to it, to make sure that the traceability of all the components within a watch are not only reflect the commitments the company takes with respect to preventing any child labor in the countries where the gold, for instance, was extracted. So again, just to quote 3 examples within 3 different areas where AI has truly penetrated the day-to-day work of those working, hopefully, for good.
Wow, I love you mentioned the watch industry. We all think of the watch industry as being much more traditional, unless you're wearing an iWatch, and that's completely different. But it's applicable for every single industry. So Alfred, I'd love to get your advice for those in the audience and watching who might not have taken either that first step or a big enough step into understanding how AI can make a difference.
Well, I mean, I think the first thing is that there are, as we were mentioning before, the chamber is as good as our membership, and there are so many companies within the membership that really are experts in this. And I think if you don't really understand AI, your chamber will have the resources to connect you with a company that can not only explain it to you, but could very quickly develop models for you to be able to use it and monetize it in a significant way.
Rene, what about you?
Sorry, the question on...
How do business owners, business leaders, organization heads, how do they take that first step into realizing the potential for artificial intelligence in their organization?
Well, I would like to mention here a survey that has been conducted among about 100 Swiss companies just recently, and it's interesting what came out from this survey. And the first thing is that most companies have an AI strategy, but a large number of those companies don't have a budget. And the other thing is interesting that most companies lack of competences. So basically they don't find, they have maybe leadership, but don't find the underlying people that drive and implement the strategy. So these are the main barriers. And also what seems to be is that small companies and startups have more difficulties to fund the implementation of a strategy. And that might change over time, but for the time being, it is so that it seems that AI is something that is good for big companies and small companies struggle. Now, also what was revealing is that Swiss, and that's probably a little bit in contrast to the US, they don't seem to jump just on the bandwagon to be part of the hype. So they are more pragmatic in the approach. They think twice because it's a lot of money and they need to make sure that there is a return on the investment. So this is a little bit what refers to Swiss companies. There is a Swiss AI report that is issued annually. It's downloadable if you're interested in, and that has this survey if you are interested. But that is what came out. Then there's another 2 issues, or one issue that's about pitfalls, and it seems that what came out of surveys as well is the risk of over-reliance. And the other part is the AI distrust. And I think what is important here again is that there is a good middle way that can be found among those companies that have an interest to introduce and to launch in the near future an AI strategy.
Just to close this out, as we're out of time.
Very briefly, you mentioned a word that is absolutely key to us and to any players within the business community, which is trust. And trust really rest at the forefront. We have a concept in the area where I come from, the Lake Geneva region, which is called Trust Valley, because at the end of the day, what unites us is the necessity to ensure that there's a level playing field marked by trust. And there, the authorities also have a role to play. Switzerland is a very liberal country. We believe in the strength of entrepreneurship, and therefore we are not regulating AI, except with best practices that are based on a self-regulatory approach. But we see tendencies in that respect. I understand California the governor has just relinquished the AI Act that they were about to pass, and I think this is a safe option. Maybe not to Florida because they were willing to welcome all the companies leaving California to settle down here. But again, we need to be pragmatic in the way we handle this, but with trust at as the most critical asset to any endeavor. Thank you.
Well, thank you all for your valuable insights and your time. This seems like a great group to follow up with at lunch or later on this evening if you have more questions about what's happening in your communities. So thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
That was great. I think one of the big takeaways there, especially at the end, is that AI is not a short-term deliverable. That AI is something that becomes part of your mindset, becomes part of how the organization operates on a day-to-day basis. So think about it that way. Great pick. Okay. Next up, we have Anchal Gupta, who's the Chief Technology Officer at American Airlines. And I wanted to point this out because I think this is just remarkable. She has successfully managed platforms processing an astonishing 2.2 quadrillion of securities in a year. I don't even know if the screen is big enough to show all the zeros that are in 2.2 quadrillion, but talk about being able to do things at scale. Anchal is our person for that. So come on up.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for that introduction. I do believe that when I joined, that quadrillion number was new to me. And something that, since it's so relevant, I'm going to talk about data, right? But before I start, I want to reflect on the panel that I just heard. And I think a couple of things on that panel which really, really are important part of how we think about data is how do you do it responsibly? And how do you make sure it's accessible to all with ease? I think those are the two big things that I heard. And also, I'm very keen on getting the AI report, that I heard about. So that's something I would follow up back on. Hey, so my talk today is going to be on a topic which is the foundation of all the conversations we've had today around AI and generative AI. So beneath the layer of AI and generative AI is all what we call data, and how do you modernize your data so that you can create the solutions that you just heard people talk about. I would like to start off by, I know many of you know American Airlines, but I want to start off by sharing what do we do and what do we stand for as an organization, right? So our biggest job that we have, or the only job that we have, is to care for people in life's journey. And when we care for people in life's journey, I guess that's the most important thing that you can imagine to do. And we want to make sure while we are doing it, we want to be reliable. You don't want to be at the airport and not know if my flight is going to go or not go. You don't want to be sending a package through our package service and say we're going to reach somewhere or not reach. So you want to be reliable each time and every time. Of course, you want to make money. No business is without money. We want to make money. That's our goal, to make money. And the third biggest pillar of our strategy as a company is we want to be accountable. Accountable for what we say we're going to do and deliver, so the customers can trust us. Okay. Okay, is that a sign? Am I going to? Okay, okay, I'm looking for some cue to say, should I go on? Should I wait? People on the phone, I think we're just trying to solve for a fire emergency, I guess, so I'm going to wait. Everybody's here, so I guess I'm going to start, and when the push us out of here, we'll go out. So, but one thing that I have to say, I don't feel comfortable because we're all about safety. And listening to that message, my urge is to run away, but since I'm being assured it's all calm, so I'm going to continue. So I just talked about reliability, profitability, and accountability for our customer each time and every time. On that basis, how we are thinking about data, I want to take you back a little bit in time. And I will date myself a little bit by saying that who knows here, by show of hands, when was the first ever form of internet built in the world? I won't put you guys on spot. Like, let me just say it was 1969 in UCLA. That was the first ever form of internet that was built. Okay, I'm going to ask you this easier question this time. Does anybody know when was the first semblance of a real world, today's world, internet formed? When was it created? Any guesses? Just name a year, not the month, but year's good. 1983. So it's not that long ago. It was not that long ago that our modern world internet was created. And why I'm talking about it is because the whole world changed on that day the internet was invented, because you have global customers now. All of a sudden, what you could do through a retail store, through a physical store, changed. Your customers changed, your demographic changed, and your expectation changed. Who you sell to changed. Who you market to changed. So therefore, that day is very important for us. And then came the revolution about Internet of Things, big data. Everybody wanted to do everything. And that was an era that lasted like 15 years. It's still going on. But now on top of it, it's piled on with how do I do things faster? That's AI and ML. And also now, on top of it, how do you do generative AI? How do you let a system make a decision on your behalf? And that will only come with trust on the data. And I'm going to pause there, and I'm going to quote one of the things that I heard Einstein said was, I don't store anything in my head if I can easily get it or access it in a book. Later, people refuted, or he may or may not have said it, but that's what was a statement related to him. So in businesses, it is important to relate to that statement because no matter what you do, you cannot attribute your business outcomes to what individuals on your company can store in their brains. You have to attribute your business to the stores of data that you can rely on, stores of data that you can trust and believe in. Of course, you need people to do that, but I cannot combine two people's heads and brains together. I had to have meaningful information. So therefore, data is the driver for everything in business. Imagine running a business or a marketing campaign and not knowing who you're marketing to. Imagine running an airline not knowing if my plane is full, have I sold all the seats or not? How do you know all of that information? You know it because you have data as a foundation. But can you know, we have a fleet of over 1,000 planes. So if all the 1,000 planes are full or not, what routes do I fly to? How do I know all of that? All of that information is part of what we do at American each and every day to make decisions. But this was just like, I felt like a history lesson. Another thing that I will want to talk about on this slide is the evolution of technology. A lot of members who came on the stage today talked about the evolution of technology, right? I feel like I'm a unique generation who have seen an era where there was no technology. I didn't have a phone growing up. My parents didn't know where I was until the only rule in the house was come home when it's dark. I don't know how many of you young people can relate to it, but that was the rule for us. They didn't have any GPS trackers on us. They didn't know where we are, but today, right now, I can share my daughter's location, and I know exactly where she is, what she's doing. And she knows mine too, by the way, so that's different. But so that's how evolution of information data is happening and how businesses are getting created. So from the time that internet got created to the time of every single evolution, people are thinking global, people are thinking big. So that changed businesses. And this slide, I kept it simple, but I wanted to talk about data in motion. Everything around you, like me talking, is creating data. It's getting streamed, it's getting stored. You have a phone on your hand that tracks your step, that generates data today. Similarly, for an airline industry, there are so many different volumes and streams of data. The aircraft is talking to us. The systems that we built are talking to us. The organizations of who are talking to us, supply chain is talking to us. The baggage system is talking to us. And the parcel system that we have to move packages is talking to us. We are generating data at such an exponential pace that to be able to understand that data, get insights out of that data, and make business decisions is no longer humanly possible. So you need to have solid systems with the foundation of governance. I can trust this data. I know where the source of this data is. And I know that how long do I need to store this data? How long is it belongs to me? You have data that you use from third parties. So I need to fuel my flight. And the flight it's flown 5,000 miles. My fuel tank is empty. So I need to make sure that the fuel tanker comes on time to turn my plane around. That's data point. How do I know to tell the fuel tanker when to come? I can't just say, oh, when the flight shows up, come. I got to give them some data points saying, on a schedule of this, come fill a flight. But the future, it gets me excited, so I start talking very fast. So the future of all of what we're going to do is around data. I imagine a world where I don't think we need to tell the tanker to come and fuel. It should already know it, because we have the data points to say, we have flown 5,000 miles. Every 5,000 miles, this plane needs to get refueled. It can automatically talk to the tanker. That's the world we want to get to. That's the world of generative AI and AI we're talking about, right? Of course, I don't want to get overexcited and say this is what we are doing today, but the vision is there to get there. And I have to pause and move on to other things, because I'll get excited about it more. The other aspect of data that we can store all the data in the world. I just talked about a lot of examples. But what is the commercial acumen, and who is it in service for? So we have two arms. On the side, you see commercial and operations, right? Those two have to come together for us to make money. So commercial, for those who don't know in the airline, how we define it is how and where we sell our products. Operations is how we fulfill those products. And operations include airports. It includes all of the physical aircraft. It includes all the logistics services, the catering services, you name it. So all of that is operations. And airline is a very unique business, because unlike any other place, there are many things that have to fall in place for an aircraft to turn around. We call it the airport or the aircraft turn. And let me give you 5 examples. What 5 things have to come together at the very basic? We have to have an aircraft that is going to be landing on time. We need to have the crew. We need to have the pilots. We need to make sure there's maintenance staff on board. And we also need to make sure there's fuel. So there are many, many more. I'm just saying there are 5 things. Imagine all of these 5 things have to work in symphony with each other for us to be able to turn an aircraft around and take you to places where you want to go to. And all of that is data in motion for us. And all of those information is happening in real time. And I'll give you some examples after this slide to tell you how we at American have used all of these insights to drive outcomes for our customers. One of the other big things that's happening today in the industry is like the customers, you guys, are expecting us to know everything about you. And you are expecting us to say, hey, why do you keep asking me what food do I need to order? But you should know me. That's what our customer is asking us today. And for us to be able to know our customer, we need to be proactive. We need to be progressively optimizing our data sets so that we can know a little bit more. Including when we talk about customers, we also call the supply chain, the baggage, all of that is part of our ecosystem. You don't expect to get to a place and your bag is left behind. You want to make sure that we take our customer along with their baggage to the place where they want to go to at the right point in time. Another example that I love data because I'm so passionate about it, so I'll talk about some more. Another example is, you just think about, you walk into the airport and you leave your bag at the check-in counter and you just assume it's going to be there when you are. But for the airline, the data is so critical. Okay, where are you flying? Do you have 3 connections or you have 1 connection? Is it direct flight? Are you a priority customer? Are you a first-class customer? Okay, and this is about every single customer on that plane, right? The placement of that baggage that you left at the counter on the cargo space depends upon where you're flying to. Are you going to be the first one to get off your plane? Are you going to be the last one to get off the plane? Do you have your connection as 15 minutes or 45 minutes or 2 hours? Or is your connection less? All of these data points feed into the decision making. So one of the annoying things that you probably have felt in your lifetime is your baggage is 1 kg or 1 pound over, and you have to reshuffle. And why is that? Because we're on live stream, we're seeing how much our aircraft can carry under the belly and on top. So we need to look at all of this, and all of this is data. So without having a robust, governed data practices, no business can function effectively and be profitable. Here are 2 big examples that we at American are very proud of. It's not the only, but 2 of the examples of how we are using data in motion every day to drive solutions. So how many of you probably traveled through American coming to this conference? Okay, some of you, yeah? Many of you. So when you do that, and how many of you got a notification that your gate has been changed? Some of you, right? So all of that notification happens through something called smart gating. There are many, many factors, as I talked to you before about a flight, that decides what gate a flight is going to come to, right? The last thing we want is our customer sitting on a tarmac waiting for a gate to be assigned for them. So all of these multi-factor, the data that I talked about, we've taken those insights and we created a model. That model allows us to predict that if this gate is going to be available, the flight that is coming, is it going to be executed as per the flight plan on the right gate? Or we see some unforeseen things. Oh, the plane that landed before had a maintenance issue, so it needed to be towed to the maintenance hangar. It's going to take another extra 30 minutes, but the plane is already landing to use that gate. So what do? So we predict all of this so we can change the gate in real time so that you don't have to wait for the gate assignments. Of course, we're reducing 15, 20 minutes every hour, and it helps shorten the times for you to get to the gate. But those are all the data insights that we have used, and we call it AI. And we talked about AI. AI was first used 20 years ago. It's not new. It's just a new packaging at this moment. It used to be called insights and analytics before. Now we call it the AI of it. And then we have something called the weather disruptions. Like, you're in Miami. Nobody knows hurricanes and weather systems better than people in Miami. We have weather systems that come and go. But you don't want to be at the airport and say, oh, my flight, will it go, will it not go? We want to tell our customers ahead of time that this is what's happening to your flight so you can plan better. And we can rebook you on something ahead of time before you see the disruption itself. So that is a new model that we created. This is a unique, no airline does it in the industry. We do it. It's called HEAT. It combines the weather data, our own internal data, and we can predict what is going to happen in we call it IROP situation, irregular operation situation. So those are the 2 great examples of what data can do for a company. Now let's talk about modernizing the data. So we talked about AI, and I told you the concept of AI is not new, it's older. But for us to take the data to the next generation, we have to modernize our backends. For companies that have been around for 100 years, these are problems, I would say, for us. For companies who are newer, may or may not have these problems. But for every Fortune 500 company that is out there, they have problems of past that cannot be carried to the future. So we have to modernize our data. So I call it keep it simple. This is my way of saying, hey, guys, if you really need to do something and don't complicate things, keep it simple. And this is the principles we're applying on our own data to make sure that the future we're headed to, generative AI, that every company is going towards, is set in a way that we can rely on our data. So for example, does everybody in the company know how is data organized? Everybody's a user of it. Do they know where to go to? Can I trust this data? Do I know who's accessing my data? Do I really want to know, is it the right data to use or not? Where is the data? I can go find it. So that is all about data management and organization. You need to organize your data in a way that you can drive insights very easily from. Next, I want to talk about the data should be self-service through a platform or a framework. Without this, data modernization has no meaning. You have thousands of developers in the company. And you have thousands of business people and thousands of salespeople. They all need to know what to do and where to get that data and to make a decision every day. Every morning when a CFO, probably, I'm not saying American, any company gets up, he probably wants to see some reports to say, how's my revenue performance happening? So those are the things of self-service we need to create. Because you don't want to say, oh, let me call someone in IT so that they can run a report and we can tell them this is how we are performing today. So when we are thinking about modernizing our data, we're thinking about making it simple, accessible, self-service, and create assets that in the future maybe can leverage, give us some more revenue out of. And the last thing is all of this allows us to create wow experiences for our customers. I would want to say, Mr. Smith, you've flown 20 times with us in the last 1 year, and we know you always prefer the seats first row, so here is it. We are giving you an option to do that. You know that we also have a vacation service that we have. So here, I know that in the past 3 years, you've taken 3 vacations with us. Here is a vacation package. All of that is accessibility of data so that our businesses can create solutions on top of them. And so again, I'm going to repeat, data modernizations means keeping it simple, accessible, and creating wow experiences for your customer. This is a little bit of more detail on how we are approaching it. And don't go into a lot of details, but I wanted to show you a playbook that we are using on us. So we're saying, and anybody who's a technical background here in this room would appreciate it, the foundation of it. I'm a core technician at my heart. I'm an engineer. I call myself a tinker. I kind of want to play with everything that's around. So I'd say, set the foundation right. If the foundation is right, you can load balance it. If the foundation is not right, you will not be able to succeed in the future. Know where you're going. Have a directional sense. You cannot say that I'm going to go X distance, but you need to have a direction. Am I going south? Am I going north? Have a capability map when it comes to data. What are the capabilities that you want to create for a company? What is the future roadmap? You need to think about it. And when I talk about future roadmap, it's not 1 year, 2 years, about 3, 5, 7 years from now, what do we see American doing with its data? And then, of course, I talked about 3, 5, 7 years. Do you think our CFO and CEOs will be happy if we don't have business value driven along the way? So we need to make sure we drive business value along the way while we are modernizing our data and creating data sets for the future. And something for you guys to think about is the shift left approach. This is an overused word, but I love it. Because shift left means the more you can do proactively within your processes, within your things, the less burdensome will be the execution of it. So I want to have my cyber policies embedded within my data. I want to have my governance and standards written into my data so that the consumer of it does not have to worry about it. They can simply consume the data with trust. And I think I'm almost at time, so I want to just say, if you have to take away something from this data passionate leader that's here, I would just say, keep your data simple. Make it customer-centric, always and every time. Remain outcome-driven, because outcomes are the ones that's going to help technicians sell their business cases to financial folks. Build a foundation for the future. Know the general direction. Am I going south? Am I going north? Tech consolidation is a priority. You cannot my rule is, you add something new, what are you going to take out of the system? You can't keep adding and not keep removing. What do you add? What do you remove? And then shift left, being proactive, making sure you understand you're not reactive to a situation. CloudStrike happened, guys. It's a thing, right? If we weren't proactive, we couldn't do much. So things like this, hurricanes happen. If we aren't proactive, if we're not planning for DR, we won't be anywhere. So in summary, I would just say data is king. Customer is king. Those two together make the companies go the right direction. And for me as a technologist, I think there's nothing more important than data, because without data, there are no companies. So thank you guys for listening to me today.
So thank you for that. That was fascinating. I did want to ask one question.
Sure.
American's a huge company, super complex, so much data, so many things happen. I noticed on the slides that you say that you do like to build your own in-house tech stacks. Are there other aspects of the business that you do find partners, maybe some entrepreneurs in Fort Worth or Miami that you can outsource some of this opportunity
Absolutely. So that's a great question. No company can build everything in-house. So we have tons and tons of partners. This is not happening right today. We have tons and tons of partners. We have SaaS providers that we partner with, and many, many companies that, of course, there's opportunity to collaborate, to your point.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. I'll take that.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I apologize for the fire alarms. We have been told, at least the earlier one was a false alarm. I'm assuming this is as well, but we will inform you on the right things to do. So while we wait for that information, I want to bring up our next speaker, which is Andreas Schwarzer, who's the Vice President of Global IT from the Fuchs Group.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks for having me here at this wonderful place. It's a great pleasure to give you a presentation that is not about SAP and not about AI. So don't run away. Maybe that was why the alarm just ringed, because it's not SAP and AI, and that has to be like at every presentation these days. Nevertheless, let's remind ourselves that LeverX is also providing web application development in their Eberline branch. So this is what we are using, and they developed a great application for us that might be very interesting for you. The company that I'm working for is called Fuchs. We are the world's biggest independent lubricant manufacturer. Lubricants for pretty much all kinds of businesses, like windmills, machinery, even insulin needles, the pressure that they have to enforce when you enter the needle into your muscle. All these kinds of special lubricants are provided by Fuchs worldwide to pretty much all countries. So I want to talk a little bit more about, give you a little story about AI, so I talk at least a little bit about AI. And that also tells you a little bit about what we actually do. So, as I said, we have lots of lubricants, like 10,000 of lubricants, different special lubricants for special cases. And obviously we also wanted to leverage the large language models, ChatGPT and so forth, to do something with it. So we thought, well, it's a good idea to feed this information, the product information, into the large language model, so we are able to ask questions about our products for new salespeople, for our product engineers, so they can search the vast number of products for the matching product for the customer. So we will set up the data lake, we connected the services, we moved the data, and then eventually we had the model ready, and we asked the first question: what lubricants does Fuchs provide? And the answer was, I can't answer that question because lubricant is a sexual offensive term. So we are not in these kind of lubricants, we are in the machinery kinds of lubricants. And we made the model understand that. All right, so do you know this little machine? Who knows what that machine is? Have you ever heard it? Mars Perseverance. rover. And when you look closely, you see that camera on that pole. And the camera on that pole extends, the pole extends, and the lubricant that makes this pole extend, even after years of traveling through the vacuum and on Mars, is actually a Fuchs product. And only Fuchs can manufacture that at this point in time. So that was a product for NASA. That tells you like the specialty of these lubricants. It's not just a lubricant you put in your car. When you look at this kind of environment, so think about it. If you are a lubricant manufacturer and Amazon comes to you and says, okay, please make sure that everything moves. So where are all the positions that you have to lubricate? With what lubricant? At what time? How often? And the poor engineer comes, or the technician, and has to find out where those places are. That is actually a difficult task, and you don't want to do that on paper. So there needs to be some kind of application supporting this engineer. And it gets even more complex, where it's really, really difficult to find out where what has to be done with what. And as you can imagine, companies that are running these shop floors, they don't want to worry about lubrication. They just want to get their products out, and that's the whole thing runs. So there needs to be some service provider that just takes care of that lubrication. And I'm sure you never have thought about that before. At least I didn't before I worked for Fuchs. So what did LeverX for us, and especially the Emmeline branch? They pretty much developed an application, a web-based application, that helps our engineers to perform their task. So what's the idea? Companies running these shop floors, producing cars, producing all kinds of machinery, they have that challenge of finding the right lubricant that lasts long, lets the machine run smoothly, and the longer it runs, the happier the customer. So they need a good lubricant. So we bring our knowledge to the table of the customer, and the customer just thinks about their products pretty much. So we bring data and expertise to the table to identify or even develop the right lubricant. In many cases, we are really actually developing lubricants for a special case, for a new machine where there is literally no lubricant available today. Look at the Mars rover, for example. It's not used that often, but I guess it's important to have it at this point in time. So what happens if the customer uses our services and our lubricants? The customer will have less downtime because machines don't get stuck. The tools will be saved, so more tool savings because tools run longer, because they are lubricated. The whole process works more smoothly, and there's less waste. So lots of savings, and actually usually the savings are bigger than the cost of the lubricant and the whole service. So that is pretty much always a win-win situation. Both parts win. Good business to be in. So, as you can imagine, what do we do with this application that LeverX developed for us? We are building kind of a virtual representation of the customer's environment. So all these grease points, chains, gearboxes, compressors, all the machines that the customer has on their production floor, or even on a Caterpillar, or in the mining area, wherever these machines may be, we make a virtual representation in the application. So we know what machines, how many, where, and all these hundreds and thousands of lubrication points that need to be lubricated. And then we create schedules where the engineer eventually can see what machine has to be lubricated with which lubricant at what point in time. The customer can see whether it was lubricated or it was forgotten, how much of a lubrication was used, and so the customer gets reports, and validation that everything was performed, and our people have a tool that tells them exactly what to do. And just a few years ago, that was all paper and Excel-based. So this is really a huge invention for us. We also see, obviously, reports. Once you have the data in the system, you can run reports, and you can identify opportunities to reduce cost. And that only works if you have data. And if you have data, AI and machine learning is not far away. So first you have to have the tool. Now we are deploying that, and we are running that, and we get the data, and then we can run AI models on that. And now I have an antivirus protection expired message on my screen, but I see it here also. All right, I guess now it doesn't work anymore because I have to renew the antivirus. Help! Improvise. So let me talk a little bit more about some other stuff. So somebody from the technology needs to come and click away that message. See that? Oh, it's in front? Yeah. Okay. Okay, now it works. In addition to the data that our people put into the system, whenever they prepare the environment or they do the lubrication, we also provide sensors. That's all been driven by our new company called Fuchs Smart Services, which is running all these technologies. So the sensors bring in lots of information about the lubricant, which is actually absolutely important, because if these values are running out of their defined bands, then the machine might actually break. It might overheat, and that might cost millions. Or the whole production stops because one critical thing gets stuck. So we monitor the condition of the lubricant, and whenever they go out of range, we can act, alarms are being issued, and so forth. So controlling the quality means that everything can run smoothly for the customer, and eventually that is what the customer wants. There are also sensors that measure the level of the oil tank, and when the level goes below a certain limit, it issues another order to SAP, so SAP is still in here, and so the whole process is also automatic. And then eventually, if you have all that data, you can tell the next shift what has been done, what hasn't been done, and so there's a very good communication between the shifts. I see exactly what needs to be worked on when they come in. So let's look at a little case study. Again, you see a shop floor of an automotive parts manufacturing company, which is highly complex. So they had the challenge to find out why their tools break. So for whatever reason, many times the production got stuck or stopped because something went wrong. The tools didn't work as they are supposed to do. So on the other hand, they didn't have internal people to really identify and analyze what's going on. And they had some assumptions about the lubrication, probably, but that wasn't really justified, or they didn't have any real reasons to justify that. So the challenge has been short tool life, too many variables, and limited technical resources to analyze that. So what we did, also with the solution that I just described, we implemented a fluid condition monitoring program, so measuring the values and the condition of the lubricant. That means sensors feeding into the FluidsConnect application. Also, that data transfer is not easy to implement, and LeverX helped us to do that. We implemented corrective actions whenever the KPIs, the values of the fluid, went out of their bands, of their operating limits. And that actually eventually enabled us and the customer together to identify the root cause for why the machinery got stuck so often. But in addition, we identified that looking at the data and looking at the KPIs, that we even can use less lubricant, but still, if we keep it within the bandwidth, then machinery will still run. So we could even reduce the cost per part or overall for the customer. Now that means also that we sell less, but I'm sure you all understand if you have a happy customer, that is more important than to just sell more, because the customer will stay and continue to buy. So the customer saved money, we fixed the problem, and we sell our service and lubricants. So eventually that was a 29% cost reduction of fluids per piece, and an overall significant reduction in reactive events because something was happening, and the overall equipment effectiveness, OEE, was going up for the customer. So again, it's a win-win situation. Now in the beginning I said this is a multi-platform, or the title was multi-platform application. We started to develop this application for all kinds of platforms, like should work in the browser, should work on the tablet, should work on iOS and Android. And it was quite an effort to make it run on all these platforms, because yeah, you can develop it like in a way that it runs on different platforms, but when you have to make changes, it's cumbersome. In addition, we also want to run one single application globally. So it's hosted in Azure, it's running on Microsoft services, and it's supposed to be available globally. One application, one database. When you go to China, that's a little bit of a challenge. Actually, surprisingly, the application still works, but the phones and tablets, which are, when they are Android phones, and they have a lot of Android phones in China, they don't have the Play services. They don't have a Play Store. They can download an app. They can sideload an app, what they do, but this is a big hurdle. So we looked at the possibilities and decided to turn the app into a progressive web app, PWA. So pretty much an app that runs on all platforms, and with the help of LeverX, we actually achieved that. And now it's a multi-platform application, one application, adaptive to the screen, running on all platforms, meaning Android, iOS, and Windows. Now we have a little bit of a challenge when we go to areas where there is no internet connection, obviously, because it's a web application. But on the other hand, usually the customer gives us Wi-Fi access, or we have some other transceivers that we can use at this point. So again, with the help of LeverX, we implemented a nice application which has directly nothing to do with SAP, but now that we have the data, we can run AI on this data and also tell us, give us insights about what lubricants run well, what may not run well, what is the best one to choose in a certain set of lubricants. So a lot of insights now that we have the data in one database that can give us a lot of more insights. And a nice fact here is also, usually when we come in to the customer and the customer says, okay, that's all great, please run the lubrication in my shop floor, then we may not provide all the lubricants. Maybe there are 20 lubricants, we provide 10 out of the 20. Maybe at the beginning or at some point in time. But as we are there anyway, we will apply the lubricants to the machinery, also the lubricants of the competitor. because we are just there. And we take care of it. So we do not just know that our lubricants are being used, we also know the competitor products that are being used at the customer side. Well, the next thing that comes to your mind is, well, why don't we look at that and make a nice offer that the customer can't refuse to replace them with our lubricants? So also a nice business opportunity here that all comes with the technology and the services that have been developed by LeverX and is now being rolled out globally and is running in many customers already. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
Super appreciative. Love hearing the success stories of your partnering with LeverX.
Yeah.
I'm trying to go with this partnership theme throughout the day here, but
yeah.
That's a great success story.
So I know Victor for 20 years now, and the nice thing to tell about Victor actually is also that we didn't have much business in the beginning. I was working in California at the time. He was working in California, starting his company 20 years ago. I think it's now 21 years of LeverX. We investigated possibilities to hire them for PLM services. But at the time, that never really came to fruition. So I changed companies twice, and now we really need LeverX, and we really engage and have a lot of business with them. And Victor always stayed in contact. So for 15 years, he stayed in contact until the business actually took off. So that's really, really nice. I think it's a nice story.
That's fantastic. So
all right.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you. Thank you.
We're a few minutes ahead of schedule. So I'm trying to see if Lisa is here. How's the day going? Good? Have any of you had a chance to go to any of the side stages? Any feedback there? Good stuff? A little more hands-on? A little bit? So I'd love for anyone to shout out if there's something about today that has really stuck out for you, something that was really impactful, what would that be? Is anyone to, please. Josie's talk this morning. That was fantastic. Is there, what are you going to take away when you go back to the office? I don't even know what day it is, Thursday or Friday? Lots on AI. I think AI is a huge opportunity for sure. Right on the aisle here, sir.
I was thinking about how you need to put, like with AI, you need to put in the work to get what you need out of it. It's not like a one-stop solution and just like the different ways you can use it.
Yes.
Every company, even the same company, can use it in different ways for the different tasks and the different departments they are. So, it's not just you're going to go somewhere you buy the AI integrated. You really need to put, either the right person on it or a lot of man hours in the company to make sure you're getting the most out of it.
So for those of you, in case you didn't hear, his comment was how AI is really only as useful as what you put into it. And I think that's true across all different AI products. But a lot of people have this idea that, and Wall Street in particular, has this idea that AI, because they're investing all this huge amount of money and time into it, that all of a sudden there's going to be this huge explosion in revenue, or there's going to be this big aha moment application or whatnot. And it's a little more subtle than that. AI is enhancing, as you're seeing today, it's enhancing so many businesses. It's enhancing your role in your business today that now all of a sudden you have this superhero sidekick sitting next to you. And so when businesses are leveraging AI, when individuals are leveraging AI, the more time you take to be really descriptive about what you're trying to get out of it, that you're being more thorough in the asks and the implementations, the better the outcomes will be. So when it comes to long-term business opportunities, it's something that will have an outsized impact on every industry, every organization, everywhere around the world. But it's just going to take a little bit of time and a little to be a little more subtle. So I think that's a great, great takeaway. One more thought or idea that somebody really took away from. Thank you.
I work in government. I work actually for the county here. So I was very intrigued by the chambers because one of the biggest issues we have in dealing with all the businesses in here in Miami-Dade County, many of them are afraid of AI. And so I love the fact that the chambers was like, they're partnering, they're using their members because it's helping them. But one of the things that I'm going to ask, and I have to go and find Alfred, is how we can, as a local government in general, embrace or bridge that gap, because when they think of AI, they think they're going to lose people. They don't think of the advantages, the opportunity to do more in a space where things are so moving fast here in Miami, but at the same time, it can catapult them to another level. And so trying to bridge that gap, I'm looking, that's my purpose here today, is to look for that insight, how I can help these local businesses, and from very small mom and pops to some large businesses at the end of the day, to make sure that they know it's not going to get rid of jobs. It's going to give you more opportunity to free up to do more things. So I love the chamber. I'm glad you brought the chamber setting, because they're dealing with all the businesses that I deal with every day. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
So thank you for that comment. And I do have a really strong belief that chambers are meant to be at the center of innovation in communities. The big opportunity around AI is that it's not that the robots are coming to take your job. It's that the robots are coming to make you better at your job. Now, will there be industries where automation, artificial intelligence, robotics, et cetera, will do some replacement of jobs? Absolutely. And that's been true throughout history. But often they're jobs that are repetitive or are low ROI, perhaps jobs that are dangerous. Those are the types of jobs that if we can find ways to automate, that's probably not a bad thing. And will there have to be some skill retraining? For sure. And that's a good thing. When people talk about artificial intelligence and talk about how do we bring this into our organization, whether it is a local government or a chamber or a small mom and pop SMB, is small SMB redundant? I think it is. The first thing that people always come to me and they say, Ted, what application do I need to invest in, or what technology or what tech stack do we build? And what I always tell people is that first and foremost, it's a mindset shift above all else. That you need to take your organization and look around and say, where's the friction within our organization, and how can we use technology to move from friction to fluidity? So it's this mindset shift saying that, you know what, we need to go all in. And it's not about assigning AI to a person or giving it a deliverable due date. It's due on December 1st. And as you heard Alfred, I think it was Alfred that mentioned that it's always underfunded. It's this mindset shift that says, as an organization, we are going to move to the forefront of technology, and it's going to be hard, and it's going to be messy, but we're going to do it. And as a leader, I'm going to take that first step. I'm going to lead by example, that I want my front from friction to fluidity, and we're going to rebuild our plans, rebuild our business plans. We're going to bring in those partners from the local tech hubs or from Endeavor or other organizations where there are founders struggling to build new businesses, and you can be a partner. And then we're going to know that we're going to constantly evolve, and that we're going to constantly look at how things are going, and we're going to adapt accordingly. I've built a whole framework around it. It's called Thrive, but that's not for today. What I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce, now that we're back on time with the timer, see how I filled that time? I'm going to introduce Lisa Lutoff-Perlo, CEO and president of the FIFA World Cup 2026 Miami Host Committee, and she's also chairwoman of the Hornblower Group. And I've got it, I love, this is my favorite part, Global Business Powerhouse and South Florida Business Journal and Forbes Travel Guide Lifetime Achievement Award recipient. Lisa, please come up.
Thank you, Ted. Thank you. Appreciate it. Good morning, everyone. Lovely to be with you this morning. I'm going to talk a little bit about technology, but with a different spin. And I appreciate you being here this morning to hear the comments, and hopefully if you have any questions or any thoughts, even as I go through, please feel free to raise your hand and ask me anything you'd like as I go through this. One of the things that was really interesting to me as I was invited to be a speaker today is that I am really a thought leader on leadership. As you saw the slide before, I am an author of Making Waves, made a few bestseller lists, which I'm really proud of, and also happy to sign any books for you during the lunch hour, if you so like. And I also am launching a leadership academy because I have spent 40 years in corporate America, almost 10 as president and CEO of Celebrity Cruises, one of the largest cruise brands in the world, and did a lot during that time and evolved a lot during that time and learned how to be a better leader and make transformational things happen for the brand I had the honor of leading. So when I thought about my comments today, and I thought about what might be helpful and useful as we think about technology and how I've thought about it from my perspective, and I've heard a couple of the presenters before me, and I've also heard some of the questions about AI and how it might displace people, and that's always a concern. I thought about combining the two thoughts of technology and leadership and how I have found them to intersect throughout my career in a pretty powerful way, leading to some pretty amazing results. I happen to be in a company that was at the forefront of technology and technology development. We were the first to do so many different things, and those things related to ship design. We had a space we called the cave, where we didn't even need to take trips to the shipyard anymore to understand how our guests were going to navigate through a public space, or if the tables were far enough apart from each other, or close enough to each other, or the staterooms were well laid out. We did that all in the cave, and we did it all through technology in design and engineering and innovation. We were often asked how the only way to really sell a cruise is if guests can take a tour of the ship before they get on board to entice them enough to want to make a booking. And it's really virtually impossible to make that happen when your ships are docked somewhere and people are all over the world. So we were the first to develop a ship tour through artificial intelligence and through digital technology. You can see our chairman holding the ship, and he and I walked through the ship and gave a tour of the entire wonderful new Edge series of ships. Technology was used for the Edge series in probably the most compelling and profound way. If you look at that middle top visual, you will see the magic carpet. First time ever, engineering and architecture was able to develop a space on a ship that cantilevered over the side of it. It was developed and designed to be a tender platform to remove friction and enable fluidity for our guests to leave the ship when we could not pull into a port of call and we had to anchor offshore. Huge pain point for the guests, and something that they didn't like if the ship couldn't dock directly at the port, but the magic carpet solved that for us, again through technology. The theater, top right, was 100% technology, no backstage. All driven through technology. All of the background, all of the visuals, everything was done through technology, first of its kind at sea. Bottom, middle, right, stateroom technology, push of a button. You can put the blinds up, you can lower the lights, you can turn the TV on. First ever, first app for our guests. And then, of course, Starlink, because our guests wanted to make sure that they were able to have the same internet speed they had at home out at sea on these big hunks of steel sailing across the oceans. A lofty aspiration and ambition, but we were able to do it, and we were able to be the first. In addition to all of these sizzly, sexy, wonderful guest experiences, we were able to create solely through the development of technology and how it enabled us to design and deliver these experiences. We were also the first to use technology called NRAM for fuel efficiency, to optimize navigation, to optimize ship routes so that they were taking the most efficient route possible. We were able to monitor that in Miami to see if the captains were veering off course and then asking them to explain why. Because every time they veered off course, it cost us more in fuel, which drove up our costs, sure, but also hurt the environment more than it probably needed to. So we were always making sure that we were following optimal routes for both of those reasons. We were the first company, cruise company, that had redundancy on the bridge, so that all of the technology that was guiding the navigation of the ship was also in the engine room where the chief engineers were, and the same system was also in Miami. So we could be communicating at any time on any topic to ensure our guests were always safe. And then we've always used technology to improve our carbon emissions through our scrubber systems. Again, the first company in the world to do that. So I am very used to technology in corporate America enhancing our operation and our guest experience. And then, of course, we've gone into the same type of exploratory technology to ensure that we were driving better results, just like you've been talking in all of the different sessions and even the few before me this morning. Customer service. You talk about using AI and algorithms to understand what the biggest complaints are that your customers have. There's no way possible to hire enough people in customer service to answer all the calls that you're going to get. You can't even find people. So we had to find a way to improve our customer service, especially in the post-COVID world, while also being able to answer the phones and sell. So we used algorithms so that we would have AI help us answer customer complaints, help our customers pay for their cruise, and then free up other people to either handle more complex customer issues or sell, which was most important to us. Marketing, how you use algorithms to be in front of a person at the right time, with the right offer, on the right ship, to the right destination, to generate the demand that we needed, and also engage people more with video content and continuing to improve your website and technology and the digital experience of your guests, which is a never-ending process and something that you have to continue to be on top of all the time, even through search, and also how your brand or your product or your experience shows up as people are looking to plan their vacations. And now, I spent 40 years in hospitality, 40 years in the cruise business, almost 10 as president and CEO of Celebrity. And I was written up a lot in travel publications, lifestyle publications, business publications. I never thought in my life, but this is just how life goes sometimes, that I would show up on the front page of the sports section. But I did. And now, as I look at how technology can improve what we're doing as a host committee for these amazing 7 matches that are going to happen here in Miami in the summer of 2026, we've looked around at all the ways that we're able to help technology promote our destination of Miami and make it easier for the hundreds of thousands of people that are going to be descending upon South Florida, but also the millions and millions and millions of people coming to these matches across the 16 cities in North America, so that they can navigate their way more easily through the cities and also through the matches, and also find all of the best restaurants, best events, how to get food service, where do I go for a hotel. And we're developing an app for all of the guests that are going to be coming into all of our cities with the help of FIFA. But also, if you look at how technology is impacting sports, it makes, some people love this, some people hate this, but there's very little human error in sports anymore. You know if something is out or in, you know if someone's offside or not, and everybody's checking and checking and checking all of the time to ensure the calls are right. If you look at football, and you look at technology that's available, nobody has to go watch the film after the game. You go to the sideline and watch what just happened, so that you can immediately improve what you're doing next time and immediately see what the other team is doing, so that you don't get yourself caught in whatever situation caused many people to break their Surface iPads on the side. And you also know how to run plays. You also know when should I go on fourth down? What do the statistics say? What do the algorithms say? What should I do? And that's how coaches are making decisions now. It takes this human error and a lot of human judgment out of how you make a call to win games. And then baseball. Baseball is probably one of the early adopters of technology on how they built a baseball team. You know, when you look at how you hire athletes, what you pay athletes, how you build a team, many years ago, that was turned on its ear when people were using algorithms to pick players for the team that weren't necessarily the best or the most expensive players, and they were winning World Series. Now the catcher can signal the pitcher on what pitch to throw without the hand signals that they used to use. They're testing robotics in the minor leagues to call balls and strikes. Now when we watch baseball games, we see the little box on our screen. There's no judgment anymore on what's a ball and what's a strike because we're all watching it in real time. It's amazing. Technology enables so much. Better experiences, very important, better decisions, and even most important, better results. We need it. We need to keep developing it. This conference is all about that. And the things that are being done every single day, changing at warp speed, are amazing to make us all better at how we think, at what we do, and how our companies think and what our companies end up doing. But I also thought that I would be remiss if I didn't talk about the things technology can't do. Because in my mind, in my opinion, those things are even more important than what technology can do. Making waves is my journey from the very bottom to the top over a 30-year period that it took me from, door-to-door sales up until CEO. I became CEO of Celebrity 30 years later. And then, of course, for 9 years, almost 10, I was president and CEO of Celebrity. Technology played an important role in that. But making waves is about my rise from the top using smarts, heart, and courage. And I thought I would focus on those three things as I go into the last part of the presentation, because what I just described to you on all the things that we did through technology, certainly it checks the box on smarts. Having knowledge and having experience, those 30 years of experience, and overlaying all that amazing technology to do things better, create better experiences, differentiate our brand, be a better operator, be kinder to the planet, certainly was enabled through smarts of technology. It also allows you to hire for your gaps. You know what you know, and you know what you don't know. If you're smart, you know what you don't know, and you fill in those gaps. So you bring people in that might be better at innovating and developing the technology needed. You ask for help. So if you have a friction point, you ask for help. You go to the experts on how can you help us use technology to get rid of this pain point for our guests that's gone on for decades and decades and decades. We were also the first to do e-mustering, where it was mustering through technology. So people hundreds of people didn't need to go into a public room and take a big part of their vacation. Again, so important post-COVID, so important pre-COVID because you eliminate a pain point, but so important post-COVID because people didn't want to be with hundreds of other people in another room, all jammed in so you could go through muster drill. And it also helps you reduce the amount of failure, but also helps you solve for failure that you might have had by using technology to solve the problem or the situation that you found yourself in. But technology cannot take the place of heart when you're a leader, and you need to generate the right results, and you need to create the best experiences, and you need to do things better tomorrow than you did yesterday, and how you lead people to success. Technology is not going to be able to take the place of being an empathetic leader, leading people through genuine caring. Technology was not going to be able to help me lead 20,000 employees all over the world on 15 different ships under different circumstances and situations by which they worked. Only I could show the genuine caring for those 20,000 people, so they would show up every single day and give us their best. Because unless they were giving us our best, their best, our customers weren't going to be happy and weren't going to come back. And if our crew wasn't happy, our guests weren't going to be happy. So I needed to do that as the leader, and I needed to do it with humility. And I needed to make sure that it didn't begin and end with me. I refer to it as trickle-down leadership, where it can start with me, but it has to filter its way all the way through every single leader, no matter how many stripes they have on their shoulder. And no technology is going to help you get the respect that you need as a leader so that people will do what they need to do every day to make sure your business or you personally are successful. And the only way you can do that is with empathy, caring, and humility. And also advocacy. Technology isn't going to help us be advocates for other people, to bring them along with us, to help them use technology, to help them be better at what they do, to help them grow their career, to help them advance, to help them fulfill their own dreams. I have a story in Making Waves about advocacy. I was always fortunate in my career because I had advocates. I actually had people believe in me more than I believed in myself. They helped me get to a certain place, and they saw potential in me that I probably didn't understand earlier in my career. And I remembered when I got into the role that I got into that I was going to make sure that I always did that for other people. And I remember speaking to the Mandela Fellows at FIU. They were here in the United States. They were part of, I think, 1,000 different people from Africa who were accepted into this program, leadership program in the United States. I was asked to speak. And I went and spoke, and the woman that I'm with on the right-hand side, Nicolene, raised her hand at the end of my talk, and Nicolene she had a master's degree from the Ghana Maritime Academy, and she had worked on boats her entire life, and she worked as crew on boats over in that part of the world, cargo mostly, all of her life. And she would tell all of the people she was working for, all men, no offense to the men, we love men, but they just happened to be men that she was talking to. And she told them that her dream was to work on a cruise ship. And those gentlemen told her she needed to give up her dream. It was never going to happen. She needed to go home and have babies. And oh, by the way, women are bad luck on cruise ships. So Nicolene, disheartened after conversation after conversation after conversation, was so excited that I was going to be speaking that morning, and she raised her hand and told me her story. So I said, let me see if I can help you. And then, of course, all of her other Mandela Fellows stood up, standing ovation. Now I had a lot of pressure, had to go back to the office and make sure that I was able to live up to my promise. And like any good leader, I delegated that to the head of Marine, who then came back to me, I think 3 days later, and said, we have a problem. The Ghana Maritime Academy isn't approved by the International Maritime Organization. We can't hire Nicolene. So anyway, we worked hard to change that. It took us a year, and finally, a year later, we had the flag state of Malta and also the International Maritime Organization recognized the Ghana Maritime Academy. And on the left-hand side, you see the young women standing in front of the academy with the celebrity flag. And that was something that we were able to do. But again, it's around advocacy, which doesn't involve technology. And the other is courage. It takes courage to innovate. It takes courage to use technology to build a ship that's transformational. Technology isn't going to teach you courage. That has to come from inside, and that has to drive you every single day to want to change. If you're here at this conference, technology and innovation is probably at the core of what you think and what you do, but it's something you personally bring to that. That's not what technology brings to you. You have to lead from the front and be brave and be courageous. In your business, regardless of how much you use technology, no matter what your business is, there are going to be crises that you're never going to be able to prepare for, like COVID, like going out of business for 15 months. Some of you may have been affected by that. Probably none of you were as affected as the cruise industry. And you have to lead from the front. You have to be there for 20,000 people waiting to get back to work. Again, that has to come from inside. Technology isn't going to help you with that. You have to be willing to ask for help, and that takes courage, to admit what you don't know, even in the space of technology, and be willing and open to it, even if it might be uncomfortable for you. That takes courage, and you need to ask for help from people that know a lot more than you do. And that's something that leaders, especially, are not comfortable with. And I know that when I was navigating my way through my career, I was put in charge of things I didn't know anything about. I was not a subject matter expert. I was not chosen because I was a subject matter expert, including being chosen for the CEO of the FIFA 2026 Miami World Cup games. I was chosen for other reasons. But I'm smart enough to know that if I want to continue to be successful, I need to ask for help, and I need to bring people along with me that know more than I do and are willing to help me be successful. And what I found when you do that is your chances of being successful are that much greater, because when you ask someone for help, they are solely invested in your success. And when other people are trying to lift you up, that's pretty cool. And then taking risks. Technology can give you a lot of information. And when you have that information, you make a very calculated decision based on everything you know, every piece of data that you have, and it's going to guide you in a certain direction. Like, should I go for it on 4th down? What's the probability I'm going to be successful? What's the probability I'm going to convert to first down and end up scoring a touchdown? You've got a ton of algorithms that are going to help you make that decision. As a matter of fact, if you watch football like I do, it tells you when it's 4th down, the announcers tell you what the algorithm says on what the probability of converting that is going to be. And so a coach is going to make the decision, I'm going to go for it or I'm not going to go for it. But at the end of the day, what the coach has to do is trust the players that are on the field. And no algorithm is going to help them do that. Only everything they know and all the instinct that they have and the trust that they have in the players on the field for whatever play they're going to call. And sometimes the play is inaudible, and the quarterback does something very different than the coach and he discussed, or that he's hearing in his helmet from the booth. My decision on courage was one that every algorithm would have told me not to do. Because when we were going through the horrible time that we were going through during the pandemic, and we were going through that being out of business stage of our industry that none of us thought would ever happen, we were pummeled by the press, pummeled day in and day out. They were looking for every negative, bad story they could find about our industry, and they were calling crew members on our ships that were stuck, that we couldn't get home, to hear their stories, so that they had sensational stories to write about crew members who couldn't get home, even though we were doing everything we could to keep them safe. So fast forward, and it wasn't fast, it was like, oh my God, took forever. Fast forward 15 months to June of 2026, the industry was getting ready to sail again. Celebrity Edge, under the command of Captain Kate McHugh, was going to be the first ship to sail out of the United States in 15 months. As you can imagine, the press was clamoring for the opportunity to be on the first ship out of a U.S. port after 15 months. Every press, worldwide press, morning talk shows, everybody. Our head of PR came into my office and she said, "What do you want to do, LLP? All the press wants to be on Edge when we sail." My colleague, 2 doors down, running one of our other brands in the company, instructed his PR team, absolutely no press. They were sailing 3 days later, I think, than we sailed. We were the first. And I looked at her and said, "What do you think?" And she said, "Your call." And I said, "Bring it on." That took a tremendous amount of courage And it went against every algorithm and every other piece of information I would have to make that decision on if we should invite the press. The reason I made the decision to let them all come on was that I trusted the team that I had been working with for 15 months to get us back in business. I trusted Captain Kate to lead that ship and ensure all of our guests were going to be safe. I trusted our operations team that all of our protocols were in place, and I trusted our crew to make sure that they were going to follow to the T every letter of protocol that we had, and they were going to keep our press, our guests safe. We got 9 billion positive impressions, and it worked out beautifully. But again, a decision I made that went against all the algorithms and all the information that I had. So, smarts, technology, all of the great things we can develop and will continue to develop over time is nothing without heart and courage. Because at the end of the day, you cannot put a price on the unique combination of those three things, because they will not only help you build success and tremendous success and do so much better than you ever thought you could ever do at any time in your life or in your career, but technology will never help you create a culture where people want to be a part of what you do every day and follow you where you're leading them. They won't be loyal because of technology. They're going to be loyal because of you and the way you lead. And you'll never leave a legacy just because you had the best technology out there or you developed the best systems out there. And you really cannot put a price on that. As I say, it's priceless. Now, I talked about the LLP Leadership Academy at the beginning, so what I will say is I did use technology for this because I can't get everywhere and talk about leadership, and so I did use technology for that, and it's something that is necessary, and it's where education is going as well, through technology and how we spread the word and how we help people learn and help people develop and help people grow. So technology does encompass every single part of our life and will continue to do so more and more. And my only message is that I hope you incorporate other things as well, because that will lead to true success. Thank you very much, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Anybody like to raise their hand and ask a question?
I've neglected to say if any of you, or maybe I did at the beginning. I'll be out outside signing books for anybody that's interested. I've signed Eduardo's and Jose's for his daughters as I met them at check-in. So if anyone else would like to stop by, happy to chat, happy to sign Making Waves for you.
Let's do that. Beautiful presentation.
Thank you. Thanks, Ted. Thanks very much. Thank you.
That was amazing. Here, I'll give you one.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that takes us into lunch. Everyone, we have a buffet out here like you saw for this morning. And also don't forget on the side hallways, there are some food options and drinks. Don't forget, post to LinkedIn, hashtag LeverEdge 2024. Be in the running for an iPad. And we'll see you in an hour.
Growing or expanding your business, no matter which industry you're operating in, you inevitably face more and more challenges that affect your project delivery timeframe. With an ever-increasing number of units, there's a point where communication with partners and colleagues gets out of sync, causing higher risks of human error. You lose precious time and confidence in project delivery. All of these issues are predictable and can be addressed with technology. Meet LeverX, a global system integrator trusted by Fortune 500 companies. A full-cycle IT provider with 20 years of experience. LeverX provides solutions that leverage investments in digital transformation projects and mitigate the human factor, helping you facilitate data workflows throughout the organization. Where conventional approaches may take years, LeverX completes projects in a few months. saving you time and money. Join thousands of satisfied clients and bring your business even greater success. Innovate today to lead tomorrow with LeverX.
All right, welcome back. How was lunch? It's good. That's enthusiastic. I like that. Lunch was super delicious. How many of you at lunch met at least one person for the first time? Wow, pretty much everybody. That is the most important thing you can do at this conference, is to not sit with people you already know and love, but to find someone you don't know and engage them in a great conversation. Networking is one of the most important things that we can do in business, and having been to a million events like this, I know how easy it is to sit with coworkers, sit with friends, or possibly sit in a corner doing some work because we're all being inundated by emails while we sit here. But no, putting those distractions away and getting to know other people, coming home with a stack full of business cards, new friends, maybe some new projects and ideas, that is time well spent. So I thought that we had a morning packed with great speakers. It was very diverse, it was super interesting, and I loved Lisa's heartfelt finish. And this afternoon is going to be just as good, I can guarantee it. So if there's a theme this morning, it was really about experience, it was about partnerships, it was about how do we utilize technology to make things better, faster, easier, better for our customers, to reduce that friction and move towards fluidity. And I think some of these themes will continue on not only through this afternoon, but tomorrow as well. And when we're talking to people about implementing AI, there's also, it's not super easy all the time, or things don't always go according to plan. And so we have a great panel. We don't have a planel, we have a panel coming up to talk about some of the AI implementation and adoption challenges. I know it's going to be super interesting. So with that, I'm going to bring up Michael O'Donnell, Chief Revenue Officer, SAP Digital Supply Chain, Stuart Van Houten, Chief Revenue Officer, SAP Intelligent Spend and Business Network in North America, Lawrence Martin, Head of SAP S/4HANA Cloud Engineering, and it's going to be moderated by Max Skalatsky, Global Vice President and Head of Product Localization.
Thank you. And one quick correction, that's actually Shane Gorman, CRO of BTP. I think we had a little bit of a different name. All right, well, thank you so much for coming here. Welcome back for those who were here last year, and thank you for Victor and everyone for hosting us. Why don't we get started with something a little bit higher level? We'll throw it up to Stuart to get us off. And why don't you tell us, in your perspective, what is generative AI, how it's shaped the sphere of your influence within procurement and intelligent spend management?
Yeah, so I'm not going to drain my time, and thank you, by the way, Max, but I'm not going to drain my time talking about what is AI, what is the differences of Gen AI, because my hypothesis is that many people in this room already know that. But I'll take a stab at it anyway. Look, AI is a set of technologies created to simulate human intelligence, right? Helping drive towards outcomes around perceptions and decision-making and problem-solving, so on and so forth. Gen AI, you know, is aptly, the nomenclature is good because it's about generating content and data and now pictures and potentially videos based on that foundational AI technology, based on queries against these large language models. And I think everyone agrees that it's going to be transformative, right? What that looks like over the long run is yet to be determined. And if any of us knew exactly what that looked like, we would be very, very wealthy. And then back to the question, Max, that you asked about sphere of influence. I guess rather than speaking about the sphere of influence for my organization or either of my peers' organizations, I'm going to talk about it from an SAP writ large perspective, right? I'm going to talk about it how we think about the strategic investments we're making in AI in our future products, and certainly retrofitting our existing cloud products with Gen AI as well. And that is about how do you operationalize Gen AI? For us, AI is about business AI, contextually aware AI. And we think we've got a unique opportunity to wade into that space based on who we've been over the past many, many decades with our customers. So if you think about it, we have built software to solve end-to-end process problems in the largest and medium-sized enterprises across the globe for decades. So the benefit to us from that is we have a real understanding of how those processes should work. Even more importantly, we understand how they should work in bespoke industries. And when you combine that with our corpus of data that we own around those activities, with now I think it's 30,000 customers who have opted in to provide us their anonymized data, we feel like our ability to drive real relevance over the top of large language models is pretty profound. The reality is a very high percentage, no matter which firm you turn to study early use case in the enterprise for Gen AI, much greater, we can quibble with the percentage, but much greater than 50% of those early POCs are not continuing, are not successful. We think our strategy was going to inform much more successful POCs and use cases based on our experience and based on where we've sit in the market for a long, long time.
And that's great and really interesting. And then, Michael, how does that, similar yet different experiences and helps, within your line of business?
Yeah, I think, we think about a few different things from a general AI perspective. And I think it's important to point out that for us, it really is about business AI. And so when we start talking about large language models, for us, it's a curated large language model. So it's a specific set of data that we're calling against, right? And so when you think about where we're trying to take that from, I'll say, a business outcomes perspective and the things we're trying to do, initially, it's really about embedded use cases that we know are low-hanging fruit from a Gen AI perspective that we're going to be able to produce differentiated outcomes, things like demand from an IBP perspective, visual inspections when it comes to manufacturing, slotting in the EWM space. There's even some really good use cases with FSM when we start to talk about assets and things of that nature. So there's this baseline of things that we know we can prove value that really has been the initial focus for us. As we kind of go through and look at kind of what happens next, it really is about that co-innovation with our customers, with our partners like LeverX, and really coming to what I would describe as much more industry-driven, customer-specific, unique opportunities to really provide differentiated value. And so a lot of energy is going into that. I would actually agree with your assessment that maybe some of these things that we're doing early days don't produce, I'll say, production outcomes, but I think that the exploration that we're doing right now is extraordinarily important.
And Shane, lastly, for BTP, how does that shape out?
Yeah, I mean, maybe just to add on a couple points, I think we would all admit we're still early days, right? And it is about business AI. BTP, for those who don't know, right, that's the business technology platform. It really is the portfolio of solutions that we bring to market to help our customers. We're the central nervous system, so we do a lot of work, obviously, with Reba customers, with digital supply chain customers, HXM customers, and from an AI perspective for BTP, we have embedded solutions, things like Joule, which I'm sure everyone's probably heard of. There's third-party kind of bolted on, AI solutions, but we also have a generative AI hub, right? Which is, I would say, of all the things that we're early days on, we're probably the most early days there. But it also represents the greatest, opportunity that we have to work with our customers and kind of help them identify those unique, value drivers for their business. So we're really excited about the opportunities and collaborate really well as we're bringing SAP to become, kind of a best of suite software company.
No, that's great. And then now, Michael, let's turn back over to you. So everyone mentioned customers. There's many out here in the audience, many listening to us online. How would you say that your customers are benefiting using Gen AI? And the second part of that is, what are some of their plans with us to scale that technology.
Yeah, I mean, as both of the gentlemen at my sides have pointed out, we are definitely early days as far as kind of how they're producing value and outcomes. I alluded to some of those as far as us really taking on the onus of doing the work to capture that low-hanging value that we see out there from a Gen AI perspective. I do think as we move forward together, the big thing that keeps coming back to me and what I think about as far as the biggest changes, two things. One, fundamentally, SAP has had to change its operating model and how we actually set ourselves up to be able to deliver the level of change at the speed that Gen AI is actually going to have an impact on. And then the second part of that is I think about job design and what that means, right, from both an SAP perspective, for our partners, for our customers, because generally speaking, when you think about what we're doing with Joule, and so if anybody here who's not familiar with Joule, it is like a co-pilot that is specific for SAP. And so when you think about what's out there with Microsoft and everything else, ours is very specific to what it is that we're doing and the data that you can call against from an SAP perspective, or how we curate that data from outside sources. So for me, the big challenge, the big opportunity is how we very thoughtfully step through what things should look like, what the opportunity is, and how work actually gets done and how value is derived as we move forward. I think the speed in which that's going to happen is going to keep accelerating. So there's just going to be a lot of challenges for us in how we actually manage that level of change. I mean, I can already tell you that with our customers, with ourselves, we've seen that take place where that speed of innovation and our ability to actually accept it is a challenge.
Shane, is that similar what you're hearing as far as speed in particular? Is that a top of mind topic when you interact with your customer base?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. So the kind of one of the main value propositions for customers to adopt the business technology platform is so that they can be in a position to react more quickly, to make decisions more quickly, right? To design things, to improve efficiencies, increase the probability of projects, being successful. It's the platform that we built, right? There's a lot of other, integration, for instance. There's other choices that customers can use for integration, but why would you choose something that's non-SAP when you're connecting SAP applications together, right? So as an example, that's really the example. We would say that the platform helps our customers be prepared for that level of speed that's going to be thrown at all of us, right? I think being as early days as we are, the rate of change is going to just exponentially keep, getting faster and faster and trying to keep up. So,
and anything additional from your side?
Yeah, I mean, when the executives that I speak to and our largest customers are saying a few different things, like have it be relevant, have it be reliable, and have it be responsible, right? The responsibility piece is obviously a huge one. But when I think about relevance, I somewhat feel like I'm a broken record going back to where I started. And that is when we talk about our Joule Copilot, that Joule Copilot, for the most part, is not going to be helping us, even though we all need it, synthesize long emails to get the key points, because none of us have time to read through all those emails. It's going to be engaging and integrated with complex business processes that they're running inside of their enterprises. So we believe and are seeing in early sort of use cases that the relevance of the insights it's providing are very actionable. So that's the main thing that I think the ability to drive up the level of success and the percentage of a success in a way it may be very low, but also very early, it's going to be around that relevance. And again, that's where we're pretty excited about the assets that we have at our disposal to be able to drive that relevance.
Yeah, that's terrific and also exciting. Shane, kick it over to you. You have a unique vantage point. Your business sits, at the foundational layers for a lot of what SAP is looking to build in the future. Can you share with us how you collaborate with other business, lines of business, whether it's within a particular, customer or some other sales motion? How does that all work?
Well, they forced me to collaborate with Stuart. That's That's the only reason that happens, but Michael and I get along just fine. So,
you guys all could have guessed that.
That's why I'm between them, right?
So I'll answer it two ways. I'll answer kind of from a solution perspective, and then actually from a glimpse inside of SAP from a go-to-market perspective. So apologies, I made a little bit of a list. So we really are if you own any of our SAP cloud solutions, you should have SAP's integration platform, right? Hands down. So we're providing enhanced data integration. We provide automation, right? We're doing predictive analytics, so really, providing that visibility into your most important data at the right time so you can make better business decisions. Who here has heard the term keep the core clean? I know Jim has. I know Sean has. So to keep the core clean, realize that the applications that we're bringing to our customers are going to solve 80 to 90% of their business requirements. BTP is really the platform that we would recommend to allow for customization and scalability, so extending outside of that core. And then, AI and BTP are going to both enhance the user experience. I saw a demo of, what the future of ERP is going to look like. It's going to look a lot more like a website than what anyone here is used to. So those are the key areas that I would say we help and we work with our other cloud colleagues. From a go-to-market standpoint, BTP is a unique set of solutions inside of SAP where any quota carrier, essentially, is expected to understand the value proposition for BTP and encouraged to, include it in their deals, right, in their solutions when they're presenting to the customer, and they get quota credit for that. So we call that cross-sell internally, but I wanted to bring that up as an example of, really how foundational BTP is and how much we collaborate across the other lines of business.
Stuart, I'll have to let you go next and comment on Shane or the question, whatever you need.
No, Shane knows I love him. When I think about the cross-collaboration between some of our solutions, you think about HCM, human capital management solutions, total workforce management. You take one of the assets that I own called Fieldglass. It's about managing contingent labor, managing gig labor, managing service procurement. But the first piece of that, when we combine it with our HCM technologies from a total workforce management perspective and bring those gig workers, those contract workers together into an HCM tool, those are the sort of benefits where, again, we address just about every enterprise process where I think you can see significant revolutions in additional productivity that we're excited about as we continue to unpack those and start to bring more and more of those to market.
Michael, any other words around this topic?
Yeah, I would say I don't think it's really about our portfolios, right? I do think when we're talking with the customers, we're trying to solve business challenges, right? And those business challenges, more often than not, cut across the portfolios that we actually own. And so, to me, I collaborate with both these guys all the time, right? And making sure that we're delivering great business outcomes for our customers. And so, I don't, even though I'm in charge of supply chain, I'm thinking about what is it that we're trying to solve for our customer? How are we going about doing it? What leverage do we need to pull regardless of where they sit inside of SAP to achieve that outcome? So for me, I'm always trying to think about strategically what we're trying to do for the customer, and then who and what needs to be involved to make that happen. And so I would just say, I don't put a lot of focus, on the specific pieces of technology. There's a lot of times where we're talking about procurement or we're talking about the business network in relation to what it is that we're doing with supply chain. A lot of the foundational components, when we're trying to do something from an extensibility perspective, we're obviously going to be talking about BTP, but it's to achieve a specific outcome. So I would just say, for me, our approach is always how do we go about delivering that outcome for the customer, and then make sure that we're including all the right pieces and parts to do that.
And that's a perfect segue. So we spend roughly 20 minutes talking about the what and the collaboration, but Stuart, how does this all fit together? Like when we get into implementation, whether it's us internally or through partners such as LeverX, can you share with us how this all works once a customer does buy our software?
Yeah, I'm still going to start through a software lens because I think it fits nicely into my perspectives on enterprise readiness and the role of the system integrator community in being prepared to be consultative with large enterprises. And I want to say in all cases, I care much more about our incredible ecosystem, and LeverX is certainly one of those, implementing our software more than I care about SAP implementing our own software. But again, I recognize through the software lens that Gen AI is much like a Swiss Army knife, right? It can do anything, but you wouldn't want it doing everything. And so focus matters, first and foremost, as you try to figure out what is it you're trying to achieve as an enterprise. Not every use case needs AI, not every process needs Gen AI. So first, when we think about, as product leaders, think about what new investments are we going to champion in new technologies. At SAP, and I'm sure many enterprises in the room do the same, we sort of go through a very simple three-lens process. How complex is the issue we're trying to solve? What then do we think is the ROI, both in terms of the investment we would make in software and our ability to sell it to customers? And then finally, what assumptions are we making about the ability to get to good data consistently? And if we think all of those things exist, and certainly ROI is going to be attached to solving complex problems. If all those things exist, then that's part of the very simplified process we go through in terms of making investments. Now, if I then segue to my view of enterprise readiness and SIs helping their customers be ready, I'm sure it's no customers in this room right now, but data quality, right? We find many large enterprises that still today have disparate data silos, that still today have incomplete data sets, that still today their data quality is poor, right? That's the first thing that's got to be figured out between those two entities, the SIs and the enterprises. Second, we all know, I talked about it earlier in terms of being responsible, it's the privacy aspect. How are you going to ensure as customers that you are partitioning your proprietary data from these large language models? And then the last thing I will say that I think from a readiness or how do we go about it or what are the challenges lens for me, any of you in the room that have been through a digital transformation exercise with us, and again, I'm sure it's no customers in this room, there are many customers out there that have very complex legacy systems that they have built all of their processes into customized software. And we, of course, would tell you, you should be changing your processes based on our software, not the other way around. I know that sounds arrogant, but there's good reasons for it. And there's bad reasons as you think about moving into AI if you don't do it. Because when you customize our software to meet, or any companies, to meet your processes, we generally find the APIs don't exist, the right formats of the data don't exist to be able to take advantage of these systems of intelligence. So we are constantly in a conversation with our customers about, well, the first thing I will say to executives is you are going to customize our software. There's only really two reasons in my mind to do it. One is it provides such overwhelming competitive differentiation that you ought to customize the software to take advantage of that. Or if it in a unique way drops profitability to the bottom line. Otherwise, put all of your customizations in Shane's business technology platform.
Or it's a legal compliance issue. I'll just add a third for you.
100%. So that's some of the challenges that I see that, and I don't think any of this is revolutionary in terms of what LeverX and or customers in this room have gone through. It's largely about the data and it's largely about enterprise readiness. So.
Yeah, and those three processes are obviously key. Michael, is that how your team approaches when you're looking forward to implementing supply chain software, or is there something slightly different?
Yeah, I think, Stuart definitely covered a lot of, I think, what we think about and what we consider and how we think of aligning. I would just say, the challenge that I've seen over the last number of years is we've tried to move people to a digital model, right? And this idea of being, I'll say, more iterative, how you accept new technologies and how that all gets compressed. There's definitely been a lagging as far as that happening in reality. I still see a lot of our ecosystem deploying our software as it were being deployed 20 years ago. And so there's this promise in the marketplace of being able to do things much more quickly, efficiently, and being more iterative of how you accept value when it comes to the deployment. I think the reality I've seen is it's been a very difficult challenge for people to adopt. And so when I talk about operating models, right, for ourselves and our customers and our partners, I think that's the journey that's really, I'll say, in progress and the biggest challenge right now as far as when I think about why or why not somebody's having a successful deployment or they're getting value out of their investments in SAP and our ecosystem with our partners. So for me, it's really probably the thing that's most top of mind in making sure when we're having these discussions that we're having that conversation specifically. Are you set up to be able to do this in a way that's going to allow you to actually get the value that we've promised as part of the business case?
And Shane, anything else that the other two didn't hit on you want to bring out?
Yeah, I mean, the guys covered it really well. I would just double click on Stuart's first point, which is it's all about the data. If you're really, going to roll out enterprise, class AI solutions, obviously the data has to be right. And I know that over the I've been at SAP now for almost 6 years, and customers have been talking about getting their arms around their data, cleaning their data up, building the right governance model around it. We can add a lot of value in that conversation, right, from an SAP perspective. If you're an ERP customer, if you're, an Ariba customer, a supply chain customer, SAP, kind of has that data already in our systems. Let us work with you on the best way to, store that in such a way that you can get the value out of it, right? I guess that would be the one extra point I would want to make. It's just really, really make sure that you have a handle on your data strategy.
Yeah, that's a great way to close that topic. Let's advance it one more. So, assuming implementation is a success, Michael, how do we reassure? What's our measuring steps for what success looks like? How do you describe that, either up front or as you're getting closer to finish?
Yeah, I guess is the system up and running, right? In a lot of cases, it's really interesting because when you start to talk about the measurement of value, whether it's us measuring it or our customers measuring, the reality is most people don't do that great of a job of actually checking after the fact whether or not they actually got what it is that they were thinking they were going to get when they went about the implementation of the deployment. And so for me, when I think about this through the lens of what's going to happen next from an AI perspective, I think things get really interesting. So I think for a lot of the stuff that we do today as far as business realization and that value and that discussion and making sure that you're getting the return on your investments, there's a lot of structures in place that are really solid that can be utilized. And so that part's easy to measure. When you start to think about what's going to happen next, right? And so there's these use cases that are very well defined. There's these tool sets that we use that help us measure those things. And now we're going to be going into this realm where you're going to be able to leverage AI as a platform to really innovate at speed, right? And so when you think about that idea of really empowering your employees to be able to start to leverage some of these tool sets to go out and do things differently, how are you going to measure that effectively? What structures, what systems, what protocols need to be put in place in order to be able to do that effectively? And I think that question has not been answered yet, mainly because we're still fairly early state in things. I think the other exciting part of it is, when I think about what we're going to have here pretty soon with Joule, so Joule for us, I think on IBP is coming out next month, so super exciting. and you think about what's going to happen as far as usage of the system and how people engage with the system, and this idea of literally having a prompt-based engagement instead of sitting there and having to actually do transactions or analytics or whatever it is by navigating through the different screens and systems inside of SAP. And that right there, the value that the potential value that could be extracted is huge. It's just another area we need to think about. What does that mean in terms of how we're actually measuring, how we're accounting, how we're standardizing, how we're helping enable and educate all of those end users to do it effectively and not have it be, you know, put on full blast and just have a bunch of stuff everywhere.
Shane, anything in particular that you focus on to say this project was a success, or how do you think about that?
Yeah, so a couple, again, maybe I answered in two different ways. So from a platform standpoint, you know, one of the most important metrics we keep an eye on all the time is consumption, right? So we have 24,000 customers around the world that leverage the BTP platform. And, you know, today inside of SAP, we're absolutely kind of leading edge as far as the telemetry and making sure that our customers are using the system. So I know using the system doesn't always equate to, you know, value, but it's a pretty good leading indicator, right? And we've invested in building out, you know, quite a large organization to work with customers kind of post-sale to make sure that they are achieving that value, right? And so things like consumption, things like, deployed ACV, things like renewals, you know, those are the metrics that we would look at internally to make sure that our customers are generally happy, you know, and getting the value that we promised, right? The other way that I would look at it, just, you know, if we're talking about AI, you know, it's depends on the stakeholder, but it's very often it's the efficiencies that you're gaining by not doing something the way you used to do it, right? We work with a very large, you know, alcohol distributor, and they've adopted a new process where they're shipping something like 400,000, you know, cases of beer a year, right? And we've worked with them so that they are eliminating a very manual process it was taking them 20 minutes per, you know, case of a damaged incident. So anyhow, getting down into that level of detail is really important. That way we can continue to evangelize and find new use cases and new projects for other customers in that industry or outside of that industry.
And Stuart, anything that the other two gentlemen didn't mention that you want to bring forth?
Yeah, maybe amplify some things, because I think this is the most important consideration for enterprises when they think about implementing technology, much less implementing AI, right? And you know, you guys have all been there either as business leaders or IT leaders, and you work with whomever your selected technology partner is pre-getting to a contract on what's the business case, what are the KPIs we think are going to improve, what are the outcomes we think we're going to drive to. And what my experience dictates is there's a ton of time spent helping Acme Company and the people within Acme Company generally convince their C-suite on this is why we should make this investment. And then once that contract is signed, what we have found in my organization, there generally is a 4-month delay before ground is broken and you're starting to implement software. And there's value leakage there. And not all, but some customers lose sight of what was the original thesis for why I was investing in technology, and am I measuring that in a quantifiable way? So for us customer success organizations, we own customer success in each one of our organizations. We are laser focused in any new relationship, and frankly existing relationships, on here's why you invested. We're going to track those KPIs every QBR to make sure that you're getting at least the minimum of your expectation on the threshold of what you thought you would get from this investment in technology. I think it's even more critical and has to be more granular when you start talking about AI implementations, is that if enterprises lose sight of that, I think it has a chance to get away from people a little bit. So that's my perspective in terms of my experience with adoption, consumption, value from software over many, many years.
Before we get to our last question, Ted and the team, so we started a little bit late. When do we end, so we keep everything else moving appropriately?
4 minutes, 23 seconds.
Sorry, this box is blocking me. All right,
I'll keep you honest.
Thank you. All right, so the last one, we'll start with Shane. You can answer it, take it in whatever direction. So as this technology evolves rapidly, what key trends do you foresee in the next few years, within your seat or generally speaking?
Yeah, so I definitely want to leave time for my colleagues. We talked a little bit about this, in the green room or whatever. But one of the trends that I foresee, right? I think the topic of AI is really, for IT professionals, it's been kind of the wind in their sails a little bit, like giving them maybe a little bit bigger seat at the table, so to speak, inside of the enterprises in which they, where they work. And I think it's going to be more critical than ever for the IT teams to collaborate with the business, right? Because AI is going to, in general, probably solve more valuable problems that the business owners have versus just an IT problem, right? Sure, maybe we can solve an IT problem by creating code far more efficiently and quickly than we ever have before. But I think one of the big trends is getting back to some old school kind of change management, which I think Stuart mentioned earlier. If you are that business owner and you're sitting in the audience, right, do not hesitate to collaborate with your IT team. I would encourage you to go through one of the AI workshops that we are running a couple times a week here in North America. It's amazing the type of problems that you will uncover when you get everybody in a room and you kind of go through a process like that. The technology is just, the tech is the tech, but it's really identifying those problems that are going to bring the most value to you, right? And so I'm certainly not a futurist of any kind, but I think that going back to some of those basics as it relates to AI is going to be really important.
Perfect. So Stuart, can you do that in 30 seconds?
Give me the challenge again. What am I doing in 30 seconds?
So the piece of revolutionary technology, what do you foresee is the next critical milestone? 30 seconds to answer.
Well, first, on the provider side, it's the big breakthrough. All of the big tech companies, us included, are spending so much money on this stuff. The real risk is not to be spending money on this stuff because a breakthrough is going to come and none of us know what it's going to be. On the customer side, I'll say it again, I'll be redundant, we got to find ways to drive relevance. Like, I've been in software for, 15, 16 years. We've been talking about actionable insights for how many years, and how many of us have really been involved in either selling or buying software where it's driving really wow actionable insights. That to me is what AI can do in the enterprise, and I think we're going to get there in pretty short order.
Perfect. Michael, take us home. Parting words.
Yeah, I'll say this. I've been with SAP almost 24 years, and this by far is the absolute biggest opportunity from a technology perspective that we've had in my entire career at SAP, for sure. I think it's really interesting on how this thing will evolve and accelerate a lot of capabilities that we'll have. I do think, one of the things that we were talking about backstage before we got out here was just what would be the things that would inhibit that, right? And I would just say, when you start to think about what's going on with the port strike this week, a big part of that is they do not want things to be automated, right? If we think earlier this year, what happened with the Actors and Writers Guild, right? And how do you protect your image and your intellectual property and all of these things? There were things that are agreed to, in that agreement, right, that protect people against. So when I think about the potential is massive, how it actually ends up manifesting itself and what we actually end up seeing end state, it'll be interesting to see how it all plays out. But I think it's truly the biggest opportunity that in all of our careers that anybody's been working for a little bit of time you'll experience for sure. That's my point of view.
Well, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for listening, whether here or virtually. And round of applause for Stuart, Michael, and Shane. Thank you.
Thank you.
I agree wholeheartedly.
This way?
Michael, this is one of the greatest technological opportunities
Yes.
across the board. So thanks for emphasizing that.
Absolutely.
Sorry about your name and the mix up there.
That's okay.
Not sure what
Absolutely.
happened there.
No,
but-
thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry I asked that.
No problem. No problem. So, okay, so that was a great, great panel. And I want to make sure that if you have follow-up questions, please come and see them on the side, talk to them during breaks, like great, great resource. But one of the biggest takeaways for me was the word collaboration. Having groups working together, having individuals working together, sharing thoughts and ideas is really, really key. And that is crystal clear that these gentlemen collaborate with each other and bring their groups together for the sake of customers. So great, great stuff. All right. So next up, continuing down our path of incredible speakers, we're going to bring out Bob Heidemann, Senior Vice President and Chief Technology Officer from A.O. Smith. I have A.O. Smith water heaters in my house. They've been great. I love that. And Bob's going to talk to us about future engineering challenges in a global organization. Bob, come on up.
Forward is
Should be the button.
probably the big green one. Huh?
Yeah.
About now?
Yep.
All right, super. Stick it in my pocket here. So, Victor asked me to speak to the group, and I was a little uncomfortable speaking to the group because you see my title was Senior Vice President and Chief Technology Officer. Unfortunately, it's not an IT person, but I'm a product person. And so I was a little uncomfortable with the group because this group is a lot of IT professionals, a lot of, I'll call it, technology professionals that don't necessarily align with the type of work I do. And I thought before I get started, it might be helpful to talk about what I do. And last night we were at the reception and I was talking to a group of people and they said, "What do you do, Bob?" And I said, "Well, I'm the Senior Vice President and Chief Technology Officer at A.O. Smith." And they're like, yeah, but what do you do? And I quipped a little bit, probably after a couple glasses of wine, and I said, I sit at my desk most days, answer emails, and spend time on the phone. And I thought, that's not really fair, although there is a lot of that, right? But really, when I look at what I do, I really try to help people be successful as a leader. And that success can look many different ways to people. But if I get up every day and I try to make people, and I help people be successful, then we're going to have great products at A.O. Smith, we're going to have great people, and we're going to have a great future at A.O. Smith. So that's what I get up every day to do as a Chief Technology Officer. And that helping people be successful does lead to, the products that help our customers drive their success and help our stakeholders and drive profits at A.O. Smith. So that's what I do. I also believe as a leader that everybody deserves a good boss. And so I spend a lot of time helping people that report directly to me or even a layer or two down as leaders, trying to help them be a good boss to their teams. And I always have to be careful of that because I look at myself and I'm like, am I a good boss? And that disturbs me because there's times I can look in the mirror and say, not necessarily a great boss, right? And so it gives me opportunities to get better, but also help my team get better. And again, it drives back to my purpose, which is really to help people be successful. Also, when Victor asked me to talk, I thought I got to have a key takeaway for people. And my key takeaway before I jump into some of my presentation and tell you a little about A.O. Smith was make sure you know where you're going. And I thought a couple different examples, and I thought of a positive example, and I thought of a negative example. And I'm going to give you the negative example because it's kind of funny, and it's afternoon, and I'll try to keep you awake. And it involves me. So about a year ago, I was in Italy. And keep in mind, know where you got to get to, know where you want to be. Whatever you want to say is when you have a challenge, you got to have that end in mind, right? So I'm in Italy on vacation. And started out in Rome, everything was great. Sunday, we drive up to Tuscany, right? Siena, if anyone's been to Italy, beautiful area, right? We get in, we pull into town in our rental car, and I'm driving. And we get there, and we sit out on the balcony that night, and we overlook this, the valleys of Tuscany and the city of Siena, and we're drinking Brunello wine, and it's a great evening. Next morning comes, it's about, 5:30 in the morning, 6 o'clock, and I said to my wife, I said, hey, I'm going to go for a couple-mile run, probably 4 or 5 miles. I'll see you in about 35, 40 minutes, depending on how far I go. So I take off, and I go into Siena, and it's a gated town, right? It's a big wall, and so I go through the gate, and I remember seeing the gate. I'm like, okay, I got to remember this, because when I come out, I got to come out at the same gate, or I'm not going to find my hotel. So off I go, hit the gate, run through town, hit about 2 miles, and I'm like, okay, time to turn around. You got to remember, this isn't like straight roads or anything, right? This is kind of curves around a city. So I go in there and turn around, head back, and I hit the gate. Except the first gate I come to looks nothing like the gate I came in. And I'm like, son of a gun, what did I do wrong? This seemed easy, right? Just follow the road. And so turn around, retrace, go back to where I turned around. Yep, this is where I turned around. Same thing, wrong gate. So then I'm like, I must have made a left here, so I go up that way. No go. So after probably about 45 minutes of running, when I should be home already, I decide I gotta ask someone where to go. Except there was something I forgot the night before when we got to the hotel. I didn't know the name of my hotel. I didn't know what street I was on. The only thing I remembered was I was on bus route 51. And so I'm like, dang, bus route 51, how hard can this be? So I see a taxi stand, and I go up to a taxi driver, and I say, can you tell me where bus route 51 is, right? Now I'm in Italy. First thing I had is, don't know English. So I'm like, okay, and I'm like, okay. So I asked someone else, bus route 51, I'd never heard of it. So then the bus pulls into this little bus station. I'm like, this guy will know where bus route 51 is. So I pull in there, bus route 51. Never heard of it. Impossible. So I'm like, okay. So then I start running around some more, and I'm like, boy, and I keep coming up to these gates, and none of them look like the gate that I came in the morning. And so then I remembered the guy said, if you want to buy a bus ticket, go to a smoke shop, tobacco shop. So I go into the tobacco shop. I said, hey, bus route 51. No English. There's a nice man in there, young man in there. He's like, bus route 51. I've never heard of that. I've lived here a long time. Like, what the heck? I know this is right? And so he says, you know what? And I explained, I don't know my hotel. I don't know what road I'm on. I mean, I'm lost, right? And so he says, tell you what, why don't you use my phone? I don't know if it'll make an international call, but give it a whirl. So he gives it now. Finally, after talking a while, he's like, I'm really sorry, I got to go to work. So I'm like, thanks. Eventually, I find this big bus station in Siena. I'm like, all right, bus route 51. So I look at all the signs, and I'm like, no 51 around here. I talk to a couple people that speak English, no 51. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me, right? So now I'm starting to get a little panicked, because I've been out there now probably 8 miles on my 4-mile run, and I don't know how to get out of this silly city, because every gate looks the same, and none of them look like what I saw when I came in. So I'm just like, I'm running back and forth, and at one point, I'm running, and I thought I heard my wife's voice call, Bob, and I'm like, geez, that's impossible. She wouldn't know how to find me. So I just ignored it. I was hallucinating, right, because I was getting pretty nervous. And so I kept running and moving, and it turns out she figured out, because I didn't have my phone with me, she could track my phone on my watch on my phone. So she'd find me, but I was always running and moving, so she could never catch up. So this is not going well, right? So I clock 11 miles, and I'm like, oh boy, I don't know what to do. It doesn't do me any good to go talk to a police officer or a cop, because what am I going to tell them? I know nothing other than I'm in Siena and I'm on bus route 51. So eventually I go into this hotel, and I tell the guy, I'm like, do you know where bus route 51 is? He's like, nah, never heard of it. I only know the bus routes, and he rattled a couple off, and I'm like, I'm screwed. And finally I'm like, can I make an international call? He's like, do you have any money? I'm like, I just told you I have nothing, man. And so I'm like, I'm just disgusted. I don't know what to do. And all of a sudden, he's like, 1 second. He goes on his computer, types bus route 51 in. He's like, oh, bus route 51. And he says, go left out of the door. Whatever you do, don't go, just keep going downhill. Do not go uphill. You'll be fine. So I start out, and I'm like, man, I've been by this all morning. I come to the exit, right? I'm like, to the wall, and I'm like, this doesn't look right. But the guy said, keep going. So I go a little further. I hit another exit. A wall. This is what it's supposed to look like. In the morning, when I came in, it was dark, right? Pitch dark out. And so I never noticed the second wall. So I was running, I never noticed the second wall. So the bottom line was, and I eventually got home, and my wife was like driving around, but it all worked out, right? But the key message here is I should have known where I was going. I should have known my hotel. I should have known all this stuff. So when we're looking at challenges in the world, one key takeaway is really know where you need to get to or where you want to be. With that, I just thought it was a funny story and makes a good point. So just know where you're going. Little about A.O. Smith. We're 150 years old this year. We started in 1874, and it's really an exciting time for us. We have a lot of celebrations going on. We're about a $4 billion company. We make water heaters, water tanks, water purifiers. Appreciate you having one of our products, any of our customers. Thank you for that. We couldn't be in business without you. We're a global company. You can see all our global locations. A big part of our business is North America. The other big part of our business is China. When I think about challenges, when we start talking about challenges in my world, we can talk about geopolitical challenges, but one of the things we do at A.O. Smith is we say, control the things you can control. And I can't control geopolitics, I can't control the economy, but I can control what happens within A.O. Smith from a engineering or product management perspective. So really excited about our 150-year history. You talk to many companies and they'll say, oh, I'm 75 or 100 years old, and to be 150 years old is quite an accomplishment, and I'm very pleased to be a part of that. These are our values. We're a values-based company. We're about profitable growth. We don't hide behind that. We're about innovation. We're about being a great place to work. We're about doing business the right way, and we're about contributing to the communities we live in. That's one of the reasons I work at A.O. Smith, is really about living our values. Taking care of the customer is really important. We want our customers to have a great experience. One of the things we learned with the pandemic was that everybody needs hot water, everybody needs treated water. Many times, I think we talk to employees, and I don't think there's many engineers that graduated college, and they said, you know what I want to do? I want to go make water heaters. A lot of them want to make spaceships or cars, but one of the things we can't live without is water heaters, and it's been a great career for me. I've been there 28 years now. And our values are important. As a company, we as a leader, that's one of the things we try to really reinforce every day is, what living our values and showing people what those values are. And I think that goes to, some of my earlier comments about, just trying to help people be successful and make sure they have good bosses. We're a global company, and in our global operations, we're not in China to ship product back to the U.S. Our products are a lot of air, so it doesn't do us a lot of good to ship from China to the U.S. because we pay a lot of money to ship air. So we're typically in our foreign operations, China, India, a little bit in Europe, very small European footprint, but we're there to make products that are for that particular market. And one of the things we've learned the hard way is every market's different. What somebody wants in China for a water heater doesn't necessarily match what someone in the U.S. wants. As a matter of fact, we still joke that there's probably 40-gallon gas water heaters that we use in North America sitting in a warehouse from 1997 in China, that we thought that's what the market wanted, and we weren't even close. So we've learned that as we move to the market, we really have to make sure that we have people on the ground that understand the market and understand what products they want in the market, in that existing market. So This is just a little of our history. I said we started in 1874. They started out making baby buggy parts, bicycle parts, shoe lathes back in the 1800s, late 1800s. If you made a shoe, you had a piece of metal and you stretched a piece of leather over this, and that's how you made the shoes. So that's where they started with C.J. Smith in 1874. Really got in the automotive industry. That was a huge part of our business at A.O. Smith. If anybody was involved with Henry Ford, there's a picture like that of Arthur O. Smith and Henry Ford sitting in the car there. Arthur O's in the back, Henry's in the front. And so that was a huge customer of ours. We also got into making welded pressure vessels, but the big thing that we got doing in 1937 is, 1936, is we started making water heaters. And during the Great Depression, we had some engineers that figured out how to put enamel on steel. And that was really important because it keeps the steel from corroding away and makes your water heater last 12, 15, 20. I think we've seen some that are 35 years old. And so, and that was all done at A.O. Smith. And so that's kind of our history. We got out of the automotive business in 1997. I remember that day very, very well when they announced they were getting out of the automotive business because it was, you're selling the family jewels. And today I tell people, had we not sold, quote, the family jewels, I would not be here speaking to you today because we would have been bankrupt. And so it was a great foresight by our leaders at the time to know when to be in business, when to get out of business, when to expand. And after we sold the automotive business, we thought electric motors was going to be our future. Until China came along and really hurt our motor business. We got out of our motor business after being in business for 70 years making electric motors in 2011 and really put all of our efforts into being a water company, both water treating and water heating. This is our global operations. We got more than 600 engineers globally these days, a big footprint in China, 450 in China, but really centered another heavy presence in North America. We do invest heavily in our innovation to try to make sure we have new products out there. And when I mentioned when Victor asked me to talk, I was like, what am I going to talk about? Because if I talk about PLM, I don't really know that much about PLM. I'm very fortunate to have Ed Chavez leading that, who's going to talk here at 2:30 in the yellow room. But Ed's done a great job for us, so I can talk about product and how we lead. And so this is our footprint. And so on with that, kind of the key of my topic was around what are the challenges as we look to the future. And really, when I get up and think about what keeps me awake, one is our talent. We have a lot of people retiring, the baby boomers, even the Generation Xers are surprising us by how early they're retiring. And so we have this huge wave of retirements coming at us. A real challenge for us because then we have to find people, we have to develop them, and then we have to retain them. And Ed and I were talking about some folks, and if you work with any of the 25 to 40 years olds, right, they want to be CEO by the time they're 28, and so that's a real challenge for us because they have higher expectations than maybe we can deliver on. But we spend a lot of time on what we can do to develop that talent, and I believe that's a big part of, as a leader in a product-based, manufacturing-based company, is how do we develop the people? Because like I said, nobody comes out of college and says, I want to go manufacture water heaters. So we can teach them the fundamentals of engineering in college, but when they come, they have to learn a lot about our products and the specifics of what it is. And I think, as I look at that, one of the ways to help us do that is really to use, I was excited about the Gen AI and stuff that I hear because I think that's an opportunity to help us more quickly develop our talent. It's not going to solve it. I appreciated Lisa's comments before lunch, right? There's things you can do with technology and there are things that people have to do. And so I think that crossroads between the technology piece and the people piece is real important. And as we really focus on, what we're going to do with our talent in the future. So the talent is just keeps going on every day, and we've had a higher turnover. I mean, when I first joined A.O. Smith, nobody ever left A.O. Smith. And now, and I work out of Milwaukee, our corporate technology office. When I first got there, I can count on my hand probably the first 10 years how many people left. And now in 6 months, I can't count everybody on my hand because we've got a younger workforce. There's a lot more jobs out there. And so how we retain them becomes really key for us. And we do that by helping them be successful, right? My first thing that I get up every day, I want to help people be successful. I think if we can show people a path to success, then they're more apt to stay with us. And I think we see that. And in some cases, there's people that move on, that it's probably better for them to move on. People came to me and they said, so-and-so left. This is a tragedy. And I'm like, I couldn't offer that person a lot of future growth given their degree, given where they were at from a professional level. They really needed to go somewhere else. And I'm okay with that, because I'd rather have them see them be successful somewhere else. Another thing that keeps me awake is the whole knowledge piece. Because with this aging population and the people retiring, Ed and I were talking at lunch, it's like totally amazing to me is like you go somewhere and there's like 2 or 3 people that know everything. But 2 or 3 people that know everything are also 60 years old or 55 years old, and you think, well, I've got another 10 years, 5 years, and all of a sudden they show up tomorrow at 56 and they're like, I decided to retire. I got enough money, what the heck? And so getting this knowledge transferred to other people and getting them to share the knowledge, because a lot of people have been with us for a long time, getting them to share it is just not easy to do. And I think this, again, where some of the talk that I hear today about AI, Gen AI, I think this is really an opportunity to really grasp our knowledge and manage it better than we ever have. I know we're doing a workshop with LeverX here in about 6 weeks. Really excited about that on how we can use AI in our innovation and in our engineering world. So I'm really excited about that. But this becomes a key one. But then when we talk about Gen AI, the thing that our IT group gets excited about is protecting that intellectual property, right? And I think that's going to continue is, how do you make sure the knowledge out there is protected and what's proprietary and belongs to A.O. Smith stays at A.O. Smith. A funny story was I had a young product manager I was talking to, and he says to me, hey, Bob, this ChatGPT is awesome. He's like, I run every one of my emails through ChatGPT. And I said, hey, Matt. He's like, yeah. And I'm like, so what are you exactly putting in ChatGPT? He's like, my emails. And it summarizes it, cleans them up. And I'm like, so is there anything in there about sales dollars or business strategies? And on the other end of the phone, you hear, and it's like, so this is where I think protecting that intellectual property is also going to be a key challenge for us moving forward as we use some of these tools. I think it's being solved, it's being addressed, but I do think that it's something that definitely keeps me awake at night and something we need to continue to be mindful of. The last one is global collaboration. I mentioned we're a global company. Someone else today, I think Lisa was talking about collaboration. And I'm a huge person about collaboration. I talk to our young engineers in China about collaboration and this whole not invented here syndrome that we have. Because I tell people, I'm like, you know what? I don't really care where the idea came from, because the idea is the easy part. The implementation and the execution, that's where people have to put a lot of hard work in. A lot of knowledge comes in, a lot of know-how comes in. So let's not worry about who came up with the idea. Let's really focus on how do we drive this idea into something that creates value for our customers, which in turn helps people be successful and helps A.O. Smith make money and give us a good return for our shareholders. And so I think that's really important. I also think a big part of global collaboration, I really enjoyed Lisa's talk, was about humility and courage. Because what I always tell people about humility is it's the willingness to dare to be wrong, right? That's humility to me. Because if you dare that you're wrong, if you dare yourself to say I could be wrong, then you're going to be open to other ideas. It's going to drive this global collaboration. If you take the courage to be wrong, or you take the courage to take a risk on something, on someone else's idea, there's a good chance that that's going to help people be successful, generate better ideas, and really move the organization forward. So with that, just a couple key messages, right? Know where you're going. Don't get lost along the way. Speak from experience. If you want to have a drink tonight, I'll tell you more stories about Italy, because there was a couple other incidences that are pretty funny. And then protect your talent, develop it, help them be better, protect your knowledge, get it shared out there, leverage the tools that are coming, really excited about the efficiency gains and the ability to transfer knowledge and help people get better, and then really dare to be wrong and be willing to collaborate. With that, that's all I had for you today.
Thank you, Bob. Great talk. I love the story at the beginning, and I love the values of A.O. Smith. It's very Midwestern in its core, and I love that. But two things that really stuck out for me is that one, yes, don't put proprietary information into ChatGPT. Don't do that. Maybe a Joule SAP-like implementation might be a better solution. But also, you talked a lot about the need to retain talent, to develop talent. I talk to business leaders all over the globe, and there is a global war for talent. Everybody wants to retain their best workers, and they want to attract the best workers. And the only way that you're going to do that is developing, like you say. So really great lesson there that I think everybody can take away from is investing in those workers, giving them the tools and the resources, the mentorship, et cetera, and they will remain with you. Otherwise, people come and go, and that's not good for business. So,
all right.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks.
Quick housekeeping item. Please, please, please post amazing thoughts and ideas about LeverEdge 2024 to LinkedIn, hashtag LeverEdge 2024, because there is an iPad at stake here. You can never have too many iPads, especially if you have kids. Okay, so next up we have Tim Flaherty, who is the Chief Financial Officer from Enable Injections, and he's going to be talking about the journey and growth of Enable Injections, a good Ohio company. I'm originally from Toledo, Ohio, so I love the Ohio connection here. But Tim's got a really, really not only interesting story, but a really touching story. So I know that you will amaze and delight everyone with the message and the mixture of product and heartfelt service and all of that. So coming up, and let's hear from you.
Thanks. First of all, I want to thank LeverX for the opportunity to speak. This is an easy story to tell because it touches almost everyone's lives. Everyone knows someone with a chronic disease. You're talking multiple myeloma, Crohn's disease, rheumatoid arthritis, anything that requires an IV is usually a chronic disease. I have a story where our best friend's child has Crohn's disease. His parents have to pull him out of school once a month to get infusions. These are 6-hour infusions. They have to take time off work. Their child misses school. They go down to the infusion clinic, and sometimes the chair is double booked, so they have to reschedule the appointment. Sometimes the doctor can't get a vein. They're sticking them 4, 5, 6 times. They have to reschedule. So what you're going to find interesting about our product is we're giving people their lives back. That's what gets me out of bed every night, every day, and that is our mission of our company, is to get this product out in the market for as many people as possible and give them a little piece of their life back. So what I'd like to show next is a little video that sort of sums up our technology, and then we can go from there. Right, so this device, it's non-intimidating. It looks like a toy. It's fun. I mean, people actually want to be injected. That's how fun it is. We have cases where patients are being injected with their drug and they think the device is not even working. I mean, that compared to an IV is life-changing. I think what's important to point out is when we started the business, our focus was to do this at home. At home is obviously the home run, and a lot of folks didn't really understand until the pandemic hit. Once the pandemic hit, people realized we don't want to be in the hospital, right? So the light bulb went on, and they finally started getting the concept. But what's beautiful about our device is we coined the term anywhere care. You can do it anywhere. You can do it in a clinic. You can do it at a Walgreens. You can do it at home. The doctors, when you're getting an infusion, there's limited nurses, there's limited chair time. With our device, you don't need a chair, you don't need a nurse. You could have a receptionist slap this on. You could go in a coffee shop. 5, 6, 8 people could be doing this at the same time. And then you take it off and you go on your way. We're business to business, so what we do is we actually build the device specific for a drug with a pharmaceutical partner. They can then brand the device to name it whatever they want. The challenge here is, as we heard earlier, it takes 4 to 5 years to develop these drugs and get them to market. Some fail, some don't fail. What's important to point out is we've been in business since 2010. We signed our first deal in 2014. I was hired in 2015. We had about 10 employees. Today we have over 200 employees. We have invested we've raised over $330 million in financing, another $130 million in pharma revenue, and our pharma partners have invested over $500 million in clinical trials to get this to market. So it's been a long time coming, 14 years and over $1 billion in investments. This just shows some of our key inflection points over our journey, and again, the amount of capital and time to develop this product. The barrier to market is very tough. Now, there is competition coming because it's almost $1 trillion market for biologics. Our claim to fame is that we can do anywhere from 5 ml to 25 ml, and we have clinical trials, people using 4 devices at one time, injecting over 100 ml.
Full blast and just
didn't even believe that you can inject that much drug. Most of the competition today is in the smaller 5 to 10 ml. There really is no competition in the 10 to 25 ml. So we're ahead of the curve. We have signed 7 drug partners, and we have 9 deals. And I'm excited to say we finally got FDA approval in 2023. That's how long it did take. And it was with a pharmaceutical company by the name of Apellis. Apellis was a small startup out of Louisville, Kentucky. It was 3 guys that came up with developing the drug as they were in college. Apellis branded the device the Empaveli injector because Empaveli is actually the drug that is being used. And it's for a drug called PNH. What is PNH? PNH is a blood disease. It's a small orphan disease. There's only about 200 patients in the United States that have this disease and about another 100 worldwide. If you don't treat it, it could be life-threatening. It does cause anemia, it causes blood clots, etc. So Apellis thought it was going to take 6-8 months to get these kind of results. And in 16 weeks, 74% of their current patients switched from a pump, which this pump is about this large. It has 4 tubes that go into your abdomen. You have to sit in a chair as you administer. It causes pain, it causes leakage. It was a no-brainer. Everybody started switching, and now every new patient is coming onto our device. 2024, another exciting year for Enable. We're busting at the seams at our headquarters. It's a 40,000 square foot facility. We just secured another 90,000 square feet, and this will be our center of manufacturing excellence. In addition to that, we've received a ton of support from the state of Ohio and the localities. We've secured over $10 million in incentives to help scale our manufacturing. This gives everyone a small visual of our 4 facilities. The one on the left is our corporate headquarters today, and that's where we are doing our manufacturing. We're going to build out our Springdale facility over the next 3 years, and then we will keep light manufacturing in Evendale because the pharma partners want business redundancy in case something happens to one of the facilities. And you can imagine their drugs are billion-dollar drugs, and they want to make sure that they're secure. Our manufacturing capabilities. Today we have 1 hybrid line. We can do up to 1 million devices per year. And by 27-28, we're going to replicate and introduce semi-automation to full automation. We'll be able to do over 4 million devices a year. And you can imagine some of these drugs require 1 million devices a year. So the business can get big, and it can get big really quick. So we need time to scale. The benefit here is from the time you sign a deal to the time that you develop a drug, it's usually 4 to 5 years, and then another 4 years to scale manufacturing to get to peak devices. So we have plenty of time to scale our manufacturing, and it takes roughly 24 months to build a line doing about 1.5 million devices per year. So the next video is, it's a testimony by a woman whose husband has multiple myeloma. Multiple myeloma is a blood cancer that really affects your bone marrow. We had a company luncheon, and she came out and talked about all the challenges that her family is experiencing with multiple myeloma. It's a long video. The quality's not the greatest, so I'm only going to play a couple minutes just so everyone can get a flavor of what she's going through, and then I'll sum it up after that.
Hi everyone, my name is Riedi, and I stand before you today, a smiling face, a wife, and a caregiver who has walked the path alongside my husband as he battled for his life. My husband was diagnosed with a rare blood disease, and for 18 months, our lives revolved around chemotherapy and glucose. These chemotherapy infusions would last about 2 to 3 hours each time, and sometimes multiple times a week, were physically and emotionally taxing, not just for him, but for our entire family as well. The cancer patient that's undergoing treatment is battling for their life, but the caregiver has to watch it all, suppress any negative feelings, and slap a smile on their face for their loved one. So I smiled. I smiled through it all. Despite the sterile controlled environment we were subjected to, week after week, month after month. The journey began each week with a 35-minute car ride to the infusion center, coupled with a 2-hour drive monthly to the James Center at OSU.
So I think everyone gets the point, right? Just the time, what it does to a family, how it drains them. You know, at the end of her speech, she basically said, keep doing what you're doing. You know, your mission is right on. The amount of people and the lives you're going to touch, very inspirational. And I can tell you, we've heard thousands of testimonies over the last 10 years. Mothers crying, my son can finally go to college. I don't have to take time off work. I don't have to sit in a cold infusion clinic. I just want to, you know, this is 7 minutes of our lives, but thousands and thousands of these, you know, we can't get this product to patients quick enough. And again, that's our mission, and that's what, again, gets me out of bed every day. So, how has SAP helped in this journey? We were one of the earliest adopters of SAP for our size business. You know, you can imagine signing our first deal in 14. In 17, we did not have a lot of money. We did not have a lot of resources, but we knew we were going to get big. We knew we were going to get big quick, and we knew we needed to scale our business in a highly regulated FDA environment. So the thing we didn't want to do is purchase a middle market ERP system that we're going to have to turn around and switch out a couple years down the road. Also, a lot of the middle markets don't have the best practices that SAP has built in. In addition to that, you know, SAP now has a beautiful phased approach. And this phased approach allows you to bring on the modules as you need them, and you can invest the capital when you have it and deploy the resources when you have them on your team. That's exactly what we did, and we also heard from our pharmaceutical companies loud and clear, what ERP system do you have? When we told them SAP, they were very pleased and happy because, again, billion-dollar drugs, they want to make sure they're protected. They want to make sure that they have part traceability if there's recall issues, logistic challenges. Plus, 85% of all pharmaceuticals use SAP, so it's easy to have the two systems talk to each other. So that is why we chose SAP, and this just gives you a little roadmap of what we've done over the years. In 2017, we brought up FICO, finance costing. Then we moved into production planning, material management. Soon to follow, quality management, plant maintenance, PLM. LeverX has been a great partner for the past 8 years. They've helped us in not only PLM, but IPS ticketing, a lot of logistics, quality. They are truly a great partner for us. Let's fast forward to 2020. COVID hits. We had the foresight to implement early, so we really did not miss a beat. Since we were an essential business, our manufacturing continued to run. Some of the administrative functions did move home. You're talking about the finance, some of the IT functions. We were still able to close the books on time. We were able to cut checks. We were able to receive cash. Logistics and production, they were able to build product, order product, ship product. I was actually able to raise money at my kitchen table. The exciting part was we actually came out of COVID better than when we went into COVID. We were better capitalized, and we learned from what we had to do in case of a pandemic. So when you get into the 21, 22, 23 time frame, this is where we're starting to optimize our modules. So when we started in 2017, we thought we were going to launch with a very large partner, over 1 million devices. We got one phone call. That got delayed multiple years. This is the challenge you have with pharmaceutical companies. This is the challenge you have with managing your cash. That was actually a blessing in disguise because we would have probably not been ready to scale at 1 million devices a year, and our SAP systems were not optimized. You can imagine in a small startup, a lot of people like to use paper. You have a lot of young folks that don't even know what ERP stands for. They think, okay, this is a finance system. Why do I need to worry about this? So it took a lot of education and over the years, a lot of executive and management support to appreciate and realize that we have the Cadillac of all systems. You know, a lot of people that are familiar with SAP, especially the people that work for me in SAP, they come in, they're like, oh my God, you have everything. You have S/4HANA, you have SuccessFactors, you have LMS, you have PLM, you have ECTR. I mean, what can I ask for? And it's like, I wish everyone would appreciate the investments we've made and how do we utilize that. And now we're finally seeing it, and we can't bring the modules on quick enough because everybody wants it and they want it yesterday. We're really focused a lot on SAP Analytics and SAC today. We're going to be doing our budgeting in 25 in SAC, and we have an initiative to sit with every functional area and outline a dashboard that will help them run their business. When they come in every morning, they can pull up their dashboard, they can make quick decisions, they can drill down to the transaction level in SAP. Another thing that is very important to me, and I've done this at several companies, and it's not the easiest thing to do, but they have one system, and try to hold on to that one system as long as possible. Because I've been in companies that you have 5, 6, 8 different systems, and you're running reports in all different systems. So we've been fortunate to keep one system, not that I've not had the challenges, because people are a product of their experiences, and everybody wants to come in and change the system or put in a different system. We also just hired a person in SAP for GLC. So we are actively implementing security roles and responsibilities as we continue to move towards this commercial business. And then to the right, you can see some of the other things, warehouse management, electronic DMR, etc. So what's up next for Enable? It was a long time coming, FDA approval. Pharmaceutical companies, they all want to be first to be second. So once we got the FDA approval, they're lining up and they're more comfortable that the product's working in the market. People are, it's painless and they're loving the technology, so they're willing to invest. We plan on getting CE marked by the end of this year or early next year, so we'll be moving into Europe. We continue to educate with peer publications because, believe it or not, as I said before, some of the doctors do not even understand the benefits of injecting in the sub-Q space versus an IV. And you can actually take the drug from IV and put it right into our device, where what a lot of the pharma companies are doing is they're trying to reformulate their drug to get it down into an auto-injector, because auto-injectors are pennies on the dollar, and don't get me wrong, they're very, very painful. They're quick sticks in the thigh or the stomach, but they're investing that money because they don't know any better. So we continue to educate them on the value proposition that we bring from a sub-Q opportunity. And then we got some really exciting key clinical trials coming up. Sanofi's Sarclisa, which is a drug to treat multiple myeloma. It's going to be a competitor to Janssen's Darzalex, which is the #1 treatment for multiple myeloma today. And I can tell you it's injected with a needle about that long, that a nurse sits in a chair and pushes it into someone's abdomen for 5 minutes. $16 billion market. We feel like we can take a decent part of this market share with our product, and patients, again, being able to use this anywhere, anytime with very little pain. And then we have another partner that is soon to have a clinical readout in Q1. And so still exciting things to come, and we're going to continue to build this business to be a multi-billion-dollar revenue business. So that concludes my speech, and I look forward to continuing to advance this technology. So thank you. Thanks.
Is the importance of picking the right partner. And they were able to think about where the business is going to head, who is the partner that's going to help us get there, and picking SAP, they've been able to scale and grow with the business. And so I think that was a really interesting story. So as you're building your business, think ahead about partnerships. So we're going to go in a completely different direction, but actually not that different. And we're going to talk about space for a little bit. But I'm really excited to introduce General John W. J. Raymond. General Raymond was the first Chief of Space Operations, U.S. Space Force, and has had just a storied career that has culminated in what is now the newest branch of the military. So, General, if you would like to join me on stage, we look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. How's everybody? We got here yesterday and had an opportunity to go to the reception, and I got back to the room and I was thinking, the old Sesame Street adage, one of these things isn't quite like the other. So you're probably sitting here wondering, why is a retired general talking to us about space? I'm really excited to be here. As I sat in the back and listened to the last few speakers, we do have some commonality. And so I'll try to weave some of that into my remarks. For the previous speaker, the injections, where are you? Are you still here? I want to say thank you to you. My father-in-law passed away from multiple myeloma, and really appreciate what you're doing. I know you're going to make a big difference in people's lives. So pretty incredible technology you're working on, and thanks for what you do. A lot of times when I talk, there's a lot of confusion. People have a lot of confused looks on your face. And I realized that a lot of times when I get introduced as the first CSO, that you're expecting somebody else. So if I can get you to roll the first clip, please. Hopefully this comes up.
I want to welcome our newest 4-star General, Mark Naird, formerly number 2 at the Air Force.
Thank you. It has always been my dream to command a service branch.
Our nation's internet runs through our vulnerable space satellites. POTUS wants complete space dominance. To that end, the President is creating a new branch, Space Force, which Mark will run.
What? So, there's a lot of truth to that clip, but, so Netflix did a show on us. Steve Carell played me in that show. How many people here know that the United States has something called a Space Force that's real other than Netflix? How many people didn't know that? Don't be bashful. We really do have one. Steve Carell was the fake, and so I've got another clip that I'm going to play that'll tell you how this event went down in real life, and then as an added bonus, I have a little clip that Steve Carell sent to me at my retirement ceremony that's built into it. So if you'll play the second clip, please.
For the first time since President Harry Truman created the Air Force over 70 years ago, think of that, we will create a brand new American military service. With today's signing, I will proudly appoint General J. Raymond, the first Chief of Space Operations, and he will become the very first member of the Space Force, and he will be on the Joint Chiefs. So General Raymond, congratulations, and thank you for everything you've done.
Hello, General Raymond. This is Steve Carell, sending you my best wishes and congratulations on a long and illustrious career. I don't know if you're aware or not, but the fictional Space Force that I've been involved with was not renewed by Netflix. So I have some time on my hands too. And if you would like to give me a call, perhaps we could take a pottery class together, maybe a little hot yoga. Your call, whatever you like. I am wide open. Congratulations.
He's a great guy. I had an opportunity right when we started, which is right when they started, to do a Zoom call with him. It was right during COVID. And I used to get interviewed a lot, and people would ask me, what do you think about the Netflix show? And I'd always just say, oh, they picked the wrong actor. They should have picked Bruce Willis, obviously because of my haircut. So he wanted to talk to me. He heard about this. He wanted to talk to me. And I'm like, what am I going to say? And comes up on the screen, and he starts off by saying, so I hear you wanted Bruce Willis. I said, yep. And from there, had a great conversation. But let me get into my talk. And you might be wondering, you saw me in my uniform there on stage at the night the National Defense Authorization Act was signed, which was our birth certificate. I was in an Air Force uniform. I served in the Air Force for 35 and a half years. I was in space my entire time throughout my career. And many are wondering, well, why do we need a Space Force? The Air Force was doing this for, since the beginning, since the nation got into space in the 50s. And I think there's a bunch of reasons why we did. And I'd like to go just kind of highlight a few of them. First of all, the importance of space to our military and the importance of space to every single one of you in this room. As I said, the Air Force was involved in space in the 50s, but in the 1990s, there was a war called Desert Storm when the U.S. went in to kick Iraq out of Kuwait. That, by some, has been referred to as the first space war. It's the first war where we took strategic space capabilities and integrated them into theater operations. So for those that might recall that war, the U.S. and the coalition forces did a left hook in the desert to surround the Iraqi forces. Well, how do you do that at night in a featureless terrain without stop signs or street signs telling you where to go? You used a very fledgling at the time GPS system to be able to navigate. If you were to remember, General Schwarzkopf would get on television and talk about very precise strikes. Well, how do you do that? Back then, it wasn't even GPS because the Constellation wasn't fully up and running, but it was more laser guided. But today, pretty much every weapon that we drop is a GPS guided, very precise weapon. If you recall in that war, there were Iraq was launching Scud missiles into other parts of the Middle East to try to expand the war. And we were able to use strategic missile warning systems that were designed to detect big, large intercontinental ballistic missiles, to detect little, small missiles, and to be able to give some rudimentary warning to protect our forces and protect our allies, and to keep the war from escalating. Since then, my whole career has been spent integrating space into pretty much everything we do as a joint force, since the very early 90s. And there's nothing that we do today as a joint force that isn't enabled by space. It's a huge force multiplier. It allows us to have a much smaller Air Force, a much smaller Army, a much smaller Navy, and a much smaller Marine Corps than you'd need to have if you didn't have space, because of that force multiplier capability. In addition, space fuels our American way of life. And so every one of you, whether you know it or not, has used space. And I know there's a lot of technology people in this room, so you probably know this, but a lot of times when I talk, people don't know it. You probably use space more times before you had your first cup of coffee than you would realize. If you're on your smartphone, you're using space. Without it, it's a pretty stupid phone. It doesn't connect. If you're doing internet banking, you're using space because you're using the GPS timing signal that synchronizes all of the internet banking capability in the country. If you went to the gas station and paid at the gas pump rather than going in, you've used space. That same signal connects this information age that we're in today. And so that's one of the reasons we realize the growing importance of space to our military and to our everyday way of life. The domain has changed significantly, though. Back in the 50s, it started out as great power competition between the United States and the Soviet Union. Today, I went to high school in Northern Virginia at a school called Thomas Jefferson High School. It's a science and technology school. It wasn't that when I was growing up, or I would not have gone to that school. It's probably one of the best high schools, if not the best high school in the country, but they're launching satellites. Building and launching satellites. So if you think about it, it went from great power competition to now high school students launching. Because of that, and largely because the cost of launch has gone down, largely driven by commercial space, think SpaceX and Elon Musk, the number of objects that are in space have just gone through the roof. And so if I were here a couple years ago talking to you, I would have told you we were tracking about 25,000 objects in space. We act as the space traffic control for the world. We track everything in space, and we warn against potential collisions or conjunctions. Today, just 3 years later, that number's close to 50,000, so almost doubled. If I were back here 3 years ago and I would have told you of that 25,000 satellites or pieces of or objects that we're tracking, only about 1,500 were satellites. Everything else is debris. Today, that number is probably, don't quote me on it, I'm retired and I'm not up to the latest minute of tracking everything in space, but I imagine the number is over 9,000. And so the trends on numbers of objects and numbers of satellites are trending significantly higher. So the domain is much more congested. The domain is much more competitive as well, and the competition among states, competition obviously in national security, competition in civil space with a race back to the moon with international space stations between us and largely China, but other countries as well, and a race in commercial space. It's a really bad word to use in the commercial business and the space business, but there's an explosion of commercial space activities that are underway, and our goal is to try to capitalize on that. I think that's a huge strength for the United States and something that we need to use for our advantage. The other thing that, to go along with congested, competitive, there's another C that we're focused on, and that is contested. And so after the end of the Cold War, the threat to space went away, and largely the space domain was a peaceful, benign domain used for science and exploration and peaceful utilities for all of us to be able to use. Our competitors, largely China and Russia, but others, have seen the advantages that we get by integrating space into everything that we do as a joint force, and they don't like what they see. They see that advantage, and they don't like that. So they're doing a couple things. First of all, specifically China is building a robust suite of space capabilities for their own use. And so we have largely had a monopoly on that space integration and that advantage for many, many years. That's not the case today. China has built a very robust space program. They're integrating space into their military. And so, God forbid, if deterrence were to fail, which we don't want it to do, we would be up against a military that would have that same advantage that we have today. The other thing that they're doing is they're developing capabilities to deny us our access to space. So you can think about reversible jamming of GPS or communication satellites. You can think about lasers that can blind or dazzle satellites. You can think about satellites that are on orbit that have a dual-use purpose that can be used to degrade or disrupt or destroy U.S. satellites. China has a satellite that has a robotic arm that can reach out and grab another satellite. My satellite engineers tell me that satellites don't like to be grabbed, so that's a bad day for a satellite. Russia has a satellite that I've coined, I call it the nesting doll satellite. Have you all seen the Russian doll inside of a doll inside of a doll? Well, they have a satellite that launches and it opens up and another satellite comes out and it opens up and then a projectile comes out designed to destroy a U.S. satellite. So those are a couple examples of on-orbit capabilities that are concerning. There's also missiles that can launch from the ground and blow up satellites. China demonstrated that in 2007. Russia demonstrated that here relatively recently. The U.S. did that decades ago as a test, and we have said we will no longer do that because we do not want to create debris that would be hazardous for space operations in the future. So it's more congested, more competitive, more contested. And the character of war, the final reason I would say is the character of war have changed. Because of space and because of cyber and because of that integration of all that, those capabilities into the joint force, warfare in the future is going to be much faster. It's going to be at much greater distances. It's going to be more transparent because of all the capabilities that are up in space for everybody to understand where everything is on the globe and what everything is doing. It's going to be more autonomous. It's going to be more data-driven. It's going to have more AI integrated into it. And as you can see that character of war changing, space is at the heart of all of that. And that's really, as I was sitting in the back listening to the previous couple speakers, I think there's some synergies there with what you're talking about in this conference as well. Let me reiterate something right up front. We are the best in the world at space, us and our partners together. We've got the strongest partnerships. We've got the best people. We've got the best commercial industry. But our superiority margin was diminishing. And that's the reason why we set up a Space Force, to stay ahead in this competition and to be able to deter conflict from a position of strength. I want to repeat, we do not want to get into a conflict that begins or extends into space. Our goal is that space offers a unique opportunity to develop global partnerships and to be able to add to that deterrence calculus. And if we can deter conflict from beginning or extending into space, then we have a chance of deterring conflict that would spill over into other domains. So today, just as we have an Army that's focused on the ground domain, an Air Force focused on the air domain, a Navy focused on the maritime domain, we now have a Space Force that's focused on the space domain. So on that video, on 20 December 2019 at a hangar at Andrews Air Force Base, the former president signed the National Defense Authorization Act. That was the birth certificate, if you will, for the, I'm coming down off of a cold that I've had a couple weeks ago. Signed our birth certificate and also signed a document that kicked me out of the Air Force. And he, as he said, I became the first member of the Space Force. What he didn't say is I was the only member of the Space Force. So if you all remember the old commercials years ago, an army of one, well, I kind of brought that to life. I used to joke around with my buddies in the other services. All the services track metrics like, have we had any DUIs? Have we had any Article 15s? Have anybody gotten in trouble? Anybody gotten sick other than a cold? We were all really healthy, and everybody in our service had good metrics. Thank you very much. And I was the only one in the service until April, about 4 months later when we started bringing in other folks. Today, that service grew from 1 to now about 16,000. Space will never be a manpower-intensive business. It's a technology-intensive business. So you're never going to see the Space Force grow up to be the size of the Army or the size of the Navy or the size of the Air Force. It'll always be the smallest, but it's a very technology-based service, and it's built to be able to move at speed. So, so what were my marching orders? I was told, build a service, custom built for the space domain, custom built for the 21st century, make it a digital service. In the military, we're much more hardware-centric than software-centric. We wanted to make this a digital service. Do so without any new resources. So anything that we built, we had to take from internal to the Department of Defense, which made me very popular with my friends, because everything I got came from them. We had to do everything from uniforms, ID cards, flags, seals, core values, to doctrine, warfighting, budget, people, and everything in between. Let me tell you a couple funny stories. So the law was signed on 20 December. I went home to Colorado Springs for the holidays, and I go TDY, temporary duty, back to the Pentagon, and that's where I was going to move, because I was a member of the Joint Chiefs. I had to live at the Pentagon or work at the Pentagon. So I come back very early in January, and I show up, and I'm wearing an Air Force uniform, which I had worn for 35 and a half years. I said, I need a new uniform. I'm not in the Air Force anymore. So what we wear day to day is a digital camouflage we call OCPs. And in the Air Force, my name, Raymond, would have been in brown thread. If I was in the Army wears the same uniform. It was in black thread. And I thought, I'll just change the color thread. And so I came up with blue and silver. And I went to the Oval Office, and no kidding, I'm sitting at the front of the president in the desk, and I had in my coat and tie uniform, and I had on a hanger my shirt, my OCP shirt, and I had Raymond in 4 different colors. I said, sir, in the Air Force, I wear brown. If I was in the Army, I'd wear black. I think I need a new color, and I had blue and silver. And the president said, I think I like blue. And I said, I like blue too. It's good not to disagree with the commander-in-chief. So blue it was. And so I went home, and that night my aides had 2 shirts already, one in blue and one in silver, depending on which way the decision went. So the next morning I get up. I was living on the 11th floor of a hotel, got on the elevator, and I was on the 11th floor. We went down to the 9th floor, and a lady walked in, and we're going down to the lobby, and she's looking at me like I have, something's wrong with me. And we get all the way down the lobby, and the lady says, sir, can I ask you a question? She says, I don't think I've ever met anybody in the Space Force before, and I don't think I've ever seen, and I know I haven't seen a Space Force uniform. I said, well, ma'am, I'm the only person in the Space Force, and today is the first day that I wore the uniform, so you're not dreaming. Let me give you another funny story, and this deals with what this conference deals with. I had to have an ID card. My ID card said I was in the Air Force. So I tell my exec, who's a colonel, I said, hey, I need a new ID card, and it needs to say Space Force. He said, no problem. He walks down the hall to the ID card shop. Said, hey, General Raymond needs a new ID card. He's not in the Air Force anymore. He's in the Space Force. And he comes back, and he says, sir, I got some bad news. He said, that's not going to happen. I said, what do you mean it's not going to happen? He said, well, it's going to take millions and millions and millions of dollars, and it's going to take 3 years for you to get an ID card. I said, not good enough, try again. So he walks down the hall, and a couple weeks later, I come into the office after a meeting. He said, sir, I got great news. I got your ID card, and it's on your desk. I said, great. So I go in, and in the military, your ID card also unlocks your computer. So I take the ID card, put it in my computer, put in my code, didn't work. Try again, didn't work. So I call him and say, hey, Colonel Hutt, it's not working. He said, oh, no, sir, it doesn't work. It's a fake. It just looks like an ID card. He said, it won't get you onto base, it won't get you into your computer, it won't get you into the medical clinic. This little, barcode on the back has like 6 or 7 different systems that feed data into that, and all of those have to be changed, and it's going to take millions and millions of dollars, and it's going to take 3 years. And no kidding, almost 3 years to the date, I got an ID card that worked. And so when you talk about building a digital service, that's not, the Department of Defense is good in a lot of things, but we are not a digital leader. And it's something that we've got to get better at, and it's something that you all do. I mean, you come in here and you have a robot that gives you your little badge. I mean, it's pretty incredible. Let me give you a couple minutes on some of what I think are our biggest successes, and then what I'd like to do is open it up for any kind of questions that you all might have. But I think the biggest advantage that we've had since establishing the Space Force is the quality of people that we're attracting. So you may have heard that the Department of Defense is having a recruiting problem. We are not. Now, we recruit a lot smaller numbers than the other services have, but we have more people knocking on our door wanting to come in than we can take. It's a great problem to have. And not only do we have the greatest numbers that we've ever had, but the quality of those folks are going through the roof. Rhodes Scholars, NCAA track champions. It's across the board. The talent level that we're attracting is just remarkably better. Not that we were bad in the past, but we're the most selective service there is today. And again, the talent level that we're attracting is really, really quite incredible. Our budget, in the first 3 years since establishing the Space Force, our budget doubled. We went from about $16 billion to just over $30 billion per year to provide the space capabilities that, as I talked about up front, fuel our way of life and fuel our way of war. That still only represents about 2.5% of the entire DoD budget. So in the big scheme of things, it's not hugely expensive, but $30 billion is a lot of money. The biggest thing that money is going to is something called force design. And I know in looking at some of the posters out front and hearing some of the conversations that you also are talking about design. What we have today is a force structure in space, our satellite constellations, that were really built for a peaceful, benign domain. They are built for a domain that didn't have a threat. And so what you'll see are very small in numbers of very large, very exquisite, the world's best satellites, but they're kind of like the big kids in gym class that can't run very fast. They're hard to protect, and they're hard to defend. And so we needed to shift that architecture. And what we're shifting that architecture to is a more proliferated architecture. So rather than having handfuls of satellites, we'll have hundreds of satellites in multiple orbits, which will allow us to accomplish the mission better, but will also allow us to complicate the targeting of any competitor or adversary that may want to do us harm. And we're really modeling that after what's going on in commercial industry. The other area that I would say we've had a great advantage on is that partnership with commercial industry. I'm going to tell you another story. Right after we stood up the Space Force, again in January, just a couple weeks after we stood up, I flew out to Washington State and met up with Elon Musk at his Starlink factory. Have you all heard of the Starlink constellation, which is global internet from space? This was January of 2020, so a little over 4.5 years or so ago. I go into his factory, and he said, General Raymond, he said, and the factory was a large room, much larger than this, but it was empty. And he said, sir, I've got 2 satellites on orbit that I don't like as prototypes. I've got to redesign those satellites. And then I'm going to build this factory. And satellite parts are going to come in over here, and they're going to go down this way, and they're going to get processed, and they're going to go over here and do some more of the processing. And then they'll get over there, and there'll be a satellite. And then I'm going to launch those satellites on the SpaceX rocket. In April, so less than 4 months later, he launched 60 satellites. Think about that. He redesigned them, he built the factory, he built 60 satellites, He integrated them on a launch vehicle, and he launched them. Let's say, ma'am, you're a GPS satellite, and you're orbiting at 11,000 nautical miles high in medium Earth orbit, providing precision navigation and timing for the world, and I want to buy a clone just like you, exactly like you. No new arm, no new ear, nothing, just exactly like you. How long does that take me to do in the government? Anybody hazard a guess? 5 years. For one satellite, one clone. It takes me 2 years to get dollars from Congress. Then I had to buy long lead parts. Then I have to build the satellite. And if it's going to be that expensive and take that long, we can't make a mistake, because if you launch it and it doesn't work, you don't get a do-over. And so we put all this mission assurance on it, and we make sure it's perfect. And then we launch it. It's a great business model for a domain that doesn't have a threat. It's not a great business model for the domain that we see today. And so by changing the business model and being able to have more of an assembly line approach, you can change the risk calculus, and you can do things faster. And that's the goal that we're trying to do. And as you'll watch here in the years ahead, as the Space Force looks to re-architect, you're going to see a shift from large, exquisite, small in numbers to large numbers of less exquisite satellites. The other thing that we did, we flattened the organizational structure. And so in the Air Force, there's 5 layers of command. There's a 4-star, what we call major command commander. There's a 3-star numbered Air Force commander. There's a colonel that's a wing commander. There's a colonel that's a group commander. And there's a lieutenant colonel that's a squadron commander. 5 layers of command. We wanted to flatten that. We wanted to push authorities down at the lowest level. We wanted to be able to move at speed. Operations in space happen at 17,500 miles an hour just to stay in space. And we didn't want to have that kind of bureaucratic chain to get the experts doing the mission to a decision maker that could make a decision. And so we cut out 2 layers. That was very beneficial. But one of the things that we learned was, in doing that, we also had to change our developmental programs, because squadron commanders, now that we're at the lowest levels of command, were having to do things that they didn't have to do before, because they had other layers of command that were doing it. And so we had to completely revamp how we develop our folks. The other big advantage that we have seen is partnerships with our allies and partners. In the national security business, we did not have strong international partnerships as it related in space. That was largely a NASA thing done in the civil space business. So we worked really hard to develop those. And today we've got strong partnerships with what we call our Five Eyes partners: UK, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and the United States, obviously. We've added France, Germany, Japan, Italy, Norway to that mix. We share data with hundreds of organizations and companies, but we have really matured those partnerships. Let me give you a couple examples. In a few weeks, I'm going to go to Japan and be at a ribbon cutting for a satellite that we took a U.S. payload and put it on a Japanese satellite. And it'll allow us to have space situational awareness. It will allow us to do it more cheaply, and it'll allow us to do it here quicker than if we had to build our own satellite, because they were already building a satellite. Same thing in Norway. We had a requirement to put 2 communication satellites that would cover the northern part of the globe. Norway was already building 2 satellites. So we went to them and said, hey, do you have any room on your satellites? Could we put our payload on your satellite? Saved us $1 billion and will get us onto orbit 3 years faster than we would have if we had to build those satellites by ourselves. So those partnerships are really, really, really critical. Let me wrap up with a couple of lessons that I have learned, that maybe there's a nugget or 2 in there that might apply to you and your businesses. First of all, core value and culture matter. In one of the briefings I listened to, the gentleman talked about kind of knowing where you're going and getting lost in Italy. I think as a culture, you need to understand what do you want your culture to be, and rather than just let it kind of evolve and meander to get there, I think you need to take steps to engineer that culture to get to where you need to go and do so in a short amount of time. I cannot overstate the importance of culture to an organization. The other thing that I learned is integrating your core values with what you hold dear with that culture is really important. We had core values in the Air Force, integrity, service, and excellence, and we shifted and we came up with new core values. And we were debating, should we stick with the Air Force or should we not? When we looked at what we wanted to build as a culture, we knew that the Air Force core values wasn't going to get us there. And so we came up with character, connection, commitment, and courage. And I will tell you that those core values have really united the force and been hugely, hugely valuable. If you're going to lead change, I would tell you to think big. In the case of standing up a new service, we hadn't done this since 1947 when the Air Force separated from the Army. And we knew this wasn't going to happen again in our lifetime. And so we wanted to go bold, and we wanted to go big and be bold, not just kind of walk the dog down the street and do a little bit of iteration. I thought we had two big risks. One, that we wouldn't think bold enough. And two, if we did think bold, the bureaucracy would squash us, because that's not how we've always done business. Both of those things happened, and we had to fight both of those things. But I will tell you, it paid off in the end, because we have made some really meaningful change, not only for the Space Force, but there's also been a little bit of a disruptive innovator role for the department, and other services now have adopted some of the things that we've implemented. I told our team that at the end of this, if all the other services weren't saying, boy, I'm jealous, I wish I had what they had, then we did this wrong, because we're custom building this for today rather than taking something that was 100 years old and evolving it. I think you have to build allies and partners. Especially in a global business, those are global allies and partners, but you also have to build allies and partners internal to your business, internal with your suppliers. Those partnerships are really critical, especially when you're trying to change, and getting people to jump on the bandwagon with you and try to affect change, I found was extremely, extremely important. And if you can develop some early wins and show the path of goodness, it helps generate excitement, it helps generate momentum. And if those wins are not just for you, but if you can generate wins for others, that helps you attract more partners. And so it was a huge honor to be able to establish this service. It was a huge honor to lead the 16,000 active duty and civilian guardians. I will tell you that without a doubt, we are way better postured today for the strategic environment that we face than we were just 5 years ago. This December will be the 5th birthday of the Space Force. I'm proud of that force. They're delivering great advantage for you, for the military, and our allies and partners around the globe. With that, I've left about 12 minutes or so, and happy to answer any questions on any topic. Fire away. Don't be bashful. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
General, is there anything that the private space industry cannot deliver yet, where you need government resources still?
Yeah, I think historically what has been commercially viable in space are large communication satellites and launch vehicles, and we've integrated both SATCOM, satellite communications, and launch pretty effectively. Now that launch costs have gone down and technology has allowed smaller satellites to be more relevant, you see this industrial base expanding. And you see a lot of innovation occurring in the space domain. And I will tell you that historically, the government, especially in space, was the organization that led a lot of the innovation. Today, we're being outpaced by industry, and that's a good thing. So everything now, besides just commercial SATCOM, you now have commercial space situational awareness, being able to determine what's up in space, done by commercial companies. You have commercial companies doing intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, being able to see what's going on the ground. If you look at operations in Ukraine today, Ukraine is not a spacefaring nation on their own, but they've used commercial space capabilities like Starlink to stay connected, like intelligence, commercial ISR satellites to be able to see the battlefield with clarity. And so you'll see more commercial ISR happening. In the future, I talked about satellite servicing where you can go up and refuel satellites. There's lots of innovation happening, and we're excited about that. I think in the future, we are going to be, and the Space Force has come out and said, hey, we only want to build what we have to build. We'd like to buy what we can. And we'd like to use what we have today differently to do some other things. But largely they're looking to procure that commercially. The challenge is it's really hard. How many people in here do business with the government? It's hard. We operate on two different models. We don't operate on a profit and loss model. We have this thing called the Valley of Death you'll hear talked about, where somebody has a great idea technology-wise, and you have to get through the Valley of Death to come out on the other side and be part of a program or record with the government. The Space Force has really tried to help companies navigate that valley better, but what we haven't done is filled in the valley and made it easier, and we're going to have to do that to be able to leverage the advantage that commercial space provides us.
There is another question here.
Yes, sir.
General, you talked about GPS and how we all depend nowadays on GPS.
Yeah.
And I know U.S. doesn't have a backup plan for GPS system, or maybe I'm wrong. At least that's what I've heard. So can you tell a little bit, is it also the goal to go to the private sector with some backup system for our GPS, or what is the plan? And is it Space Force who is responsible for taking care of this, or how government is planning to solve this?
A squadron of Guardians, that's what we call members of the Space Force. So Air Force has airmen, Army has soldiers, Navy has sailors, we're Guardians. A squadron of Guardians out in Colorado Springs operates the GPS constellation free of charge for the whole world. Average age of those Guardians is about 21. It's really impressive. You go onto that floor and you'll see 6 operators that are on the floor that monitor the health of that constellation, send commands to the constellation to make sure that they're fully capable, integrate those capabilities into joint operations. It's a really impressive group. The Space Force continues to modernize GPS, and there's been several block changes, if you will, over the years, and the GPS constellation has never been more healthy and been more capable than what it is today. But just as we're thinking through force design of other constellations, we're also thinking through what should be a future force design of GPS. And should we continue to do it the same way, or should we evolve that into other more proliferated types of operations? And there's commercial companies that we're partnering with to think through that as we move forward in the future. But I will tell you today, it's the gold standard. It's the world's best. It's used for global aviation as an example. It's used for everything, and it's systemic into everything that we do and that Americans use. It's probably obviously the one capability that people in the United States know about, and they're really surprised when they find out it's provided by the Space Force. Historically, we have not gone out and talked a lot about what we do as a service. We operate communication satellites, weather satellites, GPS satellites, missile warning satellites, space situational awareness satellites, and we do that for not just our military, but for our allies and partners, and for the average American citizens, and in the case of GPS, for members around the globe free of charge. We do not today have a backup plan for GPS, but as I said, it's the healthiest and the strongest it's ever been, and we're continuing to develop new methodologies going forward in the future. So today what we have is what we have. There's a lot of work going on to figure out how to evolve from there. Yes, sir.
Just to add on to that a little bit, can you go into a little more detail on how you monitor all that space junk and the threat that it poses to our existing satellite systems? And if you have any really cool stories you'd like to tell about maybe some Russian satellites or Chinese satellites?
So the United States the Space Force has a series of a network called the Space Surveillance Network, and it's radars that are stationed around the globe, it's optical telescopes around the globe, it's satellites on orbit that can track and understand the address in space of satellites. We track every object in space down to about a softball size. Smaller than that, it gets tougher to track, and we think, I talked about 50,000 objects or so that we track. We think there's about 500,000 objects smaller than that that are probably too small to track. Anything that's in space is traveling at 17,500 miles an hour, or it doesn't stay in space. That's what it takes to stay into space. So even if you have something extremely small, if it's going 17,500 miles an hour and it hits you, it's going to hurt. And so what we do is, for everything that we can see, we do all the analysis for every object against every object in space, and then we provide warning to the globe. We warn anybody. Anybody who's a satellite operator, we will warn and say, hey, our analysis shows there might be a conjunction with another object. Recommend you move. And they don't have to listen to us, but our goal is to keep the domain safe from creating more debris. There's been a couple of significant events, debris-causing events, that have really increased the numbers. I talked in 2007 where China shot down one of their own satellites. That caused about high 3,000s of pieces of debris. About a year after that, 2 satellites collided, a US satellite and a dead Russian satellite collided. That caused about another 3,000 pieces of debris. There's some other events. Russia shot down one of their satellites as a test. It caused some significant amount of debris as well. And so what the US is trying to do is not to solve the debris problem, is not to create debris in the first place. And so we've changed our engineering standards so satellites don't break apart at the end of their life. We've changed our engineering standards so when you launch something into space, it doesn't litter the domain with debris. We've changed the way that we have stated we will not conduct destructive anti-satellite tests, so we're not going to be purposefully blowing up satellites. And we've had other nations now come on and sign on to that same thing, saying we won't do that either. And so we're trying to set some norms of behavior for responsible activity in the domain and leading by example. Got time for 1 or 2 more.
I have one more for you.
I can't see anything, so we're...
Right here. Right here.
Oh, there you are. Thank you.
By the way, I'm in massive awe of the effort it must have taken to do a reorganization within the Department of Defense. That's creating this whole thing. But my question is, given the security implications of this field, how is Space Force regulating the emerging private sector?
I'm sorry, regulating the emerging...
Private sector, so the private organizations that are now like Elon Musk and...
The Air Force doesn't have or the Space Force doesn't have a regulatory role. It's kind of the wild, wild west. There's no, the only thing that's really out there is the Outer Space Treaty from the 60s that says you can't launch a weapon of mass destruction into orbit, and you can't build a military installation on a planet. Like we can't go build a base on the moon and say, okay, we now own the moon. You can't do that. Other than that, it's pretty much the wild, wild west. Not to get orbital dynamic geeky on you, but if there's one orbit called geosynchronous orbit, and I'm sure that many of you know what this is. There might be a couple that don't. But at geosynchronous orbit, which is 22,300 nautical miles above the Earth's surface, a satellite orbits the same speed that the Earth rotates. And if it's lower than that, it goes faster than the Earth. And if it's higher than that, it goes slower than the Earth. So that's the only place where you will get persistence from a space capability. If a satellite is in low Earth orbit, like the International Space Station, it's going around the globe every 90 minutes at 17,500 miles an hour. It then, for something in low Earth orbit, if you're sitting here and you're using a satellite in low Earth orbit, you'll get about 10 minutes worth of use out of it from the time you can see it to the time it goes out of your field of view. I have a friend who's a couple friends that have been astronauts that have been on the International Space Station. In fact, one of my good friends just launched a few days ago, leading the SpaceX crew that's going up and spending 6 months, and they're going to bring the 2 astronauts have you heard about the 2 astronauts that went up on the Boeing capsule and kind of stranded in space? They're going to bring them home in February. But I was talking not to Nick over the last couple of days, but previously I had talked to Nick on a previous mission he was on. And I remember when I have an app that says where the ISS is, and he calls me from the International Space Station. And it's like talking on the phone. I mean, it's clear as day. And so I'm sitting there, and he said, "Yeah, sir, how are you doing?" And I'm looking at him, and he's over kind of Australia. And by the time we got done with the phone conversation, and it wasn't all that long, he was over California. I mean, things happen extremely fast. There's no regulatory framework other than that geosynchronous orbit. And it says if you're going to put something in that orbit, because of the special nature of that orbit, you have to apply to get a slot. And then at the end of the life of that satellite, you have to have enough gas to move it out of that slot to make room for another satellite. Other than that, it's the Wild Wild West. This is a few years ago. There was a student at Cornell that was doing a master's degree project, and he was launching a container full of satellites that were the size of my ID card. And there's like, don't quote me on the numbers, I can't remember it exactly. I think it was like 600 or 800 of them. I can't remember the exact number, but it was hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of these things. And I'm thinking, man, that's not going to be good. We can't track them. There's going to be all this debris that's up there. The good thing was he got an F on his project because when it launched, it didn't open up and none of the credit card things went out. So, but there's really no regulatory framework around it. And that's something that I think we as a global community need to figure out, because we don't want to stifle innovation. I think the amount of things that are going into space are really good, but at some point, we got to make sure that we can maintain the usability of space for mankind in the future. And I think some of the technology advances have outpaced the regulatory framework and the policy framework. Got time for one more?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Following on from the International Space Station, it's coming end of life 2030.
Right.
Do you think there's a role for manned space station in the future?
I absolutely do think there's a role for manned space station in the future. I think the low Earth orbit environment provides a lot of advantages. I mean, if you look at pharmaceuticals, for example, and the development of pharmaceuticals in space, you can do things a lot quicker than you can on Earth. NASA's doing experiments today where they're 3D printing human hearts, tissue, because in space it doesn't collapse under its own weight, if you will. There's some incredible advances to be had, as an example, as a couple examples. So there are companies that are out there, and Truth in Advertising, I'm on a board of one of the companies that's looking at building an international space station commercially, and then having, just like we have commercial launches, now having a commercial space station. Really, NASA has shifted its focus to going back to the moon, and then from moon onto Mars later, and then looking to procure the ISS capabilities from a commercial company. And so I think that, from what I understand, the International Space Station is scheduled to deactivate around the 2030 timeframe, and hopefully before then there will be a commercial capability that will be up there, because I think it's really important. I also think presence in space is a good thing. I think it helps to potentially could help deter bad things from happening, because you have humans that live there. I think it's important for our national security to have folks in space. I think it's important for our economy. I think it's important for science and exploration. And so I'm hopeful that it will be replaced by a commercial capability. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. I hope maybe you learned something out of this.
One last, very last question.
Sure.
So being chief of space operations,
Yep.
can you answer, do aliens exist?
I'm surprised that's not the first question. That's usually the first question. I'll tell you a funny story. I was still in my job, and I went down to the Citadel in South Carolina to speak. I got invited, and so we tried to go out and tell our story, and I went down to the Citadel, and I don't know how many, the whole student body, the whole cadet corps is there. I don't know the numbers, but a large group, and gave a talk, and then opened it up for questions. And the very last question was the question that you just asked, and you could hear this kind of hush go over, go over the room, and there was the president of the university is a retired 4-star, and you could tell that the leadership of the school wasn't all that impressed that this kid asked the alien question. And I answered it, and a couple weeks later, I got this note: "Dear General Raymond, I am so sorry I asked that question." I'm like, I sent a note back. Listen, it's usually the first question. I get it all the time. I don't know, as the answer. I used to think no, that I don't believe in that. But what's changed my mind is the James Webb Telescope that NASA has launched. And if you look at what it's showing us and just how big, it's unbelievable what they're seeing. I think I would be really small-minded if I wasn't open to the fact that there might be something else out there as well. But to answer your question, I don't know and I don't have any specifics, but as you look at what that telescope is opening up, I don't want to be closed-minded. I think I'd be naive to do that. But I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. I hope you have a wonderful conference. I appreciate the invite, sir, to be able to be here. I hope there was something of interest for you. And my wife, Molly, and I are going to be at the reception tonight, and I'm happy to chat or answer more questions if you didn't want to be bold and raise your hand in this group. But again, thanks very much for allowing me to be here. Thank you.
That was amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Well, that is an incredibly inspiring way to lead us into a networking break that we have until 4 o'clock. So take a few minutes to ponder what we just learned and what we heard. Meet some new people, grab a tea, grab a coffee, and we'll see you at 4. How amazing was the space talk? I love that. Unbelievable. And perfectly timed in between lunch and the end of the day when people get a little sleepy. I think that perked everybody up. So this one as well, and just to highlight, this is great. 519 people watching the live stream. That's a lot. So we're super happy with the turnout. We have a great talk. Now we've got Andreas Hauser, Senior Vice President of App House Network, SAP, and Sergey Valenda, Head of BTP Practice from LeverX, are going to talk about managing change, how to seamlessly integrate new technologies and AI, and how to decorate an office. Come on up.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Hello. Excited to be here together with Sergey. Thanks for the great introduction. I think we have an interesting topic talking about, and for sure AI is also part of our conversation here. I will start, and then later on bring Sergey into the game, give a little bit more insights. Make sense?
Let's begin.
Yeah. Okay. Lots of people on the online also. I'm really happy about it. And what I would like to start: how many people do we have here in the room who are surfers? Anybody? Nobody surfing? Oh, good, very good. How long does it take to ride such a wave? Probably sometimes never. But with AI, it is similar. You have to be very careful. You start training now, otherwise, this is going to happen. Yeah? And there's a big likelihood that if you miss the AI wave, that you get whitewashed. And it's a lot of training, I tell you. To make something like that. I'm not a surfer, I'm more a kite surfer, but like this one with the big wave here. Now, if you look at technology disruptions, and who remembers when the first iPhone came out? Yeah? 2007. 2007. This is just 17 years ago. Imagine if you look back 20 years, and now it's natural. You don't think about it, and you thought you have it forever. The same thing is now happening with Gen AI and AI. AI is more than 40 years old. But what changed is with ChatGPT being available for every consumer, they achieved in just 5 days 1 million users. It's massive. And all the changes you see here when the internet came, cloud, mobile, and also Gen AI, the user experience of end consumers was driving the change in the industry. And honestly, I'm really, really excited about the possibilities. Now, if you look at projects, and there are many studies around that you can look at, about 70% of the transformation projects are not successful. Why? Because very often we focus on technology, and the most important dimension is missing, focusing on people. And you heard a great presentation this morning, also about leadership and how important leadership is. Same direction. And we just talked in the afternoon about, if you look back 2-3 years ago, this people topic was not so prominent, and the experience topic, it's getting more and more important. I'm really excited about this. The more people talk about it. And this is really the changing factor. I tell you an example, a very concrete customer project we did. It was a customer, they have these big boilers, and they have people that clean the boilers regularly. And this was during the beginning of the mobile times. They built a mobile team in IT. And the people who clean these boilers, they have to fill out 8 pages of document. And the mobile team said, oh, cool, we know iPhone. Let's build PDF entry on the iPhone. They said, whoa, guys, before you start developing, can we just go for 2 hours into the factory and observe how the people work? We know how they work. Okay, let's do it. What we observed, the person who's doing it came out of the thing black and had big gloves. That means iPhone, wrong device. And the second thing, when we looked at the data of these 8 pages of document, 95% of the fields were available in the system. The solution was a mobile app with 5 fields. Imagine if they would have developed this app, how much this would have been costed. And I tell you, none of these people would have used the solution. What a waste of money. And just going for 2 hours to the end user changed the game. This was in the early times of mobile. The same thing is happening now. The same thing. And I tell you, in 3-4 years, there will not AI, there will be a new technology that is going to solve all problems in the world, and we will again be here and we talk the same story. Now, Gen AI, I think it's important. My team did lots of, last 2 years, lots of AI, Gen AI project with customers, about 70 to 80 of these workshops. And the interesting thing is, for everybody is interested, but many people don't really understand what it is. There are amazing things what you can do, but there are things that you cannot do. And you have to understand and learn what the capabilities are. Do we all already see where the future is getting? I don't think so. Most people don't see the potential, but I tell you, it's unbelievable. Just recently, a colleague of mine, he took a video of him presenting 5 minutes. The model needs 5 minutes of you presenting. And then he created a script in German and said to the tool, said, please create a video in Spanish with following script. You did not see the difference. Unbelievable. Yeah? And I think this is just the beginning. Now, what is now different? If you look at cloud, who was really impacted? Honestly, the end user got a URL. Yeah? If you look at blockchain, few people were impacted. With AI, everybody will be impacted, everybody. And I even did a couple of months ago a workshop with executives from other companies where we talked about the role of Gen AI for leadership and management. I thought about, okay, my role as an executive is, okay, I know the company, I know with whom to talk and connect the people in the team to the different organizations. And then somebody said, you know what? The data is all there. People know where to go. You know, the system knows who the goals are, who's working on what, and the machine can recommend to the employee without me whom to reach out. This means the future role of leaders, not just the typical management tasks, this will be done by the system, and even better, because the AI speaks the language that you understand, because most times the problem you have in communication that the employee talks a different language that the manager talks, and I think this is something to really start thinking about. And this will impact every role within the organization. Yeah? If you go back in IT, in human resources, many examples where you can leverage AI and Gen AI capability. I'll tell you about my personal experience. A couple of months ago, I posted a job for a manager in my team, and there were lots of applicants, and the recruiter was very excited. We have a very cool new feature in our internal tool. And he said, you just have to select the applicant, say what kind of meeting you want to do with Teams, and the system schedules automatically a meeting for you, and there's a follow-up. And say, whoa, I don't want that the machine controls my calendar. I'm not going to use this feature. I mean, he liked it because there's nothing else than doing this. Why do I tell you the story? Because it's important. Probably if I would have known what the benefits are of it and I would have been introduced to it, then I would have been used to it. But I mean, you need to involve the end users. I just don't use it. Yeah? And now there's really a high probability to fail with your AI projects if you don't involve the end users, the people who use the solutions later on. And now talking about the app house, and somebody asked me that, Andreas, is app house coming from Andreas Hauser, from my last name? No, it's just by accident. My nickname is App Hauser, but it comes from Bauhaus. It's German design. It's really about the design, simplicity of design. This is where it came from. And what we do, we run customer projects on latest technologies and develop also new methods in a human-centered way. That means we involve the end users in the process from the beginning on, make innovation real. I tell you, this is not rocket science at all. It's pretty simple. But we don't do this in our industry. And our vision is we need to do this in all customer projects. That's our passion. What does this mean in the SAP context? 400,000 customers, 20,000 partners, 40,000 people in the SAP field organization, and for sure, many talk technology products. Now my question is, my thought was, okay, how can we change the system? I mean, also, if I would have 1,000 employees, I could not serve 400,000 customers. This means we started building up a franchising model. It's called App House Network. These are partners like LeverX, one of our really exciting and amazing partners, and all these partners have the same DNA. They have a cool creative space, they apply a human-centered approach, they make innovation real with SAP technologies, create customer references, and they are all over the world. We just recently opened in Japan, now Buenos Aires, because you need to understand the culture of the people. You need to talk the language of the people. And now the cool thing of this model is that these are typically more smaller partners, I think, compared with an Accenture and with the big ones, and they're very agile. Yeah? And even now there are cases where they work together. And it's a little bit more modern model of organizational setup. Now, this human-centered approach, I tell you, is very simple. We combine design thinking with architecture thinking. Because very often design thinking is used to create post-its. People think, oh, it's a cool workshop, we do post-its, but nothing happens. Important is, in our context of SAP, You have to make it real in a complex customer environment. And some of our customers have 400 SAP systems to run the show, and even lots of non-SAP systems. And this is the art. To take a use case, and this is how it works in Explore, you identify a use case that creates a high value, and I tell you the eye-opening moment on the customer side is when IT, business, and the end users are the first time in one room, physical or virtual. Typically, the first time they talk with each other. And then you identify a use case, you step into the shoes in Discover of the end user. If it's just a couple of hours, in design, you create mock-ups, you visualize. And what I learned, a picture says more than 1,000 words. You see lots of PowerPoints with boxes and arrows and architectural diagrams. If you draw a screen, a manager understands, the developer understands, the end user, and that's the language that people understand. It's simple, but it's really difficult to change the way of working. And I tell you, if you change a button on a screen that you just delete, it's much cheaper than building the software for half a year and later on correcting it. Yeah? And then it's about delivering, running, and scaling. That's the approach. Others call it differently, others have 6 steps, whatever, but fundamentally it's always the same. It's iterating fast, making it real. But the process is only one thing. All partners that we engage with have these key enablers of innovation. They apply human-centered approach, focus on people, business, technology, design. The place has an impact, leadership, and technology. Let's deep dive into this. The process I talked about, if you look at people, and it was really nice this morning also in the presentation about leadership. She started with business and technology, and later on added how important this human part is. Yeah? And we talk too much always just about business and technology. You need to include. It's very essential that you talk business technology, but don't forget the human part. And the kind of skills that you typically have are design thinking, design skills, user research skills. I would say in general people who are empathic, who have empathy of understanding what the real needs are. Not just do what the end user tells you. Listen, map this with the technical capabilities, and then come to the joint solution. The second thing is the space. And the space has a huge impact on creativity. We have here some pictures from our app house in Heidelberg. Last week, we reopened the space in Palo Alto. LeverEx has great spaces also. And I think it also has a big impact. You know, during the pandemic, nobody was there. But now people love to get back, love to get into a creative environment or even do a hybrid setup. But the space where people work has a huge impact also on creativity. And for sure, technology as an enabler. And what the focus is of our team, the App House team, is typically focusing on the 20% cases of the customers. They buy our standard products. They are beautifully designed for beautiful processes. They try to get it running, but they're always 20% where the customer wants to differentiate and innovate fast. And in this case, we use the business technology platform to extend, to integrate, to do analytics on top of it, to use artificial intelligence, and I think that's the core of the platform as we do, and Sergey is talking a little bit about this later on a little bit more in detail. Now, another element I want to talk about is about leadership, and I really liked the presentation this morning. It is not anymore about the top-down leadership. You are too slow. I think if you have a huge organization, and if you need to empower employees. You need to be innovative as an organization. That means the central model is very difficult. You're too slow. And she showed it very nicely in her presentation what the key criteria are of leadership. And this also when we select partners. This was the reason why we also selected LeverX. Because the leadership of the organization is really fostering innovation, very human, empowering employees, and with this, driving really success. Now, let me tell you 2 stories. One is Daimler. We did something really interesting. It was a couple of years ago, but I like the story. And it was they wanted to become more creative as an organization. And what we did, they appointed passionate people in multiple business areas, 8 people, and they got 20% of their time from business from our different areas. And we did awareness sessions with 1,500 Daimler employees on design thinking in this nice building. This is the building from the German Touring Championship show, just right beside the canteen at Daimler in Germany. It was a little bit like in a zoo where all the Post-its were inside. But what happened, this was driving a change in the organization. Meanwhile, this is a team of 10 full-time employees reporting to the CIO who drive the change in the organization. Later on, they came up building up a design thinking truck, also going to their subsidiaries. And that's an example, and for sure, they built innovations also with SAP technology and even non-SAP technology. The other example I like is Rolls-Royce MTU, and they built these big ship motors. Now the CEO wanted to transform the organization to become a service organization. What he did, they built a chief digital officer with a team of 90 people in parallel to the CIO, and they hired 10 design thinking coaches. That means we enabled them, we had them build a creative space. They didn't call it design thinking, they called it agile, but however, the name is not really important. But they used this methodology to help their transformation. After 2 years, the chief digital officer became the CIO. Now, why do I tell you the stories when I talk about design thinking and empathy? These are organizations who really try to involve the employees in the transformational change. For sure, technology is really, really important, no question, but don't get me wrong. The business impact is important, but if you add the third element, I'm really so convinced, because we did more than 1,000 customer reports, that you're more successful as an organization. Now, I told you about our big vision, getting this to all customers, and also with our App House Network partners, with about 20,000 employees. We are not able to serve all 400,000 customers. And I tell you, some of our big customers, they have thousands of people in IT who build user interfaces with our technology. And I'm happy if they look at, go to our App House Innovation Toolkit, take some of our methods and decide going 2 hours into the factory, look how people work, they do the project already 20% better. That means we democratize human-centered innovation by making all our methods available for free. And the recent one, probably interesting now in the current times, we created a Business AI Explore workshop format, and you see a couple of these cards. There are probably 9 different patterns what you can do with Gen AI. Workshop format is for free. It's a mural template with an agenda, with best practices. You can print out use case templates. Just try it out. And I know LeverX and also we are very happy to even do this kind of workshop with you. If you're interested, we did one yesterday. I think it was very, very, very exciting with probably 20, 25 customers. Yeah, try it out. Involve the business into this game from the beginning on. Take a use case which has a high value and it's easy to achieve, and then learn. I think that's the most important thing. Yeah? Trying things out, learning, building up a learning culture, and seeing how far you're getting. And last year, the App House, the 10th anniversary, and I had the honor talking with Tim Brown. Tim Brown is one of the 2 founders of IDEO, and IDEO brought 20 years ago design thinking into the business world. Now, the SAP story is, in 2004, Hasso Plattner, one of our founders, was reading an article from IDEO about design thinking before he went on stage at Sapphire. And honestly, you cannot control when he goes on stage. But he said, SAP now does design thinking. And we asked him, why did he do this? And he said, it remembered him how they started the company. He said, I was a developer sitting right beside the user. I was iterating. It wasn't called design thinking. And at the time, we unlearned how to do this. And this is how the big wave within SAP started with design thinking. We started in development, and 11 years ago we started engaging now with customers and users. And the biggest honor we could get is from him, a quote that, "Congratulations, all your competitors tried, you succeeded." Getting this quote from somebody who really brought design thinking 20 years ago in the business world was the biggest honor that we could get. Now, my recommendation is start learning now. Try out GenAI, give it to employees, let them experience it, involve them, leverage the BTP. There are great possibilities already available. Try out this human-centered approach. It's not rocket science. And it's even fun. Yeah? It's even fun if you do this together with the people, because they are encouraged. For sure, if you involve them, they would be happy that someone gets implemented. But the probability of success is much higher. And last one is LeverX for your transformation. Really a great company, lots of experience here, also with this human-centered approach, with technology, latest technologies. And probably a good handover to Sergey now to talk a little bit about what LeverX can offer.
Thank you, Andreas. So over the past several years, we started receiving different interesting requests from our customers. Like, for example, we would like to understand AI topic more in detail. Could you please show us some interesting use cases from your experience? Could you please help us to build this kind of foundation inside of our company? Help us to start with different POCs and so on. Or, for example, we have different systems which are spread all over the world, which might be not connected as well as it's supposed to be, and we need to somehow connect it better, like implement some sort of framework to check this kind of connections, validate, and so on, and make this in a secure way. Or let's say we would like to remove our technical debt, reduce the technical debt, because we would like to go with S/4HANA Cloud in the future, and we still have a lot of ABAP code that implemented on top of our systems, and probably it's not implemented correctly. What we're supposed to do? And all of these tasks seems to be very kind of foundational. So we need to understand and guide the customer through this entire journey. And what we realized over our history as a company, that this is not purely the technical tasks. So there are much more components that need to be engaged into this process, but not typically the technical knowledge. So the question will be, if customer needs to build a foundation in any of those spheres or programs, then how we should structure that? And the answer will be LeverX innovation roadmap and specific LeverX transformation framework. So like I said, the technology is very important. Andreas also confirmed that. So maybe it will be the starting point for us as well. But different other pillars will be also engaged. For example, functional and domain expertise. So we understand that technology is nothing if you don't understand the processes which are happening within some organization. So if you don't understand the processes, how you can help with different AI use cases, let's say, or how you can help with integration that's supposed to be built correctly, of course. Moreover, human-centered approach for innovation. So of course, we need to engage right people. So the people who will show us how exactly their business processes are looking like in reality, on the shop floors maybe, when they're like driving the trucks and so on and so forth, so we can better understand what exactly their need. So with this approach, App House helps us because it combines business people, technical people all together, so we can really think about the best solutions. And of course, delivery, because technology, functional expertise, human-centered approach for innovation is nothing without the proper delivery, properly planned, properly structured, with the proper goals and the outcomes at the end. And of course, change management, because we understand that even if our initiative is very fine, like very well received by the IT, by business people, we still need to inspire leadership of the organization. And this will be the last, probably important aspect of the transformation framework, the change management. How to accelerate the adoption, how to improve the awareness, and so on. And this framework actually helps us to package the packaged offering for the customers in order to start with these innovation pillars. The question might be, what if my organization don't need to start with a foundation? What if we just need to implement a specific business use case? We need to solve the specific business problem. So the thing is that exactly the same framework can be used for this purpose as well. Maybe some of those pillars will be not fully used, but we still need to engage people. We still need to engage users, leadership. We still need to provide the technology, maybe not provide the guidance like when we are building the foundation, but provide the technical experts which will help to solve this particular business problem. And again, this story can also be packaged in the one specific offering that, let's say, will solve the problems like invoice matching solution based on AI, or clean core extension for S/4HANA custom reporting, and so on. So all of these needs can also be solved with all of that. And again, this is not purely the technology. There are much more that need to be added here on top of that. Now, how these package offerings look like? So there are two main areas, starter pack and advanced pack. With starter pack, we are offering that BTP readiness, so basically something that helps you to understand if BTP is something that you really need, help to understand what is this, and so on. The clean core extension strategy. So I suppose you might have a lot of, if you're using SAP, S/4HANA, ECC, you have probably your own in-house ABAP developers. So the question will be, how to start reducing this technical debt that they are still doing on top of the old-fashioned style of development. So the answer will be clean core. And the clean core also something that can be learned, something that LeverX can provide as an offering, as a package that you can use, and with the help of LeverX to educate your own teams and to start using the right approach for this innovation. And of course, AI capabilities. Then about the advanced pack, again, we have to learn about the integration or data in AI, business apps and automation. So all of that can be structured in a way so we can really understand how to build this from the idea, from some learning and enablement till some first POCs, and actual running the real product at the end. But what's more important, that everyone, I think, who started hearing about the BTP, think about how to grow own in-house team as well. Who can help us to do that? And the answer will be also one of the package solutions, which we're calling cloud transformation. And this is helping actually to establish a future-ready BTP practice within the company, which means that our experts can join your company to co-develop the solutions, like help to be educated here, help you to drive this entire process internally, so you will learn also, understand how to do that, and with our support, we'll proceed doing exactly the same thing. This is what we are offering in terms of our packages, and I would be happy to provide more details if it will be required on the pods. Now, since we talked about the satellites, this journey might be represented with 4 steps. So first of all, like I said, we can start with learning, then we can go to the planning using the app house methodology, we can start building the POCs, testing the solution, launching live the solution, and then expanding this, scaling this to the different business LOBs and so on.
Yeah, and I think concluding with this slide, learning how to ride a wave takes time. Yeah? Probably some people will never ever ride this kind of wave, but it's a symbol for you, encouraging you, starting with the AI wave now, learn, leverage LeverX for doing this, leverage us at SAP, helping you on that journey. It's an exciting future. I'm really looking forward to it. And if you have questions, feel free to reach out to us. Go to our app house page, apphouse.sap.com, or
join with our pods. So Myself, I can just provide some support in the BTP area, in the area of App House. We also have our App House team there. And Dmitry Antonovich can help with change management, supply chain, and logistics. So we will be happy to answer the questions.
Perfect. Thank you so much for staying here.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Thank you. Great. Okay. Appreciate that presentation and all that information. We have one more speaker, but before we introduce Sam, this is the iPad that you could go home with if you write something hopefully nice on LinkedIn with the hashtag LEVEREDGE 2024. So it actually exists. You could win this, but only if you participate in the giveaway by posting on LinkedIn with the hashtag. So it's real. It's real. Hashtag LEVEREDGE 2024.